For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color?
Tayo, let's all welcome sa Vero! Okay, so meron tayong pop quiz. Please get 1/4 sheet of paper.
Ma'am! 1/4! Hindi ako ba? Pero sige,
Okay, unang tanong. Saan mas mahirap mag-adjust? Sa PH meta or sa PH trash talk?
Parang both, ma'am. Paras namin yung pinagdaanan last season eh. Sabero raising his hands.
Yes, meta, ma'am. Wow! Because we used to be best by Philippine.
Perfect! +5 ka. Mukhang madali kang makakapag-adjust both. Last question, class. Sino ang mas pressured? Import or local king?
Parang local king, ma'am. Baka sa mukha eh.
Ma'am, I think import. Because this is the first time in MPL PH history.
It's okay, Savero. Just always remember the magic word.
Balak na to!
Okay, that's all, class.
Sino cleaners, ma'am?
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello, class. So, matanong ko lang, sa Scream, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Oh, shit!
Teka, class. Tama. Importante ang comms. Mapa in-game o relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo, guys. Tingnan nyo tong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku! Parang support ata yan, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. Ay, para iwas crush!
Oh, shit!
+5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow!
Oh yeah.
May bagong grading sa loob ng classroom. Sino kaya ang bagsak at sino ang may palag? Okay. May grado na ang lahat base sa inyong naging pinakamainit na katapat sa lane. Now, class, ano sa tingin nyo ang palag ni Demon Kite kay Carl T?
Ako! Si Carl TC Goat! Si Demon Kite, celebrity!
Okay, makinig. So, pag-usapan naman na natin yung iba't ibang uri ng rivalry, class. So, unang rivalry, yung team na palaging next season na lang versus yung team na palaging nag-champion.
Ma'am! Masakit naman yan!
Ma'am, parang may pinapatamaan na.
Grade 91%. May angas, may storyline, pero minsan pag finals, bigla na lang nawawala. Parang signal sa probinsya.
Ma'am, di naman na kami yan, no?
Okay, that's all, class. Don't forget to study your rivals kasi next week I graded recitation math sa stage.
Goodbye and thank you, teacher.
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Only Facebook or Only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Different shades, different moods. But somehow, we just click. We all move through life differently. Chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the you, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color?
17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every Madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 17 live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPL PH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
And we are back! Superfans, mag-ingay! Dahil second day na ng ating Week 5, this is your very own Odin. And right here with me is the lovely and fierce na si Denise.
Thank you so much, Odin, for that welcome. And welcome back din
Thank you.
sa'yo. Naku, kung nandito ka yesterday, I'm pretty sure mararamdaman mo yung second round energy of this season. And of course, Odin, no, second round just really hits different.
Alam mo, alam ko rin kung ano yung mag-hit differently today. Dahil nga sa ating mga superfans, nakasama ngayong araw, kailangan nilang mag-ingay dahil ngayon ay Superfan Saturday! At bago ang lahat sa magaganap ngayong araw, ano ba ang mga na-miss out ko kahapon, Denise? Kasi feel ko marami akong na-miss out.
Sobrang dami, Odin. Unang-una lang naman, pinakilala na ang ating Clearman Legends at in-announce na rin kung saan ang venue ng ating playoffs sa San Juan Arena. Pero marami rin tayong tututukan today, Odin. Ano ba yung inaabangan mo ngayong araw?
I love that, ha. Marami nga ata ako na-miss kahapon. Pero today, I am looking forward to the Superfans joining us for another Rampalag. Kung magaganap nga ba yan, kasama rin natin ang ating community heroes and student leaders dito sa ating venue.
Okay, pakaabangan natin yan, Odin. At Superfans, bring your 100% energy dahil paparating na ang labanan.
At dito lamang yan sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas.
Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 17. Palag na to!
Magandang hapon sa lahat na sumusubaybay sa MPL Philippines Season 17. Narito na tayo sa ating Superfan Saturday ng week number 5 at kami ang inyong mga kasama. Umi pa rin, kasama ang nag-iisang si Prof B at pati na rin si Midnight. At para naman sa ating English panel, Hans G, kamusta tayo dyan?
That is us, Hans Galeria, Leo, and Wolf will be together with you guys at the English broadcast. It's great to be here, Romy.
And by the way, this tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. Narito na nga tayo sa ating Superfan Saturday of week number 5. At magsisimula ang ating araw with Omega versus APBR. Dalawang teams na sabihin na lang natin ay medyo struggling as of week 5.
Pero alam mo, isa sa mga pinakamaganda yung struggle naman na lang. Natapos nila yung first half na panalo yung Omega.
Ang masasabi ko rito, no, Prof, dahil nabanggit mo na nanalo dito yung Smart Omega. Starting the second round with enough energy, ito yung magandang momentum and energy para magamit mo to sort of bounce back from your footing. But that is also something na kailangan din abangan natin mula din sa ibang team, especially from TNC and APBR na ngayon ay sabihin na natin naghihingalo kasi round 2 na nga tayo eh.
Yeah, I'm happy you mentioned that because looking at the standings right now, all throughout the day, we're gonna be looking at the bottom 4 of the teams that are in desperate need for some points, and they're gonna need to win these games today to advance even further.
And I like how you're looking at it, Hans. Glass half full. They have a chance to change the tides of fate. Hindi pa uli ang lahat. There is a whole nother half of the season. I'm looking at it like that. I'm looking at it as like, this is Season 17 Part 2.
Yeah.
The second half.
Because we already saw that in Season 16 there were plot twists in the second half of the season, and that might happen once again. Especially because the teams in the middle, they're not safe either.
Oh yeah, with our standings as well, napapiso-piso ang ating mga puntos. Mahirap talaga maging safe, especially in week number 5. In fact, isa lang ata ang safe sa ngayon. And it's not even sure yet, pero Team Liquid Philippines ay malapit-lapit na patungo sa finish line ng ating regular season. At mamaya ay pag-uusapan natin yan. Pero again, ang ating simula ay Omega versus APBR. And these teams are currently on the 6th and 7th slot ng ating liga na ngayon ay nice setup, by the way.
I had to do it.
Yung inaabangan natin. Kasi at this point, kailangan na nga nilang umahon sa tulay.
Okay. Nung natalo ng Omega yung Aurora last Saturday night, I'll never forget this.
That's true.
may binitawang salita ang kinikilalang greatest gold laner in the game na si Netsky. And at first, di ko gets it. Sabi ko, what the hell? What do you mean? What do you mean? Para kaming...
Slam poetry, pare.
Ano nga ba sinabi niya?
Nandito kami sa ilog. Okay. Nasa ilog.
Tapos may tulay.
May tulay. Ang hirap bumangon.
Sinabi niya talaga yun?
Yes, sinabi niya talaga yun.
Sinabi niya talaga yun. And, ewan ko imagery apart. Para bang feeling ko kasi nasa emotional high ka after beating Aurora in that 3-game series.
Pero nag-gets ko.
Nag-gets natin It doesn't matter kasi naiintindihan natin yung emosyon. I feel like that's one of the most important parts. And right now, by APBR and Omega standings ng Week 4 sa Season 15 to 17, ito ata yung nabanggit ni Wolf kanina, na yung mga struggling teams natin, hindi pa too late, pare.
Yeah, we can see that it's statistically not impossible for these two teams to get in. However, I feel like realistically and historically, these two teams will be quote-unquote eliminating each other. Which I feel like if Omega does not win up against APBR, their chances getting into the playoffs might be even half. Like their low chances right now might even be half if they lose.
Gusto ko yung sinabi ni Wolf kasi parang yung 6 and 7, yung nagtatanggalan kasi historically, well, I mean last year lang naman, yung number 8 pa by week 4, yung nakakapasok ng playoff. So if I'm APBR and Omega,
ayan na.
Medyo kakabahan ako kasi nandito yung tulay. Ang tanong, sinong makakabangon?
Alam mo, minsan kailangan natin talaga himayan kung ano ba meron ba sa tulay. Nandun may magic sa tulay o nandun sa ilog
Yeah.
Okay, at this point, yung sinabi ni Nets, kailangan na nating makita din sa loob ng laro. At nakikita natin yan with Omega rising as we talk. For the last few seasons, nakita natin ang Omega na talagang kayang klumatch by come late game dito sa ating regular season.
Si Nets lang ang nakagets ng ganitong klaseng mga poetry. But what he said was, because he grew up in this kind of situation, he grew up in actually in a place where it's not as good as, you know, normal people will yung upbringing nila. Nanggaling siya sa hirap. Sabi niya doon sa isang time na clarify niya. At yun yung na-experience siya. Nahirapan talaga siyang bumangon. Nasa tulay talaga siya. As in, yung imagery na yun ay nagre-reflect sa kinakapwesto nila ngayon as Omega.
You know, that's from a reality perspective.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the game perspective, this is them looking at it as a bridge that could continue making it happen for them towards the momentum. Kung lalalim man sila dun sa ilog, maybe they can reach flow state. They can go with the flow of the river, absorb it as much as they can, explore as much as possible. Kasi kung hindi nila gawin yun, baka maubusan sila ng window to actually do it.
So, masasabi natin, ang nagbato nung lubid, ang una si Ryzen. Diba?
Okay,
with his Fanny, gamit yung mga
cables.
Amen.
Rope man.
Kasama niya dun sa dulo, sino si James?
Yeah.
Big Game James.
Big Game James.
Buzzer beater kani-kanina lang. Sorry, I had to break
Actually,
that
yes.
up, bro.
Ayun, ito, mabilisan lang naman to if I'm being honest. Number 2 pala, si Ryzen in terms of our Fanny rankings. Just above King Kong and under Kyle.
Kaya ang kagandahan dito is nakita natin yung mastery ni Ryzen sa kanyang Fanny. And ilang beses na rin nabanggit at napag-usapan na parang ang hirap laruin ng Fanny na yun. Pero he made it work, you know? He found the bridge.
At nahanap niya kung paano nga ba yung pagkapanalo. Saktong-sakto ay bibisnatahin na rin natin yung mga kailangan gawin ng dalawang kupunan na to sa ating Infinix Keys to Victory. Midnight and Wolf, please take it away.
Okay, sisimulan natin yan sa barangay dahil ito yung kanilang tulay na hinahanap. First off, they have to close out the game better than the last time they met. First few weeks ng regular season natin, may mga struggle talaga yung mga teams, specifically yung bottom 4 sa pag-close out ng mga games. Whether it's systematic lord dances or yung mga turtle fights, even yung target selection sa mga team fights, yan yung kailangan ayusin ng Smart Omega. Nakita naman natin yung moments of brilliance ng barangay last week, so hopefully madala nila yun coming into the second round of regular season, and also mix up the approach, not the heroes. Again, kahit hindi parang pasok sa draft, parang pwede nila gamitin. So ito yung pwede nilang ihain laban naman dito sa APBR.
And now we're talking about APBR. I think this is the time where we should take off our rose-colored glasses when looking at APBR. Of course, we were amazed by their first week performance. But in the last 3 weeks, it's noticeable that APBR has not been delivering, especially some of the other players. Everybody has to step up now if you're APBR in order for them to win. Of course, they have to leverage their signature heroes. I'm sure that there were so many times that we're saying the KLVJ and the Sora, and of course, when we see James Banks on the Suyo, that they're delivering those heroes. But I think that Shizu and Nova, they're not getting the better end of the draft. So I think that everybody needs to step up from AP Bren as well as their drafting.
And I'd like to believe that this set of Infinix keys to victory ay mas technical na kung ikukumpara sa mga maaga nating keys to victory. At tayo nakita na rin natin kung gaano nga ba ang kailangan gawin ng dalawang teams na to at yung pag-aaral na nilagay din natin sa mga laro nila for the past 2 weeks. In fact, for Smart Omega right now, coming off from a massive victory from Aurora Gaming, ay handang-handa sila na ipagpatuloy ang momentum na yon. Meanwhile, for the side of AP Bren na natalo naman sa kamay ng Aurora day after that momentous win coming in from Smart Omega, ganun din ang kanilang hinahanap, a win to start this Saturday. Pero sa ngayon, syempre, ang ating labanan, isa lang ang mananalo at isa lang ang makakapunto sa kanila. At kayo naman guys, ready na ba kayo i-level up ang iyong game and your grades? The best students don't just study hard, they study smart.
And syempre, that's right, meet the Infinix XPad 30E, the first true education tablet in the Philippines. It features an 11-inch FHD plus big screen, an AI tutor on top, and over 120,000 free courses.
It's time to make learning easier and a whole lot more fun. Get your Infinix XPad 30E, your easy learning smart buddy.
Dito mo talaga masasabi na pwede mo ipagsabay ang pag-aaral at ML.
Tama, tama.
Double na ating features and for sure, doble din ang kayod ng dalawang teams na to because as of now, lagpas na po tayo ng halfway point at nasa baba pa rin ang dalawang teams na ito.
Yeah, I mean, you would hope for nothing but the best for these two teams. Because again, history already said it, told itself, right? 15, 16, kahit nga yung mga 8 seeds na nasa baba nila, sila pa yung nauuna dun sa taas and you'd wanna change that.
But earlier this week, in one of my videos called Hot Takes, meron akong comment. Sabi ng isang viewer natin, para sa kanya, Omega is the top of the bottom of the food chain. Agree ba kayo doon?
Pwede.
I can see it. I can see it.
I would agree actually, yeah.
Para mapapaisip talaga tayo doon, no? But there's only one way to find out at malalaman na natin yan sa mga iilang segundo lamang. I-welcome na natin ang Smart Omega at AP Bren players. Pasok!
To ensure the integrity of the game, let us welcome our marshals, Chico, Patrick, Dojin, and Joshua G. May ilog, may tulay na ba sa barangay? Tuloy ang kanilang laban patas para sa tagumpay. Ito na ang Smart Omega! The Hive will try to stop the bleeding and possibly find their rhythm. Bees, give it up for AP Bren! And of course, our head referee, the Chop Master, set. And the head coaches for Smart Omega, Coach Wura. For AP Bren, Coach G. Let us see who will finally break the mold. Ito na ang unang laban sa inyong Superfan Saturday.
Opening up this triple header is of course a team looking to build momentum. This is Smart Omega.
I am 50-50 on the whole Omega being on top of the half of the bottom of the food chain. Because, I'll tell you now, I feel like an honorary Tanod. I feel like I want to support the team, but also, I'm not a resident. I don't have an ID for Barangay Omega, so I want to see them perform first, and I want to see this lineup succeed. And what a great start would that be against AP Bren.
Yeah, someone who's looking to be at the top of the bottom of the half of the head can't even understand. This is AP Bren now.
Oh yeah, definitely any W for AP Bren is much needed right now. To be fair, they won their first matchup, but when we're just talking about the momentum, it's completely reversed for AP Bren. They haven't been finding their groove up against the top teams here in MPL PH Season 17.
They got checked.
They got checked for sure.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, especially towards the statistics, some of them are close, but this doesn't really tell the entire story. We're seeing some lapses in terms of late game judgment. It doesn't even stop with the numbers anymore. It even ends with some of those things that they could have done, which they were unable to do.
They only trump APBR in kill participation. That means they just like to clump up. And sometimes that's not even to their benefit.
Yeah, I would say that it's not good for Omega, but I'm sure that they have something today.
Yeah, looking at it again, it's time for us to hear these two teams through our Smart ID Quick Test.
Ito daw sex Nova guys. Sana pinagdandaan tayo ng APBR. Oo nga, para maganda yung laban, pre. Saan punta ng mga fans, pre? Good luck daw sa APBR, sabi ni Mingwin. Nag-iinit daw si Mingwin ngayon, guys. Good luck kay Nova, guys, sabi ni Mingwin. Ganito pala ginagawa namin, guys, after ng ang banding namin, after na script, movie night na kami, movie night. Tapos minsan, basketball, tsaka badminton.
Listen talaga. Anong pwede message si Ryzen Punks? Kay Perks, message ko, good luck, galing naman namin pareho. Pakita namin kung sino kami. Parehas pala standing, no? Kami na yan, bigay nyo muna. 2 strike kami, oh. May momentum sila. Hindi, nanalo sila sa RORA. Momentum. Analyst ka na kaya? Aray mo. Siguro message ko kay Ryzen, good luck, galingan namin pareho. Pakita namin kung ano yung namin. Siguro yung preparation namin yung usually na ginagawa lang namin everyday na practice tsaka script. Yun lang. Pangs, ano daw masasabi ko sa'yo? Ambassador ka daw ng clear. Bakit tama mo naman kami isang hawi? Ay, pati daw si Kel. Ay, pag nanalo daw, umawi daw kayo sa stage pagtapos. Hawi mo daw hindi sa boke, sa gilid. Sino ko pala ni Coach? Bakit kapalit ka kay Alden?
That right there was your Smart 5G ping test. Nova acknowledging the fact that Smart Omega just defeated Aurora, which came to him as a surprise. But hey, that is gonna be for later on who will be surprising who, because we have to give a huge shout out to our kabarangays across Quezon City for the massive energy in today's watch parties. If you're in the area, come pull up and join the crowd over at Barangay West Fairview, Santa Monica, or North Fairview, Holy Spirit, and Sauyo. You already know the places and the dates. Let's keep it loud.
That's a lot of northern presence for the barangay. So I love that they're going as far as Fairview.
Yeah, I love that I'm actually part of the North now. I'm not only an honorary Tanod right now. Is that what you mentioned?
Yeah, you kind of have the ID.
Yeah, I kind of have the ID now,
especially after benefits.
Yes, and I think that came from my recent interview and my newfound love with Netsky. This guy is just so good. You know?
I've loved him for years.
Yeah, and after talking to him, I understand you even better now.
You get it.
I get it. I just get it.
Yeah, I mean, Netsky is a very interesting dude that says a bunch of stuff that sometimes you wouldn't really understand at
Not
first.
now. It won't make sense now.
It will make sense like 3 business days later.
Yeah.
I feel like that is when you'll be understanding him. But hey,
he's a visionary.
The matter at hand now is for Smart Omega to not only understand the way that they can possibly unite in terms of these team fights, but to also understand the patch faster, because for both of these teams, this will be the first time that we will see them and how the adjustments will be.
Okay. A few things that you have mentioned there that actually strikes to me, and it's mainly because I know that Omega as a team, they're willing to show us something that's different. And I'm not saying just the Hanabi, right? I think that they're also doing like a Guinevere roam, for example. And I know that between Perks and Mingwin and then Netsky eventually, they're a team that is willing to actually pick those new heroes that have been patched. So I will not be surprised if there's a random Tyroth here eventually.
Oh yeah, Tyroth got a huge buff.
Most especially so.
Terizla.
The Rizzler will be available today. And I think I fairly remember James playing that way back.
Given that you already said those heroes, I mean, we saw a bunch of them from yesterday. It was a penalty doll from Sanford. I feel like that's right. It does make a lot of sense because again, that was a game changer.
Okay.
But For both of these teams, it seems like they're sticking with the previous MO. It's still some familiar heroes that they are banning, but it opens up a bunch of other heroes because again, there's a bunch of different things that you can see here.
They might be opening the Sora as well as the Valentina, and then the Baksha is always a problem here. I'm not sure if Omega are inclined to really prioritize that Baksha, especially because there could be a Sora Valentina opener for APBR. So this is APBR. The way that they're banning right now is them showing that, okay, we are willing to open up a lot of stuff so that you will only get to pick one. And so I wonder, yep, there it is, the family. So this is the Baksha Valentina Sora opener. What will you get if you're Omega?
I mean,
Marcel.
None of the above. It's a newly buffed Marcel. I'll call it a buff.
I would consider it a buff because I think it's...
You give your homies a shield, they can move around.
I think it's 100% a buff because when pros play it, they know how to abuse it.
Yeah, and there's a certain mechanic that Marcel users really do in terms of the objectives. I think I've seen a lot of those from yesterday where they use the golden hour on the objective, make the immediate turn, and I feel like Omega would just double up on the punish heroes that they can use going up against APBR.
Yep, and knowing APBR is a very kill participation heavy team, what better way to stop that with the golden hour? APBR gets the aforementioned Baksha.
The Baksha,
but also still, even with a mana bar again, Claude is an early pick.
It's just a win condition hero. There's so much you can do. There is the Terizla very early by Omega and then the Valentina as well, so you will prevent that Sora. We did mention that the Terizla will be picked up by James himself, and it will be the hero now for Omega. Curious what APBR will answer with this one, because now they can pick up, they don't have Suyu, maybe Harley, but also that means that this Baksha is going to be in the roam role. So we don't know yet if this is immediately a jungler, which means that if you are APBR, you can now secure your Mingwin hero. The Farsa is available, you need the magic damage up against the Terizla, and it's, you know, if you remember, Terizla is one of those heroes that really counters this Claude because of the body of Smith.
Okay, so there is the Farsa, so the Valentina can copy the Feathered Airstrike, but I just gotta say, from the first 3 picks from both teams, I'm very happy that Terizla's finally bumped up in the system, you know, because like from the recent patches that we saw, Terizla has been called a placeholder, and for a lot of Terizla users, they don't know how to feel about that, but hey, it's stable enough, but now it's bumped up even more.
Terizla, whenever he's in the meta, whenever he's a top pick, he is a top pick.
Oh yeah.
And all the other times, that's why they call him an NPC, is he's just there. Why would APBR ban the Harley? I think this is a clear sign that this Baksha is indeed the jungler. For all that is James, I think it has to be the jungler.
Yep. No, for sure, Harley's still a very strong hero with all of the with all of the strength of the hero that you can just, you know, roam around. There's a lot of ways for you to handle this Claude. Eventually, the latter portions of the match, then it's always problematic for a Farsa to deal with. And of course, as a Baksha, you would spend so much to chase down a Harley, so it's just an annoying hero to deal with if you are the Baksha. So is this the ban? Maybe a Leomord ban here for APBR, or yeah, you don't have to focus on assassins, on the other assassins anymore. Spend Leomord and you're okay if you're APBR. Or maybe just skip it. Just maybe ban the Claude matchups like a Bruno, for example.
Oh yeah, because that was, again, very present from yesterday, but instead, they're going to be picking the carry out of this fight. Kalea is going to be the finishing ban for the side of Smart Omega. This leaves the Fredrin, the Leomord to be used by Smart Omega, but for APBR, they still have some choices to make.
Alice and Uranus comes to mind, although it's not a good kill VJ hero, but I think that really fits what APBR needs to have right now.
Or they can just go home with a Lapu instead they get the Alice.
Oh, that's immediately the
Harry.
Wow.
Who I think a lot of people are saying is like they're going to be the number
Yes,
one.
I 100% agree with that. And there's the Lancelot.
Okay, it was either
Ryzen.
that or the Hayabusa.
Yep.
So at least Ryzen gets a great hero that he's been playing since Season 8.
Yep.
His debut season.
For sure. Now if you're APBR, you're going to be looking for your roamer right now up against the Marcel.
Khalid.
Yeah, I think Hilda is the best, honestly.
Oh, you see the Lance,
answers the Lance. You don't give an ultimate to the Valentina.
Can you play man-to-man defense against the Marcel?
100%, yeah. So I think that really fits the bill. You don't want to get the Grok or a Cho. Although the Cho might work. I still feel like it's it's just such a good Hilda game overall.
Just makes it a little more difficult for them to pick up other heroes, but the Hilda would be a choice. But hey, they're going with a Khalid, just like what Leo has mentioned, man-to-man against the Marcel, so that he won't create some more problems and print more photos using his camera. Or what's the camera's name again?
Clemar.
Okay, sorry Clemar for calling you a camera.
Well, technically he is a camera, he just has soul in him.
Okay.
Oh,
I just
so Clemar is the soul.
Yep, and the super fans, this is part of your soul side quest, okay? You can scan the QR code just a while ago and correctly predict what was in there for a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds.
Whoa, 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 whoa. There's more of the Hive?
You love to see it, you know?
What happened to the Tano the Hype?
Dude, from both of these teams, honestly. It's fun that we're in week 5 and they are still hoping for the best for both of these two teams, man.
Gentlemen, you see that index? Have you ever seen it hit double digits?
No.
10.9?
Wait, 10.9 in favor of APBR, right?
What?
Understandably so, because if you're looking at the Lancelot and the Harith, maybe they're not patch updated yet. But we'll see. With all due fairness for APBR, they have a solid lineup just when you're looking at the face value of the heroes. Baxia, a very strong jungler right now, always banned. You see the Alice, overall really good in this game. Claude has always been a net positive hero, so I wouldn't blame the index, but I still feel like Omega's draft is better.
That's bold. She's still rocking the fighter emblem. James Banks commits Grand Theft Orange, rolling away like nothing happened.
Bro, that's like CJ from the game in itself. Just putting in the work, immediately taking one out, using his retribution. So Ryzen's going to be delayed for quite a bit.
Nova put down about 10 HP. Gets on out of there. Quick sand guard.
Okay, I mean, as expected from Nova and the Khalid.
Yeah, James Banks went straight to the orange buff of his opponent, by the way. Did not go for his own buff first, and that's why he was able to steal that orange.
Oh, James Banks and the rest of APBR. Pop up, take down Pergleva. Omega suffers a loss. First blood to the Hive.
Look at that jungling pattern coming out from APBR, and it's not just the creeps that he was able to get, but he was also able to participate in the middle where they're able to catch Omega off guard, and that's such a great pattern coming out and pathing coming out from James Banks.
That reminded me of Onyx rotation from week 3 and 4, but turned up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, that was literally Hunger Games for whoever Onyx was facing right from the start. And APBR is trying to replicate the same thing as Ryzen. Right. You're already pointing at it. He's a level 3. Yeah. He's already, fed up with what's happening because he isn't getting fed.
Yeah, he'll make it. He'll make it.
He'll make it to 4, but James Banks will be 5.
Oh,
that happens.
Retry diff.
Yep, that'll be a big problem. And of course, having double buff gives you more damage as James Banks.
Already from the start, Feather Airstrike here.
Coming in, Turtle at half health, in comes Ryzen. Big stomp by APBR, but Ryzen still fights it. The Supreme Retribution gets a Turtle, and the Omega squad skedaddles on out of there. Nevsky drops the 7-4 down bottom. There's a little bit of a duel between him and Shizo. Smart Omega able to weave in.
Yeah, I mean, it does not matter if you feed them or not. They're gonna look for their prey.
What a massive oof moment there for APBR. They've had all of the ingredients perfectly put, but they still let Omega lose. And the fact of the matter is they didn't even get 1 kill out of that. Imagine committing Aqua's ultimate, but not able to just pin down a specific hero and even stop Ryzen from that retribution. Now, all of the lead that they've been able to get is now erased.
It seems like it's not just Nevsky who grew up in the hood. It looks like the rest of Omega are used to not getting their resources and still succeeding.
Dude, we always say barangay, but we never specify the barangay that they live in. And I think they're starting to show that now with the current patch, a newfound confidence from Smart Omega as they are leading by 10s or maybe up until 100s, but nevertheless, APBR is going to have to figure out some new stuff here because what they've started from the first 2 minutes of this match was already erased, and the Bees are hoping for something here, but it's not going to happen just yet. Feathered Airstrike is going to be there in the middle.
Some signs of life from APBR. At least they're getting Shizo double stacks.
That's right. Double lane for Mr. Shizu. That's already aided by the Feathered Airstrike. And some pokes with that ultimate as well, but that is... What that tells us is that APBR, their disaster management right now is to just put some farm onto their Claw, onto their gold laner. And I'm making the play right now. Especially because Omega are just so good at dodging all the rotations coming out of James Banks post 2 minutes, right? The first 2 minutes, of course, they suffered from James Banks' weird or unconventional pathing when it comes to jungling.
His thievery.
That's right, thievery. But now it's different.
James is still leading by at least a couple of hundred in terms of the gold against Ryzen, but Ryzen already looking for the turtle.
Feather Strike answering it, gets jumped on by the James. Turtle secured once again by Ryzen. The stolen Feather Strike zones out. AP Brennan, in comes Kiel, looking for an angle. Gleam, Nova, no one home with that Raging Sandstorm. And Ryzen with that Phantom Execution. Misses one. Mingwin finds Nova, punishing him. Flicker misses. Just like that, Omega are up almost 1,000.
Oh, it's a bunch of misses from the Bees, and Omega keeps on hitting.
Oh, you can see James committing the flicker penalty zone onto the backlines against Aqua. And for some reason, they were able to eliminate the Khalid. A hero that's very hard to erase in the early stages of the game. Mingwin was able to close out that kill. And of course, Netsky being activated as the Harith. We know for sure, and I kept on talking about this hero. I think it's still the strongest gold laner right now.
Oh, LBM spells murder for James Banks as 3 members of the brigade jump in. They got 4. Ryzen scores, and now it's Nova and Kelvin Throne Ruin plus the Feather Strike taking down Ryzen. Perks has fallen as well. Nova gets jumped on, stolen. Raging Sandstorm kill gets on out of there.
What we thought was a disaster for AP Bren as James Banks was killed right first was an immediate counter attack from KLVJ, and they don't plan on stopping with that Salmon Force already popped to the ground, but nevertheless AP Bren is still fighting through. Just look at this.
You can see through the replay how they were able to run it back. Great jump coming out from Omega, but KLVJ was there waiting for the opportune moment. Waiting for Nova, in fact, so that they can combo their stuns together. And of course, when Aqua is already available with the Farsa ultimate, and KLVJ, with his patience, able to secure 2 kills for AP Bren. Nonetheless, Omega still are leading.
Yeah, that is the king for you, making some big plays whenever necessary. Aqua still unscathed. The same goes for KLVJ. This might be the last turtle of this fight already, and AP Bren are looking to be in position, but Nova's terrified.
Oh no! He gets taken down by James. 1 man down for the Hive, and now Feather Strike once again. Ryzen gets 3 for 3. Brrr, Shizo with the blazing duet. Backing on out of here as Omega looks to collapse. Mingwin with full stone and Feather Strike pushes back AP Bren. Clinical take by Omega.
Ryzen again and again with those turtle takes.
Oh, but again, Mingwin, oh my goodness. Terrified was Nova. Wonderful usage of this Valentina. Might have been the best Mingwin game that we've seen all season long.
That's a tall order.
Is it?
I don't know. I mean, Cap is always shining. I rarely see him fail. So if this is like a milestone performance for you,
it is. It is
huge.
So far for me, it is 2-0-2. Taking Nova twice, I believe, already this game.
Capping Aqua 500.
That's right.
Because of that, I feel like Omega is already looking good in the first 7 minutes of this game because they've elevated their gold lead up to 2.7k. Nevertheless, it's still AP Bren looking for some pickoffs here, or maybe even Nova, but immediately checked by Perks here.
Not to mention how James decided to make that top lane his home. Hans, I see the smile on your face. This Terizla is bullying that Alice.
Yeah, bro, not even a placeholder anymore. If he's a placeholder by name, he's gonna hold his ground at the top lane. He's gonna make his birth certificate. I don't know what's the requirements of living in the barangay.
He owns 2 properties in there.
Okay, 2 properties and maybe even stocks. I don't know what you would call it, but hey, that's James's lair, and there's no way for AP Brent to actually go there without having some casualties.
Conceal now activated for Perxiva. They can use this for the pre-Lord fight if they do want to find an angle in the backlines. And that's on this Harith is going to be a problem. I think that it will wait for maybe a minute or 2. It will be able to get his 3rd item. What we call the 3-item power spike for the gold laners. Hashtag tips.
Ooh. I thought James was gonna get that purple, but James Banks on the other hand is A-okay. They're making quick work of this Lord.
The Hive is blitzing it, but Omega not letting him get away, not for free. Kill DJ gleaming away. James Banks rolling around, looking for targets. BMI set foot. Lord still held on to by Omega. James and Ryzen, the front line, the vanguards, concealed by Perxiva. Find James Banks. Perfect knockup. Oh! Lord, Belvedere strike from Aqua. 7-4 comes in. Shizu just hold on to that blazing duet, and it looks like they're all tapped up. Chasing down Perxiva. He gets on out of the flicker. Down goes Netsky.
What is going to be the choice here for Omega? Will they go for this Lord, or will AP Brand actually deal the counter attack?
TLPH, Throne of Ruin. No one home. Ryzen still takes it. And Omega get out of there by the skin of their teeth. They steal a Lord. That was almost surely AP Brand's.
Ryzen, you madman! You just had to get killed by AP Bren because of the crime that you committed against the Hive.
But AP Bren finding a lot of wins in that specific team fight. Of course, Omega will get the lead because they got the Lord. And that they are up by 2,000, but signs of life for AP Bren when everything is just falling apart for them. Surely James Banks was the main casualty in there. That meant that the Lord will be taken by Omega easily. But KLVJ, and most importantly, Shizu, this game, now up with the Trinity, able to just output the damage onto the backlines of Omega, and whenever he is entering the team fights, it seems like AP Bren is winning. So they really have to make sure that Shizu has a great game in the next few minutes of the match.
Putting myself in the barangay shoes, I am frustrated. AP Bren are living on the edge. They are putting us in a very weird spot because they're holding on to their ults. I can't believe that fight elapsed and the blazing duet was held on for the final moment. And still AP Bren didn't secure it.
Yeah, I mean, that's because the team fight was divided. There weren't a lot of targets for Shizu to actually utilize that. And when he saw those two Omega players completely isolated in that top side, that was the time to pop off the duet, killing them both and giving AP Bren some bit more room to actually compete here against Omega.
Okay, so 3 items now for the Lancelot. But I feel like the most important 3-item power spike is onto Shizu right now, which we feel is the hero that can manage both the Terizla as well as the Marcel.
Bro, look at him.
And eventually the Harith, of course. Because Netsky chose to go for the Purify, which is, I think, the intended battle spell in this particular game. But the fact that he does not have the Flicker up against the Flood, that will mean that Shizu will have much better time in the latter portions of the game dealing with this Harith.
Yes, sticking at that top lane is the Barangay with a 2k gold lead. They're going to be forcing their way to this top inner turret, successfully going for that. But then all of a sudden, James Banks just evaded by Ryzen with the siege.
It's all about the confidence now for Ryzen, especially after showing us that he is not afraid to take that Lord under duress with a sliver of HP, even if it meant that he will risk his life for his team. He knows that his main goal right now is to secure the objectives for Omega.
That's his modus for his Fanny too. Like he literally just played the map.
That's right.
Yeah, I feel like both Ryzen and James Banks have the same ideas here. They're gonna sacrifice. They're willing to actually engage, find the back lines because they know that Shizu and Nets is gonna be dealing some damage. But as of now, it's gonna be James and KLVJ, the two XP laners seeing each other. This might not be the smart thing to do because the Lord is about to spawn. And with that being said, they're immediately transitioning onto the bot lane.
Is it just me or even in that small sequence, James hurts more than Kill?
Yeah, seems like so. I guess the initial burst that you have as there is that really hurts with the meta game that we have right now.
Oh, Kill intercepts 2. Make that 3. Belvedere strike by Aqua, already used up. But the Lord will reset, so I think there might be time for another one.
Yeah, they're not stressing about this. Ryzen, low cortisol jungler as we speak, just really making sure that Omega would have this, but Conceal's already popped in.
James Banks gets caught. There's a 7-4 by Netsky! And Ryzen looking to finish the job. Oh, Ryzen! Oh! Execution! Throne of Ruin! Kill tries to stop Ryzen. Shizu finds him 1-for-1. Jungler for jungler. No retribution for both sides. Another feather air strike. Gets stopped in the penalty zone as James flickers in. Both teams respecting either's potential. They both decide, yeah, we're gonna...
Oh, wow. Jungler for jungler. And Omega said at their lanes that it will be more difficult for AP Bren to deal with it. But what AP Bren realized is that if we team fight right now, like at this specific moment, the lead that Omega was able to get when it comes to macro will not be affected by that. So what they did was to just immediately troubleshoot, and I like that from AP Bren.
Well, what they're doing now though is playing around with the Lord because I think Omega is not ready.
Oh, Shizu cut down to half again.
Very far off. Ryzen's not here. And this might be it. James Max finally finds the Lord. Big knockup right before they get on out of there. TLPH survives, but not James. Free pick off for the barangay.
Nevertheless, he was able to get the most important objective so far in this game, catching it while Ryzen still on his way back.
What's important to see is how Omega plays from the position that APBR was in previously.
And that's also true for APBR. Oh, look at that!
Massive win, but they find Aqua first. She's wailing away, blazing down. But Kiel gets taken down. 3 free kills for Omega in the past minute. The Lord taken care of just like that.
That being said, makes it a 2v5. They're gonna try to push on the base once again. Shizu taking the brunt of the damage, but they're gonna instill discipline with them. They're building up on the gold lead again. What seemed to be 100 from the start of that Lord fight became 1,000 and maybe even more.
APBR, I think that their decision making is great. The fact that they are so snappy when it comes to deciding whether to take the Lord or take the team fights, and they're still winning in this game when it comes to their decision making. It's just that when you're looking at Omega, the nature of their heroes, whenever APBR goes to their box, they get deleted. And this is the reason why you pick up the Harif right now, because of the overloading damage that you get from this gold laner. So no matter who it is from APBR that goes to Omega's box, be it a Baxia, be it a Dallas, they will not last more than 2 seconds.
Dude, it's not even just the box. Did you see the triangle Ryzen put down
on
Shizu's feet? A third of his life bar went away.
Exactly.
Just through a thorned rose.
That's right.
Dude, even with a BMI, it makes it so difficult for Shizu to unleash his full damage output in this game, which is where I feel like TLPH should step in. I mean, he's been doing it over the last few minutes or last few clashes, but there hasn't really been a game-changing Throne of Ruin that the King has thrown over the barangay in this game.
This takes me back to when we noticed that the counter index favors APBR's lined up so heavily, and we have a lot of questions about that for sure, because you can see that Omega, they're literally showing us what the patch is about.
Yep.
They have the Marcel, they have the Terizla, they have the Harith, and even the Lancelot. Some of the buffs onto that hero with the War Axe now not a priority item for this Lancelot, but with the Endless Battle and the Malefic Roar, they just burst down whoever gets into their zone. So I think that for APBR, they cannot go easily into Omega's box, despite them having a dive composition with this Alice, with this Baxia, and this Khalid, and then the Claude. So they have to be very careful about their team fights. So far, though, what I'm really impressed about APBR is that they understand the map and they understand their weaknesses, and they're not really just giving Omega free kills.
Oh, Perciva with a conceal. I think Shizu know what's up. And just like that, they're just going to use it to sweep these bushes. They're fine.
You know, I was about to say that Perciva was actually a bit low-key over the first few minutes of this game, but as soon as he clicked on that conceal, he knew that trouble was up for APBR, and now they're going to be resetting this, but Omega already surrounding that Lord Pit.
Hold up. Omega are blitzing it. Golden Hour stopping too. And can steal it now.
Whoa, wait!
Still secure. Jeez, I'm in. Down goes Parks. James falls as well. 2 kills for the Lord. APBR played the long game.
Yo, that's a turn if I've ever seen one.
You ask for a Throne of Ruin that can change the game. And KelVJ, the King, gives you 5.
I see you, King.
5-man Throne of Ruin.
Oh my goodness.
From KelVJ.
Bro, it was so nice. I had to see it twice. Walk us through
you
this,
got
man.
us. What is there?
Oh my
show. There's nothing to explain. 5 people under the threat of KelVJ.
That has to go to TikTok. Someone has to clip that on
100%. 100%.
Oh, now full confidence coming from the side of APBR.
Imagine, KelVJ's play made us forget that Perciva, a few seconds before that, made a wonderful play as well. Locking down the jungler, James Banks couldn't do anything under the golden hour, and he is the retribution, and Omega made the right call, but oh my, KelVJ is bringing APBR back to this game.
They're doing it again.
Omega finds James Banks. Hits that Winter Crown freeze, but will still get taken down despite the cover fire from Aqua.
Link wins terrifies, man. It's just so on point.
Dude, you'd expect for James Banks to actually, dish out damage or maybe even tank a few hits, but you would expect him to last maybe longer than 3 seconds, but it's starting to make sense. The box, the triangle that you mentioned a while ago.
That's a problem that a lot of junglers face these days. Oh my god!
Okay. Whoa!
Shizu! Did they hold Ryzen down? Maybe, again, you're asking for junglers to survive a second longer. Ryzen has a problem too.
That's a... Okay, that's a mistake.
Something tells me it's some tower hits.
Yeah.
We were looking at the
100%.
But
100%. Yeah, I think that there was a mini stun that was landed, perhaps coming up from Aqua. Because that's the only source of stun that I could think of that will lock Ryzen down in that moment. Makes it a little bit awkward for Omega, but that means that APBR will be able to defend. Even at 19 minutes, we can say that this is still a pretty even game.
Ryzen have to die there.
Yep.
You know what? I'll stop asking questions. How about that?
Yeah.
I think I can't seem to comprehend what actually is happening over those last few fights, as Smart Omega has been doing almost the same thing, but just with different targets. We saw them blitzing the Lord. Next up, they saw James Pax, they stunned him, and then they completely threw him back to the base. But APBR has managed to find continuous answers from those initiations and attacks that have been coming from Smart Omega.
What's good, at least for the Barangay, despite the back and forth nature of this match, is they're controlling the map. You saw how Cap Penguin stole away the purple, and then they gave their purple over to Netsky.
Yep.
So this is what? Hunger Games again. Who's that Collins?
That's right.
So who's Katniss?
Oh no, there's no marksman for Omega. TLPH gets caught up, forced to use a throw to ruin, catches one. And at about 10 the Barangay drops.
Oh wait, he's okay.
And he gets the gleam away. Golden Hour trying to save the rest of the front line from the Barangay. Already used up, placing the win. Down goes Ryzen once more. And just like that, it's Omega who suffer a loss.
Kill VJ. You would think that he was the one who made the mistake, as he was under a lot of fire from Omega, able to survive. Gets out, forces a flicker penalty zone onto one, and that was enough of a signal for APBR to get in there and take a kill. Ryzen was in the middle of the blazing duet, and even after the golden hour, he dies.
That's exactly what he wanted you to think. And now the 5 members of APBR circling the Lord like vultures. They know that there's a retribution.
Here he goes again.
TLPH looking for it. Shabloims! Big! Massive! Throne of Ruin, but answered back. Golden Hour will not stop Netsky from dying. The Zaman Force was wasted there. And now James will get his immortality pop. Federal strike for a good measure. James holding on. Body of Smith will keep him alive for just a little longer. Here comes Shizu.
Okay.
Works! Man-to-man defense. And APBR unable to get one more kill. So the head of stop the bleeding.
The head of security.
Oh, the head of security indeed. Was able to save his teammate because of that. And if his timing with the ultimate of the golden hour was perfect, he could have stopped Shizu and might have saved Netsky, but that wasn't the case. Oracle now being picked up by Netsky.
Dude, let me just remind y'all, no inhibitors are broken in this game, and we're already 22 minutes in, and even the Lord is cut off to half of itself, but it's still A-okay.
Nova with the Sandwalker might be able to make it. Lord at less than half health here. They get that push up top, and now Nova with the conceal. I think Ryzen knows what's up. James Pack circling around. Lord at a third of its health. 4 members of the Barangay holding on. Where is Netsky? Keeping himself scared. Feather strike by Aqua. Lord here at a 10th of its health. James Pack very low. Another Lord of Ruin. They missed it. They missed the window. Defensive use of the blazing duet. Nova looking to take down Ryzen. Gets his immortality pop. And just like that, Omega get away with a close one.
No casualties for both of the teams, but it's all up for Smart Omega with the Lord.
Oh, Omega theft coming out from Omega. We know for sure that the Lancelot has a lot of more ways compared to a Baksha when it comes to getting the retribution, especially with the Thorn Rose, the Phantom Execution that can be available for that hero. But my oh my, Ryzen has played that so well. And they have seen KLVJ pop the Throne of Ruin. All they had to do was to get out of that zone. By the way, we're looking at 2 Oracles coming up from Omega, taking advantage of the new Marcel tech.
That's a lot of shields.
Something had to break here. The inhibitor's finally broken in the middle.
And all it took is 23 minutes.
Terrify again.
4 Lords kill VJ. Not able to use that Throne of Ruin very well this time around, but he will survive. James Pack rolling around, blazing duet. Nova freeze. Nova very low, gets taken down by Netsky. 1 for none so far. Omega happy with the take on that inhibitor.
Oh, they hang on once again. This Mingwin Valentina is just making so much work.
He hasn't died!
Hasn't died. And makes it so that APBR has to commit so much. The Throne of Ruin being committed. Shizu going in for the Blazing Duet Winter Crown combo just to make sure that they stay alive in this game. And you can see how far back Aqua is when it comes to defending, but he still is dealing it down.
James with the flicker penalty zone. KLVJ gleams on out, gets even down, pop down goes Aqua. James Banks trying to stop the bleeding. Blazing Duet taking down the minions, but just like that, Omega take game 1.
Flashy, creative with the play, Smart Omega. All it took was 23 for one inhibitor and 25 to end this game.
Big game, James, with the slam to end this game. Was it? And the fact that everybody from Omega was just on the same page with Big Game James in that last team fight, we're gonna see it for sure. There's so many good plays from both teams, making this game a highlight reel for sure. Even with just the first minute of the match, we already saw how APBR was prepared against Omega with this Bachia pick, the rotation that allowed them to steal the orange buff. But then Ryzen and the gang, they are finding a lot of ways to bring themselves back into this game. And of course, getting that kill. KLVJ, not too shabby at all with this Alice. A lot of good plays from both ends.
Okay, amongst us on the desk, Hans is the most experienced, so I'm not a big football fan, but correct me if I'm wrong, what James did there was a pump fake penalty zone.
Yep, pump fake. You know what? That makes sense.
Yeah, see, look, he was faking the back.
I understand it now. You're speaking like Nets, dude. You're talking like Nets. And I understand it. It usually takes 3 business days, but now it took me 3 seconds.
It's abstract.
Yeah, I mean, bro, that was amazing. That was a great way to use the penalty zone, and deservingly so. Props to the cameraman for that too. He just keeps on hitting, but those are one of the greatest hits coming out from James.
Big game, James. 79% kill percent, 246,000 damage taken by the Turisla. Oh boy. Do you not miss that at all,
Welcome
gentlemen?
back.
Welcome back to the metagame Turisla.
Finally, a hero I can use
We are
ranked
so
games.
back. We are so back with the Turisla.
You can ban the glue now.
I have 2 heroes now. And I think that there's a lot of important highlights that we saw from James, particularly with the flicker penalty zone that he was able to get in the second turtle of the match, where he was able to take down the Farsa.
That's foreshadowing.
It is definitely foreshadowing. In fact, both EXP laners for the teams that we've seen in this first game, they have been really good. They have been showing us how they utilize their initiation heroes, 4-man penalty zone into the feathered airstrike. That is so beautiful. That it also includes a Lancelot, which is difficult to really take care of. You can see another pickup that they were able to get onto Nova. And then James just stopping Aqua to the backside, making sure that the penalty zone will always be there ready for the Farsa so that there is no extra damage from APBR. And this game will have so much highlights for sure because of how good both teams are. Even James Banks, after falling off when it comes to scalability, still is able to make sure that they are in the contention during the turtle fights, Lord fights.
What I think I admire the most about James here is that aside from him always creating the play, he always knows when to actually do it. Because like compared to what Mingwin and the others have been doing, they were heavily reliant on James to cut on those penalty zones because of the team fights that they were winning. And in spite of them losing, it didn't feel like they were losing because of the space that he already created.
You lost me for a second. I thought James Banks? No, James.
James.
Yeah, James. Yeah.
Big game James.
Big game James.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? You're right.
His legal name.
His legal name.
First name James.
BGJ.
Okay.
Big game James.
Big game.
Shout out again, Big Game James, for winning a while ago. 24-15 was the minute in there. It took 23 minutes for an inhibitor to be taken down. That's how close this game was. It's been a back and forth, but in the end, it really boiled down to who made the biggest play at the best time.
Yeah. Both teams are always troubleshooting, and I think I see that for APBR many times in this game. And although they have lost, this is still a very close match. The only criticism I have with them is their choice of heroes. I believe that Omega was just able to showcase what the patch is about. It's just literally about the Harith and the Marcel, the Lancelot that they answered the faction, the Turdisla. Vanity has always been there. But we can see how strong they are. When it comes to team fighting, this lineup coming out from Omega is way stronger than APBR. To be fair, APBR are, they're finding ways to team fight.
Speaking about patches, Chizo rocked the same fighter emblem blood. Do we see it sticking for the long term?
So, I feel like once the fighter emblem was introduced, it was so difficult for players now to veer away from the benefit that you get from the fighter emblem, the lifesteal, the way that you're staying into the team fights. One ultimate means that you have all of your HP back after getting poked, so there's a lot of ways for you to deal with a team fight. And I spoke to most gold laners out there. Surely they have suffered from the fact that Claude has the mana now, but if you are smart about how you handle your resources, they said, and I quote, it still feels like the old one.
Oh. So, I mean, if it still works, it still works.
Yeah.
Whatever the nerf may be all about in terms of the game, it does not stop them from using it. I was honestly expecting for it to go down, but it didn't. In fact, it leveled up even more because you can level up in gaming and in life. The Infinix Note 60 Pro is here. It's a Snapdragon-powered beast with a flagship feel that's shattering every benchmark in its price segment.
And it's more than just about the specs. This is the ultimate outdoor cinema device with its 6.78-inch, 144Hz AMOLED display. Plus, you get to have fun with the active matrix display. How's that for a mobile device?
Stronger performance, more premium feel, and more fun. This is the Note 60 Pro. You do note.
In case you guys don't know, you do note, you should watch more Filipino teleseries.
Get culture.
Yeah, you gotta get the culture in. But to dominate the Land of Dawn, you need a connection that never lets you down. From scouting rotations to tracking the pros, stay online and in the zone.
Power up with Smart Power All 99. Get 10 gigs of data for MLBB and your favorite app, plus unlimited Facebook, calls, and texts. Share every UG moment with Smart, the simply reliable partner of the MPL.
Again, much love to Smart. Been a long-time partner, long-time fan. You gotta love what they've been doing all throughout. They've been here over time, and the clock of that time has always been ticking. And the seats are filling up. Don't miss your chance to witness Team Liquid Philippines and Twisted Minds later here at the Victoria Sports Tower. Head on to ph-mpl.com and get your tickets now, just in case you haven't.
Yeah.
Because, again, it's fun here,
It's
in case you're not aware.
4 hours from now?
Yeah, so you do have a lot of time. You have time to actually buy a ticket. You have time to go here via commute or via car. You have time to wait at the elevator just like the rest of us. You have time to, you have a lot of time for that.
Get your steps in. I believe that Victoria Sports Tower rewards people who actually have 10,000 steps a day. That's true. By the way, that's very true.
Oh, that's true. I mean, you'd know that if you're here.
Yeah.
But now, let's toss it over to the interview, shall we? Go on, hosts.
MPL Arena! It's Saturday, kaya naman ibig sabihin niya, we're taking you to a battle trip. At Denise, alam mo, ang kasama natin ngayon ay community heroes and student leaders. Sino ba ang katabi mo dyan? Okay.
Hi, ako po si Jerome, CH ng Manila. Ayun.
Maiki lang, si Kuya Jerome.
From Manila. And how about you?
Hello, I am Marcos Sopi de la Rosa, the SL from Taguig or MSL po. You can call me Tongkalay.
Okay, from Manila and from Taguig.
Oo,
Okay.
mga taga rito lang din.
Si Kuya mukhang malayo pa. Malapit lang ba ang Taguig dito?
It's a bit far, but
bit far.
nothing a bit of patience can help.
Wow, still Metro Manila.
Yes. Ikaw naman, Kuya, you came from Manila.
Yes.
Kwento mo naman yung naging biyahe mo dito and the experience ng battle trip.
Mabilis na naman ang biyahe kasi may pick-up location kami sa battle trip. So isang train lang ako towards Cubao, tapos doon kami pinick up lahat. Ayun.
And so far, kamusta naman?
Ayun, masaya. Ang ganda nung yung setup nila, yung orientation. Yung nag-assist po sa amin, thank you so much po. And then yun, yung masaya po yung buong event. Thank you.
First time mo ba dito?
Dito, yes, opo. Pero sa battle trip, parang twice na po ako.
Okay, matagal na siyang kasama ng ating mga ka-battle trips. And how about you? First time mo ba sa MPL Arena?
Actually, yes. It's one of my first MPL arenas po dito sa MSL as well as MPL, no? I am usually online, no? Online tournaments lang ang mga hinaus ko, but fortunately, I was given the chance to come here to MPL.
Wow, I'm so happy for you. And how's the experience so far? What's your core memory this Saturday?
Definitely, helping the SLs and CH winners para makapunta po dito with my fellow SL po na si po.
Ayan. Malalayo ba kayo? Mga taga-malayo or taga-Metro Manila lang din?
Pero
malayo, may naririnig ako taga-malayo. Taga saan ka ba?
Cavite po.
Saan sa Cavite? Anong school?
Indang Cavite po, Cabso State University!
Okay, na-shoutout ko yung aking alma mater. Hello. Ayan, malayo kasi talaga. At nakakatuwa na dinadayo tayo dito ng ating mga MPL Superfans.
At bihira lang kasi yung mga ganitong experiences. Kuya Jerome, paano ba? Kung halimbawa ako gusto kong sumali, paano ba kami makakasali?
Ayun, may mga event po at may mga community po na pwede kayong salihan. So, una yung Community Hero, tapos MSL. May mga specific events po sila doon, mga tasks na pwede nyong gawin para manalo ng ticket and then makasali sa battle trip din po.
So it's actually a privilege na makapunta dito kasi napakarami talaga na interested to be here in the MPL arena and they're given the experience para makapunta dito sa mismong venue.
And you know, Odin, meron nga akong nakitang vlog sa TikTok mismo.
Wow.
They share the experience of a battle trip. They get to visit even yung mga sa director natin, behind the scenes. You guys get to do that today. Can you tell us about it, Pedro?
Yes po. May mga parang field trip po. Itinur po kami sa likod, how they see us, yung mga setup, yung paano ginagawa, how yung testing po ng And maganda po, educational po para sa amin.
Nakakatuwa na ang dami nilang pwede matutunan dito sa battle trips. At sabay-sabay tayong i-throw it back to the casters sa palag na to. 1, 2, 3, guys! Palag na to!
Again, much love to our hosts, Odin and Denise, together with our student leaders that are part of the battle trips. It's a mini field trip that they would do. So again, in case you run out of tickets, unfortunately, you see a big fat sold out in the MPL PH website. You can go over there, follow them, and join them. But going back into this game, we go back to the Flying Clouds. AP Brand picks up that.
Oh. I hope that AP Brand will get a great composition, I would say. KelVJ on the Alice, I think this is the only sustained hero that I would accept if I were KelVJ, right? Because it is a mixture of setup and sustain.
Yeah, it's as far as you can go on the Uranus spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
You know, that's what you told me.
That's right.
That Alice is a Uranus
with a stun.
It's a sexier Uranus.
Yeah, something that I still have to figure out how to use better. Anyway, for the drafting phase in game number 2, picking that up now.
Question, does AP Bren respect the Terizla? Did they ban it or steal it away? Because Big Game James ran away with it.
Good question.
I think you just ban it. I think it's better to ban it because first picking it means that what your opponent can do is just to focus on magic damage. For example, Harith. Which means that if the Terizla initiates, you're not gonna have a great time. Also, you can go Valentina against the Terizla, copy that ultimate, deal the damage onto the backlines, and then you have your magic damage as your source when you come back to your Valentina form. So yeah, that's also very scary. So to answer your question, in order for them to deny that, the only option is to ban.
That is, again, something that we don't usually see over the last few months, but it might be a consideration now just because of how well James has played it over in game number 1. Instead, it's going to be a Marcel that will be taken out by Smart Omega themselves. They don't want to create no problems with that being used by AP Brent. Same idea, actually, here is going to get picked up, which leaves a bunch of other heroes open. We saw an Eve banned in game number 1. We saw, I'm trying to remember other things. Maybe even the Freya has been taken out, which could be in consideration here.
I think Omega should just take it out. Keep it a fair fight. Make AP Brand work for their wins because you give Shizo a Freya, that's still... A farm Freya is more dangerous than a farm Claude. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Freya is more dangerous than a Claude overall, yes.
Yeah.
And a farm Freya is, way better than a farm Claude in many ways because if you just get 2 items on the Freya, it's already very unstoppable, I guess. It's already a big threat.
It's still the tips, but it's just 2 items.
Yeah, 2 items. That's right. Okay, so no Freya ban.
Whoa, whoa,
They
whoa,
left
whoa,
it
whoa.
open though.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I think because what they're gonna do is to pick Terizla and Harith together.
That's Omega's gambit.
I think so.
Oh, it's a huge question that Coach G has to answer. There you go.
Yeah, there was no doubt
Freya.
in my mind.
Let's see if you can chess out with these two.
Zushin.
Oh, okay.
Zushin Harith, I guess.
Or
for
Zushin
Omega.
Terizla.
James is speaking, so I think it's Terizla.
He's trying to plead his case. Coach, give me the Terizla right now or else I'm gonna pick it up.
And if there's anything we know about Smart Omega, they're a team that just listens. Because remember, the Fanny from that Game 3 with RORA, what were the words Ryzen said? Please, please, please.
You just had to say it, just like how Sabrina Carpenter would say it, you know? I mean, it became a platinum hit, so you just have to depend it on how Ryzen is gonna do it.
Oh no.
But with the Terizla now, though, I wonder if you'd want to pick it up this early. Instead, they're gonna go for the back shot.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so what it does is, of course, anti-sustain. APBR, I think that
Harley.
it's worth it to get the Harley and the Valentina together. I think they might just go for Valentina with the Harley or Valentina with probably a Lancelot, actually, because the Lancelot gives you access to where the Zushin will be. You have massive bursts. It's great versus the backsha. Traditionally, the jungler that you pick up when about against the backsha.
Or you can also Sora, it's safe now. You see the Zushin on the other side.
That's also true.
I don't think Omega would, risk James's momentum and put a Valentina in his hands there just to answer.
Yeah, you can make your side lanes more prolific or actually boost up your ways of engaging even more. This is going to be the same routine, but they're going to change it up even more. It is a Lilia that we don't usually see very often that's get picked up blue 3.
Wasn't this Omega? No, this was TNC's gambit against Liquid.
That's right.
They were like, we know your heroes, we're going to pick the counters, but I don't know if the interaction is there anymore. Omega closes off the first phase with an Arlot. You know what? I think this is a decent
show of all time.
substitution to the Terizla.
Because now you're facing big damage from both the Freya as well as the Lilia. Good mixture of physical and magic. And when you're staying in front of these two heroes, you're not gonna last even with the body of Smith. So at least with this Arlot, you have so much displacement. You cannot get that anymore from your jungler because you went in for the backsha. So this is more of an initiation and more of an anti-heal kind of tool. But we've already seen Omega be successful with this Arlot coming up from James, up against Aurora, in fact. So I do understand why they picked up the Terizla. Oh, sorry, the Arlot. But now they will not have their gold laner yet. I believe that Omega are eyeing for the Bruno pick here.
That was already 2 heroes taken out for Netski's usage. On the other hand, I feel like for APBR, they can fortify their mid trio even more because looking at it, the Khalid and the Lilia, that main strength, are going to be the rotations coming in from the early game. So the farm Freya could be a problem moving forward if that efficiency from the mid lane 3 would be very much present in game number 2.
Wow. By the way, the Omega vest, it just slaps.
Yep, the Barangay Tanod.
Man, imagine you can wear your style, whatever shirt that you have. But when you want to show your support for Omega, you just put on the vest.
Yep, you just put it on, and everybody who sees it knows.
Is it already available, or are you just
I don't
saying
know. I wish
limited release?
Man,
Smart Omega is giving it out exclusively to fans that they see here in the arena.
Yeah.
Yo, that's fire. I wish I would have at least one of that.
Yeah.
What we gotta do, Omega?
What we
gotta do?
Come on.
What should it take? Okay, so no Bruno ban.
Name your number. They're gonna be naming their price here.
This looks like such a Bruno lineup.
It is a Bruno lineup. There is no way.
And there's no way APBR will flex that Freya and give it to Kiel.
Yep.
That would be a little too risky. Plus,
Kiel plays it a lot in China, though.
Yeah, even before she was big. Even
you know what?
That's
That's true. But like, I'm kind of used to Kiel VJ making a bunch of plays now, and not the one dishing the damage.
Okay. Because you need carry as well against this Hylos. But it's banned also.
Exactly. I think Omega have just double jeopardied AP Bren. They catch 22 of them into, we're gonna Bruno, you can't do anything about it.
They gotta get Lance and maybe Yuzong. Let's Yuzong. So they go Leomord instead.
And Yuzong?
Freya and Leomord still is a strong hero. So that is...
It is gonna be kill!
Whoa.
The Granger does have a good matchup against the Bruno eventually, so they switch it up. They went in for the Obsidia instead. Because I feel like the Bruno... yeah, that was such a good pick in the gold lane for AP Bren. Freya up against the Arlot, I can see it. But overall, Freya up against Baksha and Hylos.
Yeah, that's gonna be...
With the Zushin.
Yeah, that's gonna be a...
Not a good sign.
Yeah, that's at least 3 punching bags that the wielder of the sword would have to go through just so he can get to the brains of them all that was dealing the damage. And we're looking at an Obsidia here. So again, it's Netsky, Ryzen, and of course Perks, who has been stellar with the use of Marcel from game number 1. And it will definitely depend on the positioning here.
I'm now visualizing what the team fight could be for AP Bren. I think that as long as you don't have both the Hylos and the Baksha in the front lines, you can really just snowball, get one kill after another, and steamroll over the composition of Omega. Because if you're looking at Omega, if that's Zushin in combination with Obsidia and the Arla, they're easy pickings for the overall comp of AP Bren. So as long as they are not 5, Omega can team fight against AP Bren.
Looking at it again, it seems to be a casual start for both of these two teams, as Ryzen not gonna pull off the same thing that James did a while ago, transitioning simply to his own jungle objectives, because he knows that the early portions of this game will be more than important because of the durability of the front lines.
And I like how he made this decision because he clears much faster now with the Marksman emblem. He's rocking much higher attack speed, and this is a thing of beauty when AP Bren actually gets what they want, when they snowball into a winning position. Marksman emblem just works so well with the likes of Leomord and Suyo.
Yeah.
I feel like the rotations are gonna be opening up now as we are entering 1 minute and 30 in just a few seconds. This is quite different from what we saw in the first game, where there's already action happening in front or in the middle, but so far, nothing is actually happening here.
I think that it's mainly because Omega will not engage yet, although they have, technically speaking, good early game heroes, but when they're up against Lilia and Akali, there's just so much damage, even in the early stages of the game. So you want to be really careful if you're Omega, but the team fight is inescapable come the first turtle.
Okay, Ryzen bullying KLVJ and Nova out of range. Omega are investing more in EXP.
Yeah.
I mean, you did put up a point there, Wolf. Aqua would be a factor here to actually peel down the tanky heroes coming in from Smart Omega so that Shizu would be able to enter, but now they're in the pit.
Massive presence from Omega. Valkyrie's descent, and the Barangay just dogpile onto the King. And there's a Crimson Beacon.
Oh, wait.
The damage dropped in. James back, finding him. KLVJ draws first blood. Retribution used, but they're still backing out. Ryzen gets wheeled away by Kel. Double kill for AP Bren. They're up by 1,000 and will secure the turtle.
Those two tanky heroes are far gone in the first 2 minutes of this game. It's just Shizu, or should I say KLVJ, slapping everybody.
Oh, for sure. And the fact that there is a lot of game IQ that was seen from KLVJ in that play. When he entered that L bush, he saw that, okay, I was seen by someone, and there should be someone from that other bush, from the other side. We call it typically the new bush, because it was the newest bush. But yeah.
It's the fence bush.
That also? It's fence bush?
Because it's like a fence.
Yeah, this is a fence. And KLVJ was able to just jump there. And I felt like they knew exactly where James was, and they're just waiting for his teammates. And when he jumped with the Valkyrie, and now they already supplemented enough damage. And in a 5v5 setting, as we've mentioned, AP Bren will always win in a team fights as long as they're able to isolate one hero from another, the side of Omega. And that's exactly what we saw in that first turtle. That's 1,000 or 2,000 gold deal already for AP Bren.
Yeah, I mean, they've been building up to this just because of one team fight that we saw. Was again created by a lot of times by AP Bren over that first Turtle Siege. Although for Ryzen, I mean, from that trio mid that I was talking about from the start, it hasn't really shown its promise because of how Aqua has been methodically placing himself away from those team fights and just engaging completely when it's already supposed to be done.
AP Bren, their items are on point. They're snowballing out of control. Second turtle, Omega have to work so hard to get it. Because even James Banks has his War Axe. Aqua has his Glowing Wand. It's ridiculous. Shizu has a Sky Piercer.
Yeah.
This is already a bunch of items that Smart Omega is still building up to, or now about to arrive towards the second turtle of this game. This is still a full-on 2,000 gold lead for AP Bren, as Smart Omega is just definitely holding out on their own, waiting for the next team fight to happen. But AP Bren is already out in front with Nova holding to the turtle.
I'm gonna have to focus on the damage dealers now, which is 4 members, in fact, of AP Bren, including Shizu. So if you're Omega, that's a difficult task.
Uh-oh. They do not get the block kill, VJ. He comes in with the Valkyrie's Descent, gets hit, and the jump on. There's a Glorious Pathway, and they'll take down Nova first. He spends his flicker. In comes the rest of James Banks, running through them with a Phantom Seed, gets a double, takes down Ryzen and Perks. 2 for 1, another win for the Hive.
My goodness, they do not care who's in front. They're just gonna take the life points away.
Yeah, that's easily.
I think they should have just put the Piercer on James.
Yeah.
James Banks, that is.
But we can see that AP Bren are utilizing their lineup in a very good manner. They are not overextending, and whenever there is the threat of James isolating one hero from them, they just make sure that they are still clumped up together. Even Shizu was taken care of by AP Bren. And we saw how Omega just melted in front of the Freya with this Leomord. And there's so much damage that can come out of 4 members of AP Bren.
Here comes the Glorious Pathway. Turn the kill on the Nova. Wrong target. Even with all of the ult spent, Omega walk away with nothing. In comes James Banks. Kill VJ. 2 ult spent. The answer. Lethal response. Crimson Beacon knocking up and choking 2. James Banks wailing away. AP Bren happy with a counter punch. They take tier 1 in mid.
100% happier than Omega, for sure, because they have not only taken it a very important place in the map, but they also are activating Shizu very early into this game. This Granger, the last pick coming out from AP Bren, although it forced the Freya to be in the hands of KLVJ, who played it in China for many days, for years. We can see that it now favors AP Bren. Now, 4,900 with the Sky Piercer and Hunter Strike. This Granger feels like it is the actual problem, the actual threat that Omega has to face now.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, starting to bloom. We haven't even seen the full-out damage output coming in from Shizu, except from those 2 times in that first or second turtle fight where we've actually managed to see it. And now, with him being unscathed, he's starting to show himself even more against the composition of Smart Omega. We were talking about just the front lines being the asset here for the Barangay. Unfortunately for them, the question now is, will they have enough items to withstand the total damage output that AP Bren's going to be having?
Ah, man, that's difficult because they only have the glowing wand now.
Whoa!
Oh, KLVJ just literally jumped, just stumbled away from there.
He used everything too. And this is a wise play from Omega, I'll tell you now. They give up the turtle and instead go for the tier 2 down bottom. But they will lose tier 2 up top.
Yeah. I mean, they have to take as much real estate as they could get, because for AP Bren, they're doing the same thing over and over the last 7 minutes. It's just them taking whatever is free, with Omega not even contesting it. Because again, neutral objectives are neutral for a reason. You can go for it, but without the items to back you up for it, you just can't dish out the damage that you need.
Hold up, am I saying this right? Netsky with a Sky Piercer.
Yep. You don't understand his quotes? And how dare we try to understand his gameplay?
It'll make sense, hopefully.
It will eventually make sense.
I heard your breath there, Wolf. Like, you're just trying to make sense of the situation. But hopefully, it takes them not 3 business days, but maybe 3 minutes heading into this game for us to understand what that build-up was about.
3 minutes is optimistic.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna need like at least 6 or 7.
Yeah,
of AP Bren taking it lying down. AP Bren has to let them farm.
Yeah, for context, I was trying to be optimistic. Yeah. I mean, for 6 minutes is the ideal. Not even ideal, but we're already 8 minutes in.
Yeah.
That Sky Piercer for Netski would have the show itself. It has to be a big blunder coming from AP Bren for them to maximize that item.
Yeah. These points in the game, you're wondering like, what's your late game and end game option if you're Omega up against a team that is really strong in the early to the mid game and some semblance of late game with the Granger as well as the Lilia outputting the damage. However, for Omega, they do have the Obsidia, which will then be a problem in the late game. But can they get there? They don't have something like a Farsa or an Eve that can clear out the waves fast. So they really have to just focus on defending and take heroes.
Glory's pathway too late as Brexiva and James get compromised. Brexiva goes down. James follows up as well. Crimson Beacon used by Mingwin only to stop AP Bren from pushing forward. 2 free kills for the Hive.
That was just supposed to be, you know, a slight push check, a slight vision check, but without Ryzen in the mix, there was no way for Smart Omega to actually contend in that team fight.
The Barangay was going for a handshake. AP Bren straight up gave a hug.
Yeah.
And now they're going to go for the Lord. The Barangay has to pray. There's very little they can do against this.
No. They'll just lose it altogether. Obsidia has okay clearing power, but the rest of Omega, they might not have that. So this is going to be a very tricky defense from Omega. I don't think that there will ever be a free defense for them. Like, especially from now on, if they do want to get into the late game, what will always happen is that they will lose 1 or 2 heroes on the defense.
Just to protect
their structures.
Yeah.
That might be a worthy trade for Omega if you're from Omega's, if you're, you know, on the Omega shoes right now, because
just so they don't lose.
That's why they don't lose, but it's gonna be tricky.
That's the thing, though. 2 lanes simultaneously attacking the only defenses. Smart Omega doing their best to actually not let that pop, but AP Bren going to dish out the full damage. It's still not going to be enough as the Hive will continuously attack, not bursting down the turret just yet.
Okay.
But it was more than enough for them to actually stay put and transition to the other lanes.
Okay, Ryzen was risking life and limb just so that the Holy Shield would pop to take down the wave and the Lord. So I think Omega have done this well. Again, for a lineup with empirically rubbish wave clear.
Oh no.
They're fine. Oh no, top lane though. This is dangerous. They're looking for an engage. Shizo wailing away. Ryzen rolling around. And in comes Jay.
Oh my
Final
God.
slash! KLBJ is down. The king has fallen. No trades just yet as Nova falls once as well. And they jump up James Banks. AP Bren. They fumble. The push up top 3 free kills for the Barangay.
Nets, the Piercer. Shout out Lethal Shooter. I understand it now.
I understand it now, Nets.
It took 4 minutes.
It took 4 minutes. See, I was close.
in Tagalog, si Nets lang ang na-gets. Only Nets gets it.
Only Nets gets it.
And James, big game James. Look at that. He was able to snag Shizu in combination with the Freya. Shizu eventually survives, but KLPJ does not.
No flicker.
He used it after.
That was a raw final slash.
Oh, wait.
Oh! They take down Ryzen.
They are Ryzen.
Jump scare for the Barangay. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
They get up. Omega, you still have to respect AP Bren. They still have 5,000 gold above you.
You won one team
You won
fight,
one
Omega.
team fight. Doesn't make you a god now. Gotta relax.
Yeah, you gotta respect the MC.
Slow your roll.
But for Smart Omega, you at least will get respect for the next few minutes of this game because Netski has finally got the scaling that he needs.
It's 2 stacks.
Yeah.
So
unfortunately,
only Nets gets it.
They're getting there, but they're far from.
They're far from it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And to be fair, they can wait for about till the 18 minutes. It's always the question of how can they get there. They don't have the wave clear that we are expecting them to have. And when we're talking about like their defense, we mentioned how they should be sacrificing their heroes. Ryzen would have sacrificed himself, but James was able to block AP Bren once again, blocked by Big Game James. But how long can he defend? I don't think that they have the outright power to contest this Lord. And if I were part of Omega, I would probably not engage here.
Yeah, but for some reason, they're still trying. You know, Prexiva and Nova are going to be seeing each other right at the river bushes. Netski's going to be appearing sometime soon, but James
the MVP of that game number 1, should be making a big play here as the flicker is already available and AP Bren is holding on to this Lord. This is going to be a full 5v5 battle, but none really given an inch to the other as the Hive is already in contact with the Lord Pit.
Okay, Mingwin looking to choke up Nova. James jumps on Aqua.
Oh, there it
Final
is.
slash forcing the black shoes. And in comes the rest of the barangay. They take down Aqua. And James gets one. Netsky backing up. Mingwin to protect his marksman. James very low. Run through by James Banks. And that's one more kill. A stack for the Skypiercer. Nova falls. 2 for none. What's going on?
All throughout the season, we've been asking who is the best gold laner here in the Philippines. Netsky wants to prove that he is part of it with this unconventional build. But then again, James, the bridge, or whoever holds the rope for Netsky to get out of that river.
We're forgetting. We're on flying clouds.
We're on flying clouds also.
All right, this is his world.
This is his domain.
Oh my goodness, big game James. Shoots for 3. Nothing but nets.
Nothing but nets.
That was just Omega now turning the tide slowly but surely, and surely you understand it now.
We can't make this up.
You can't make this up. I think James is really just pulling a rabbit out of his hat with that kind of play, especially because it's the 3rd pick Arlet, and no matter what happens, if you're good with the Arlet, you can really change the tide of the game. When we are talking about AP Bren, they have a lot of damage sources if they are able to fight as 5. And the idea for Omega is, let's isolate the game. They have been able to isolate one member of AP Bren, and that was enough for them to eventually take this Lord fight. Now, KLVJ went into the backlines as you should as the XP laner, eyeing for a kill onto Netsky. But Netsky is just too good. Prepared with the flicker, he gets out, they punish with the Skypiercer eventually.
Not to mention the assist by Mingwin. Mingwin covered his butt. And in comes the barangay with their Lord. Coming in, throwing everything at that tier 3 down bottom. It goes down. By God, I can't believe what I'm seeing. It's Omega who cracks the base first.
That is a JP Glorious pathway that we saw from Perks. Absolutely. I've seen that so many times. How Liquid was able to push a turret when they're up ahead. Perks.
He's still got the horse in him.
He's still got the horse in him.
You can never take him out of that team. It still made a lot of sense learning from his daddy, JP. Unfortunately, I think he was supposed to press on the flicker, but I guess it's go time now for AP Brent.
Okay, wait for another. Perxiva drops that glorious pathway, stopping AP Brent from pushing forward. Here comes the Valkyrie's stand from Kel. Perxiva with that revitalize. No dice. AP Brent happy with at least not losing any members.
Come on, man, you're getting us all excited.
Woo!
No casualties.
Unbelievable.
What a tease.
What a tease coming down from AP Brent. But then, I understand why they cannot fully commit. They already have committed the ultimate onto Nova, but they don't have the actual reach. I think that they're also banking on the fact that Netsky will not have the flicker anymore, but it has just freshly cooled down. So, in the upcoming team fight, you can see that AP Bren will not have enough tools to deal with Omega unless, again, they can come up as 5. Unless they stop James from making sure that they are getting isolated. Shizu has to have prime positioning in the next team fight.
Wait, is it just me or Shizu did not build Wind of Nature?
Yeah, so far he does not.
No, that's POD.
He doesn't have it, so
Glass Cannon.
Netsky even more became an inevitable death knell for AP Brent because Netsky has a flicker. So as long as he's safe from crowd control, he's fine. He also has the Wind of Nature. In comes the barangay. They find one. Aqua wailing away. Nova answered to the Raging Sandstorm of his own. Plus the Valkyrie's Ascent. Netsky throwing out those bones and bones. And they drop the Glorious Pathway, stopping James Banks. And there's the return to Bone. James Banks down Nova. Free pickoff. Grant the purple drive-through. Thank you very much.
He was targeting Nova. Oh, sorry, he was targeting James Banks. When Nova came in with low HP, it's as if Netsky was just collecting a Skypiercer stack. It was like, handed it to him.
It was like, you know what?
Yoink.
Yoink.
Thank you very much.
He actually yoinked Nova.
That is stonks.
Oh my God.
All right, here's another Glorious Pathway, plus the Crimson Beacon, and another return. Netsky gets shut down. James with the final slash, but there's no damage. Down goes James, and just like that, Omega have lost their win condition. They're backing off, they're collapsing as the barangay has only one member left. Perks goes down. It's just Mingwin and the cap. Looking at his fallen teammates' corpses. Might have to suffer the loss. They
Minions
might
will spawn.
not be able to defend. That's it. We're going to Game 3 as AP Bren takes us all the way.
Excitement is great, but too much excitement? That's Game 3 potential right there.
Oh, that is a well-deserved hug from the King onto Aqua because Aqua really salvaged the game for AP Bren. Identified that Netsky will be there, bursting him down with the full stack of the Glooms. And then, of course, Shizu was there for the follow-up. In fact, you can see that AP Bren were fully coordinated on how they were able to punish Netsky.
Oh, again, from the start, it felt like, you know, AP Bren was smoothly going to be taking this, and yet there were still blunders up until the middle portions of the game that gave Smart Omega a chance to eventually sweep the series. But they returned the favor. They made a mistake right back.
Look at this. One of the great plays coming out from James. Of course, Netsky dealing the damage. Nova too far away from his teammates. This will not be the story that you tell when it comes to this game. Of course, those are great moments for Smart Omega.
Oh, yeah.
And there will be more good moments, but AP Bren, off the back of Aqua and Shizu, and then eventually James Banks, they were able to secure this game back to their favor.
Dude, and honestly, I felt like nobody was prepared for that last team fight. Aqua just full-on engaged with no regard for Smart Omega's lives. He was just ready to dish out damage as soon as he saw a specific hero.
This is what Renmar would call Onk knowledge.
Oh, yeah.
He knew that he was the only one who could really take down Nets.
Yeah.
And Nets, I think Aqua has like a few seasons on him.
Yeah.
As a veteran.
100%. 100%.
Thought that, okay, I'm unstoppable. Oh wait, I forgot this is a magic damage dealing hero. And he had nothing on Aqua. I think this is the moment. No, it's not.
It's not.
But it was in this area.
Yeah. I wish that we can have a slow-mo because I think that it was at least 2 glooms, or what you call that? Yeah, 2 glooms, maybe.
Shadow energy.
2 shadow energies, 2 orbs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Netsky stepped on, and of course, the gloom just, you know, traveled and just bursted him down.
Not this one.
Not this one,
But
for
it's the
sure.
same spot.
Yep. We're gonna see it. There's just a lot of action in this spot for both Omega and AP Bren.
And if I recall, Netsky embraced the abyss.
Yes.
He embraced that because
exactly.
I'm taking you down with me, but
yeah, he still had the flicker when he died.
But he returned the bone onto Aqua. I
That's
think
right.
was the death knell.
That is actually that might have been the play. Yeah, Aqua was prepared with the orbs.
And I feel like that was one of the main reasons
You can see
why
it here.
Smart Omega was doing everything there's a step.
It's this one.
Boom.
Oh, they literally went into Aqua, and Aqua was able to pop the ultimate and the Purify. And that's the thing, if you're nearby your magic shoes, it seems like it's way faster to be back. It just feels like it though. It's the same.
He literally just topped up on health just to not die. But he kept his placement, so he was still able to fire back.
And I think that you're technically like you're invulnerable as it happens, and if you're in the same spot, it kind of feels like you're practically winter crowning yourself.
Yeah,
That's what I feel like.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. I mean, for him to just dish out the damage that he needs, he had to be a little bit more closer, and that all played in Aqua's plans, just popping off the glooms and eliminating the main threat while the front lines were still up there. And with that, they no longer have someone to protect.
I think it's the only threat. I think AP Bren also kind of walked into a perfect situation where Omega would lose the just recently gained lead. Because again, this is a 10-pole lineup. Look, take Netsky out.
Yeah.
Omega literally could do nothing.
Yep.
I agree. It's 4 protect 1. Well, to be fair, they were winning at a certain point, but it's very conditional. And also, we were talking about how important it is for Omega to isolate the members of AP Bren, that AP Bren could not, disperse from each other. They have to be in a certain position so that they can burst down Omega. And if they land all of their spells together, they can burst down anyone from Omega. And that's exactly what happened. Aqua was there ready. Jace Fax was in the middle of Omega, so there's a lot of lifesteal in there, as well as the, just landing some of your abilities as the Leomord with the ultimate is already enough for you to dish out the damage.
AoE basic attack.
AoE basic attack. So everybody from Omega is just ramming their way into a bomb that is APBR.
Yeah, and that was Aqua just giving us an explosion of a game to eventually take us to the first Game 3 of week number 5. And it came to this point yet again. Just a masterclass of positioning from both of the teams. They were doing their best. Well, unfortunately for Nets, he was just caught in the crossfire where he was the one just sniping them all out. And that is officially it for that game. So, just a bit, you guys can go ahead and get your snacks, whatever you want to do. In case you haven't eaten lunch, go ahead and get some. But if you are a Leslie main, to be specific, I think it is time to lock and use the exclusive dynamic portrait as the Radiant kits are officially live in the shop.
And now is the best time to gear up. From now until May 23rd, you can enjoy 20% off during the first month launch.
Now you heard that right. That's just 640 diamonds for dynamic portrait and only 200 for those Radiant kits. Log in right now and flex the angelic agent in style.
There you finally have it for that Leslie hero, of course. But the wait is finally over. MCGG Rising Stars Season 5 is officially back, and the stakes have never been higher.
We've got the top contenders from 8 divisions all vying for that #1 spot. Will the fan favorite division take the crown, that being Indonesia, or are we in for another legendary dark horse upset? The current world champion is from the ECA.
It all comes down to this. Catch the semifinals today and the grand final tomorrow on the official MLBB social media platforms. Tune in and witness history and witness Naisu.
Oh yeah, that is the national treasure, casting with the national athlete. For Indonesian, it's KB.
Bro, we're already champions because of him. In a different category. Always a champion because of him. Naisu, wherever you may be, whoever you may be, you're amazing.
Whoever you may be.
I heard that from somewhere.
He's the big ticket.
Where. Yeah, the big ticket. Okay, you know what? Enough of the talking. Let's just toss it over because they're talking to someone over there. Go ahead, hosts.
Break muna tayo sa mainit na laban dahil umabot tayo ng Game 3 and right here with us ay isang barangay ng isang player lang to, Denise.
Halos isang barangay dahil kumpleto halos ang pamilya ni Mingwin. Hello po sa inyo.
Hello, welcome po to MPL.
Katabi ko ang kanyang younger brother, si Sed. Sed, pakilala mo naman, sino ba ang kasama niyo today?
So nga pala si Cedric, Barangay Omega. Magiging naman dyan, Omega! Ako nga pala si Cedric, younger brother ni Mingwin, and then si father namin, si mother, and si sister namin, and si girlfriend po ng kapatid ko.
Wow, kompleto talaga,
Yes,
no?
po.
So may buff talaga. And first time nyo ba manood as a family sa MPL Arena?
Well, actually, lagi naman, pero way back pa, MDL pa lang nanonood na talaga kami.
Diba?
Way
Tagal
back pa talaga.
Oo, at iba talaga yung feeling kapag
Iba.
live audience. Pero alam mo, Sed, gusto kong tanungin, si Mami, hello po! Hello po. Kinakabahan po ba kayo pag nandito? Sobra po. Kasi bilang nanay, no, iba talaga yung feeling. Ay, totoo po yun. Ano po yung nararamdaman nyo habang nangyayari yung laro? Ay, kinakabahan po akong sobra. Napapadasal kayo habang naglalaro.
Napapadasal si Mami. Pero sobrang laki kasi nung dala niya kaninang mukha nila Mingwin eh. So I think, ayan o. Diba? Very, very supportive. So hindi halata yung kaba ni Mami. But I wanna ask Sed, kamusta ba yung journey, no? Yung support system ni Mingwin mula MDL and then to the pro scene mo?
Well, actually, nung una medyo naging difficult talaga eh. Parang kasi esports, so parang hindi siya sure kung mag-e-excel ka. Pero pinatunayan talaga ng kapatid ko yun. Like, pinakita niya na dito siya para sa liga na to.
Hindi nagsisinungaling ang talent.
Oo, alam mo, nararamdaman ko kay Sed kung gaano siya ka-proud kay Mingwin. At ano yung naging reaction nyo nung nakuha siya sa pro scene? At lalong-lalo na team captain agad ngayon dito sa MPL.
Well, actually, MDL pa lang ine-expect na talaga namin. Kumbaga, hindi na tinatanong dito yung pag-aalinlangan eh. Parang nandun na rin sa amin na dapat makapasok siya ng MPL talaga. So, talaga alam namin na gigil siyang pumasok ng MPL at mangyayari yun.
At makikita natin ang gigil na yan hanggang Game 3 din. Maraming salamat sa pamilya ni Mingwin at sa buong kabarangay. But for the meantime, balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Again, much love to Mingwin's family, brother, the parents, and of course, his girlfriend just out here supporting this team, whether it's a win or a loss. I mean, you gotta love to see the family here come together.
It makes sense why Cap is, again, as Wolf mentioned in Game 1, approaching a milestone performance. He has his buffs.
Yeah, even in their loss, actually, I think Mingwin played phenomenally.
Zushin, yeah.
There's just still some limits to what Zushin can actually do in team fights like these, especially when you're facing up against a burst type composition.
She cannot protect Netsky all the time.
Exactly. And I was able to watch the replay, and they did just do what we described that they did. Like, imagine a battering ram, and you're going to a gate, and that wall or gate happens to be a bomb, and you just detonate it because you were, hammering it.
Yeah, like literally all of the other pieces of your arsenal, like your ammo, like ammunition, was all part of that tank, and it all went away just because of that bomb.
It's like a trap. And it was Aqua. I mean, if you're looking at the Lilia and you see that it's a 4v5 scenario, if you were Omega, you would have done the same. You would have dove deep into where the Lilia is.
For sure.
Yeah, for the extra pickoff.
Yeah, but and that's what they did 2 team fights before. That's the reason why they were able to get an inhibitor down bot.
And it worked. They got away with it until they didn't.
Until Aqua was just dodging everything, activating the ultimate, just way smarter than the members of Smart Omega.
So that was the deadliest coin flip they ever played.
Yep.
I guess,
They got punished for it.
That was Aqua reaching flow state over the last 3 minutes of that game number 2 to bring us to this game number 3. And there are the bans available to you once again. And Coach G and AP Bren taking out the Freya. They don't want KLVJ or another gold laner from Omega to be using that anymore.
What the heck? Why would you ban a Uranus here in blue 3?
Maybe because you want to get the Phobius on James. That is my only answer to that.
Yeah.
So I believe that there should be like Marcel or Zushin as the ban.
Or also, these are like throwaway bans to open more dangerous trades.
Yeah. I feel like that should be the case as well, because you have a bunch of other heroes open. It's just that it will be a little too pricey to give 2 heroes to AP Red, given that they're on the red side.
Baxia and Zushin, both open. Jushin is the first pick. AP Bren, will they go for Baxia this time again?
They just decided to divide it, knowing that was already the same. At least they were able to get one, but...
Could be a Claude for AP Bren again. Claude Baxia?
For the love of all that is holy, I hope Omega does not go tentpole. I hope they don't put it all on Netsky.
Okay.
Just like what happened in Game 2.
Yeah, it's just too dangerous.
So if this is the Baxia, you go Lancelot and Harith again?
Yeah, not that I don't trust Netsky. I do. But...
You're putting too much pressure on the guy.
Exactly! It's too all in.
Yeah, and Ryzen has proven that he can be a carry. He can play the carry type assassin junglers.
Speaking of carry, still at large.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah.
Okay, so is this Claude? Yeah. Oh, the Phobius. Like they stole it because they know Uranus has been banned. So let's just pick up the Phobius.
Okay. So that's again an answer that was pretty much accurate, but the show is going to be the pickup. The sudden change here.
Why is the show so early?
That I cannot answer. Maybe because they. I mean, there's no Kalea. Oh, there is Kalea.
Right?
Wow.
What is going on?
What is going on in the
what is
So yeah, you go high loss to answer the show for sure.
It's like showing up to your first date in your tux.
Yeah, that's too much pressure already.
Some people might have done that, but okay. And they weren't successful.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Most likely,
Most likely.
Yeah, pro tip, don't wear a tux.
Just because you can wear a tux doesn't mean you should wear a
Yes. That's a weird use of free will.
All right. Hey, speaking of free will, it's been used again. The Lilia getting picked up at third red. So it is two heroes that we don't really see at this point of the picking phase that are here. It's the Cho and the Lilia for some reason.
Omega, going into the banning phase, will now step on James Pank's proverbial neck.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to take away all of the good jungle picks.
Yeah. I think when it comes to like your jungler picks that will be good up against the Harley, you still ban back. Oh, okay, you know. You ban Baxia if you're Omega.
Yep, you ban Baxia, you ban Leomord.
Yeah. I think you still ban. I think you still have to respect the Lancelot because I'm 100% sure James Banks wants to get that, but of course the Baxia is gonna be the ban.
Oh, is it Baxia Lance or Baxia?
Leomord?
Right?
Maybe.
Pick your poison.
Yeah, either way, one is still going to be open here, but for...
When they're together, the vests are even more elevated.
Yeah,
Right.
dude, it's like they're a task force. Like who's making noise here?
This guy.
Who has a noise complaint?
They would be reported for
They would
noise
be.
complaints.
Yeah, they would be reported.
But you can't.
It's the complete opposite. Like when you're wearing the vest,
Yeah.
you get reported for a noise complaint. And
AP Brain, you should ban the Harith. You should ban Harith. Oh no, they won't because they already picked up the Harley.
Yeah.
So I think you ban Bruno, right? Or Claude, actually.
Bruno, Claude, Obsidia, there's still so many good options for Omega.
So
the
they
patch,
just
the patch kind of opened up the gold lane.
That's right. This is confusing to me because I feel like Omega can still just pick up the Terizla, and they banned the Lapu-Lapu, which I don't think that they are even, because now you're even more incentivized to pick up the Terizla here if you're Omega.
Yeah, because everybody's going to be
They might just go for Arlen though.
close to each other.
There you go, the Bruno.
Finally, after two games.
No, I think that should have been the ban for AP Bren, honestly. This is
Instead of the laps.
The Lapu-Lapu is a nothing ban because James is not even considering that. It's just Terizla or Arlet, I feel like.
And both are open.
Yeah.
And yes, the Arlet is the natural prey to the Phobius, but we've proven that sometimes it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Heavily depends on who's using it, and now it is part of the consideration to finish the lineup.
Come on, James. I know it's the Rizzler.
Big game, James.
Body of Smith up against the Claude with the knock-up. Oh, that's just, it's just too much. They go
How
no.
about none of the above?
I really don't like the Yuzong, but I feel like
What's he looking to dive?
it's a great laner against this.
Yeah.
Against this Phobius. It's a very good answer against the Lilia in many ways.
Can hunt down the Claude.
But you have to play perfectly.
So they're investing in the short term.
Yep.
And then if push comes to shove, he can be like a problem solver.
But that also pushes AP Bread to not go for assassins. At least, so that when you pick up the Hayabusa or the Lancelot in this case, you still have an answer to that. I think AP Bread will just go
Fred?
for
a Fred?
A Fred, maybe? Yep. Sure. Still go for Lancelot.
Okay.
We did say that it will be good, except against the Yuzhong. Alright, so I like that. I kind of like that idea.
You can Thorn Rose between the Deadly Magics proc, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You can. I think it's better to go for Phantom Execution because I think you're in. I don't know actually what animation is longer.
That's 2 iframes still.
You can use both.
You can weave it in. Yeah.
As long as it's available.
Yeah. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. So
Okay.
Just a lot of very
I'm really unsure about the usual, but I can see it in if I played in my head with perfect positioning, perfect usage of the ultimate, yeah, it can work. But
we'll give you a few seconds to actually play it in your head. Okay.
I'm playing in my head. Yeah, it's still the same answer. You gotta play perfectly if you're James.
Omega demands a lot of vision. They're very abstract sometimes.
Very abstract sometimes.
Yeah. You have nets.
Yep, of course. How can I doubt Omega?
You can or cannot. Nevertheless, they're still going to keep on playing. Heading into game number 3 now. Quite uncanny picks here from both of the teams, but nevertheless, it's still a continuation. There might be a plan that we are not understanding at first, just like how we would usually think of things, but hey, it will unfold later on in this game.
To be fair, the Yuzong is really good into the Phobius when it comes to laning stage, like on a 1v1 setting.
Yep, he's bullying Kiel there.
What is Shizu's emblem? We gotta see this.
Oh, it's fighter, still fighter.
Still fighter. That's why he's winning the duel, actually.
Netsky as well is on a fighter.
Okay, that I understand perfectly well. But come level 2, I think Netsky will have a much better time up against Shizu.
And looking at it again, those are 3 flickers, now 2. As Aqua's managed to pop it off, not even the having the ultimate just yet, so he will be banking on that entering the turtle fight.
A lot of footsies happening in mid, but there is a turtle coming up in about 30 seconds.
Ryzen forced to use the retribution, actually.
It'll be back in time.
We'll be back in time for sure, but it means that this Lancelot James Banks can transfer into the Lizard.
And invade.
Yeah, I feel like that is something that he's going to be doing later on in this game, as he will try to enter his route towards the turtle. But there are 3 people, 3 players, make it 4 already if Zushin's going to be joining that party. But for some reason, APBRen's not going to go for it. Omega's not going to go for it, as APBRen was too close to their own turret for that siege.
Yeah, the Barangay are investing more in an early positioning for the turtle. Netsky dueling against Shizu. In comes James Banks. Netsky smells it. Damage reduction underneath tier 1 up top. Might be enough. He survives.
Using that Purify as well. Will be A-okay for Smart Omega. No casualty, but all is a party as they take that first turtle.
James Banks not landing the Phantom Execution at first, not reaching where Netsky is, mattered so much. Because that is the actual gambit of APBRen. They went for a gold side gambit in exchange for the turtle. They did not get the kill, and they did not get the turtle.
With that being said, again, we're going to go back to less or little to no movement at all in terms of team fights for both of these teams. I was kind of expecting that for Ryzen, this is the time for him to actually be insanely proactive, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
Okay, if there's anything we learned about Omega in the past week, is they are a macro-centric team that is disguised as a team fight heavy team. I can't say the same for APBRen. APBRen likes to fight. APBRen is taking cues from their old RSG roots of Coach G and Aqua here in the Death Ball. They need to win fights to win. But Omega, this is deception. It looks like they want to fight, but nope, we just want the map.
You know, I kind of understand that, because it seems weird when APBRen actually makes trades towards the long lanes. You know, they usually fight for those turtles, get as much lives as they can, and if they don't, well, that is where they get punished.
And then when they don't get what they want, they seem lost.
Round 2, up top. There you go. They want to go for the kill on the Bruno once again, but I think Netsky survives.
Oh, in comes Ryzen, dropping that deadly magic. Skill VJ.
Wait! Oh, what a kick!
And Ryzen gets picked! Nova draws first blood. What a bait by APBRen.
That was Nova coming out of nowhere, picking up the Harley and getting the first blood.
The second picked Joe that raised a lot of question marks. Now answered, it was Nova with his mastery on this Joe. That is the reason why they picked it up and they prioritized that pick.
Oh, Nova answering with an exclamation point to begin the killing score for the Bees. And now he's back at it again with another Turtle Pit closeout. But so is Smart Omega, as they are cutting it down through the help of Netsky with that river takedown.
Perxiva holding it down. Kill VJ Nova. Perks knows who he's playing up against. Ryzen! Deadly Magic's forcing a black shoes from Aqua. And in come 3 members of APBRen. They clump up onto Omega. That is the glorious pathway trap. Kill VJ and Nova very low. Turtle goes to APBRen. Netsky finds Nova. Another knockout. Kill VJ falls. Perxiva gets him.
Wow.
Winning trade for Omega 2 for 1.
Yeah. Especially because APBRen dove to take out Ryzen. KLVJ and Nova looked for that opening onto the Harley, but Ryzen was able to dodge both of them now. Mingwin activated Crimson Beacon.
Shizu gets knocked up, forced to use that Purify. Blazing Duet cancelled.
That Purify is at least gonna keep Shizu alive, but for James Banks, There's going to be some slight concern in terms of the damage output as well. A turret has been taken down bot, and Omega now has a bit of a lead, but I can't really say it's a lead because it's still neck and neck in terms of gold.
Very neck and neck. And did you see that at this point, 5 minutes in, each hit coming out from the Bruno is already 533.
And he doesn't even have shoes.
Yeah.
He's playing barefoot football.
That's right, with the Haas claws.
Oh, shout out to our Latin America friends. That they know ball. That's elite ball knowledge right there.
Oh, yeah. That's Radiant Armor, though, which is going to be really good against Omega. That's exactly what they needed. I feel like for APBR, they're banking on the fact that on the third turtle, they will have 2 Radiant Armors, which will be good up against Omega.
Now they are looking for something up top. APBR is not going to have it whatsoever because they will be waiting for another turtle to spawn into this game. They do know that APBR likes to go for those team fights. They were able, or James Banks was able to get a major objective from that team fight, although 2 of them got lost in the process. So let's see what change-up the Bees have in store for us here.
I'm still of the belief that APBR have the death ball in him. And you can't play ball without the deaths. So they have to find kills and then convert.
Yeah.
It's Smart Omega who's a little more, crafty when it comes to objective takes. For example, man-to-man defense against Nova. Netsky throwing balls already. Ryzen holding that long brush up top. I think they're just waiting. Mingwin needs to clear mid first before the fight begins.
And all battle spells are actually available for both of the players' teams. But looking at it, they're going to start it off.
Glorious pathway from Perxiva. Aqua asserting himself as well. In comes the dragon! Knock up on the kill, VJ! Jay takes him down! James Banks with the turtle take. And now Nova next up on the docket. They collapse and the blazing the web from Shizo. Down goes Perks. Straight it out for with Nova. Aqua finds James. 2 for 2 the trade.
Aqua. Oh my goodness, this player is on fire after game number 1 is woken up, making sure that this Lilia pick coming up from APBR to counter this Jushin is actually working up against Omega. They eliminated 2. They are able to secure the turtle. So I think this is a net positive for APBR. For Omega though, it's great that they are able to dodge Nova, as Netsky is just hyper aware of where Nova is as well as Mingwin. But they have to be, I think, more cautious when playing up against this Blazing Duet, because I think that Shizu is just maximizing this Claude way too much up against Omega.
Yeah, and that was just great trigger discipline coming in from Aqua, because as soon as he pressed on the black shoes, it became so much more confusing for Smart Omega as to who they would deal the damage through. It seems like there were 2 fights all of a sudden, and that created a lot of space for APBR to just go ahead, pick up a target, take him down, and eventually win that team fight. And in addition, another major objective. James Banks has been in point with his red trees as well.
Oh, Perxiva spots 2 in this brush, forcing them out. This might be a fight break, waiting to break out. Netsky takes a few hits. Out of Shizo, pushing him back, Black Dragon 4, plus the Glorious pathway. Defensive blazing the wet attack by Aqua, just like that. I was just about to say, somebody's got to put that to sleep. And in comes Kill. Kill in Pearl Pursuit, still alive from the shield. Double kill for Ryzen, and they take another in Nova. 3 for free as Mingwin builds his Sky Piercer.
So, I don't know which is which. Was it the Petrify from James, or was it just the raw stun coming out from the Hylos that actually stopped KLVJ when he did jump? And whoever that came from, I think they were so prepared. From that jump coming out from KLVJ, they were able to punish that push up top. When they waited for the Glorious Pathway and the Yuzhong ultimate, I thought it will not be in their favor, but Omega already knows how to utilize this composition. I think that they've practiced this so much to the point where they can dive even when they're not ahead. Typically, you dive when you're so ahead, but it was pretty even by then, and they have found the opening and have taken this Lord with it as well.
And that seemed like it was actually telegraphed by Omega quite well in terms of the approach that APBR wanted to go for. That was a slight window for KLVJ to actually dish out the skills, but unfortunately it did not happen. Omega was very well calculated as to what they would want to do, and now there's a Lord marching up top, and Omega is about to engage even more.
APBR have to respect Omega's superior box. APBR play better in small, specific situations.
I agree.
But when Omega finds the perfect placement, all those balls be flying, fam. those balls be flying. Oh, Glorious Pathway. They're compromising Kill VJ once again. Deadly Magic. Plus them balls in his face. Nova looking for a kick. No one home. James backs him in. Weaving in and out. Weaving in and out. He's getting chased by a big black dragon. As big game James pushes them in. No dice, no dats either. But Omega popped the holy shield.
At 41 years old, James. No, he's not 41, but he's
not 41.
doing a lot of these things, dude. James Banks still pulling on those side steps.
Oh yeah.
I've mistaken him for another 41-year-old, but that is the kind of play that you need to extend this game.
A 41-year-old that can clutch, also named James. Yeah, I'd be confused too. But we did say that this huge jump pick is such a big gamble for Omega, but it seems like there is no gamble with James. He's just playing so well this game.
Again. Pretty sure he's not allowed to gamble.
Yeah.
This is all.
Not at all.
This is all certain.
This is all certain.
Calculated.
Calculated for James.
What is certain?
There is no risk. This is calculated. This is secured as James is just so clutch with his huge jump.
Just, again, another certainty is that both inhibitors of both teams are still intact. The top lane of APBR may be cut down to half, but for Omega, it's still clean as nails. Why is it clean as nails? Maybe it doesn't have rust. But anyway, Omega is still holding on to a 2.3k gold lead. They're going to be waiting for another Lord spawn. But for APBR, they have to find something here. They just can't rely on those team fights. Although that's a bit out of character, but it's something that they might need to do.
They have to turn on a dime and surprise Smart Omega. Nova has to find the kick of a century, a kick of a lifetime, and it starts there.
Shizu, looking at it again. It seems like he's aware that there's a bunch of barangay residents looking at it
There's
again.
bystanders.
Wait, is this 12 minute 30 and he still does not have the Trinity as the Claude?
Yeah, he's down at almost 2,000. A majority of this lead on Omega is in the gold lane.
That is very important because, again, the Lord has already spawned. Omega has waited long enough. They're going to be dealing some damage to this major objective.
1,000 per hit. Onto the Lord.
Ow.
Ouch.
Oh! Oh my
Ouch!
God!
What just happened?
Sneaky Dean just took down Shizu!
Oh, the mean Dean!
You sneaky, sneaky man. Now Omega can just go ahead and take this one, and Aqua's feeling it too.
Ryzen!
APBR's gonna be going back away.
That's a non-starter. APBR cannot do this, not without Shizu. Lord at about half health. Here comes James. Black Dragon form. Glorious Pathway dropped in. Forcing APBR to retreat. Holding their ground. Phantom execution through the wall. James Banks and the rest of them scatter as Omega score another Lord.
Oh, the sneaky Dean. Ryzen finding an opening for Omega. There's not much to explain from that. But Shizu already struggling to find his Trinity. Being taken out by Ryzen out of nowhere.
I think Ryzen just camped the bush.
Yeah, it was just waiting for Shizu to come out of it.
We didn't see it, Shizu didn't see it, and he paid the price.
Dude, he still doesn't have his Trinity as of this moment. And that is with Shizu not even dying in the first 13 minutes of this game. That is how hard this matchup is for him, and it makes it even harder for APBR to defend even more.
Glorious Pathway for Xiva. Shades of JP, that's what that is. Dropping that carpet underneath a turret. And oh my God, Shizu takes a face full of deadly magic. Here comes the Black Dragon form once again. He's on the Petrify. Clinical by Smart Omega. Happy with that inhibitor takedown.
Just to divide it, they got more than what they wanted. Now without a dragon, APBR's going to be approaching this.
Oh, Burks.
Stun on the James Banks. The kick onto the big horse. Drop that revitalize. No answers from APBR. And they might take down KLVJ. The king jumps in. Gets a ball to his face. Next case scores.
So many things that they have to
He's trying to take that win, but it's not going to happen. The flicker Crimson Beacon keeps Cap alive.
APBR are so desperate for a kill. They went in for the kick onto a Hylas, committing that flicker from Nova as well. They got taken out. Even KLVJ joining the fray, punished. When you see the Blazing Duet and James Banks went in for Mingwin, they got dodged. by Mingwin, the captain of Omega, the captain of the ship. And Omega are just feeding onto the desperation of AP Bren right now.
I don't think horse meat tastes very good. Never had it.
Never had it.
Oh,
Well,
I've experienced it. It's quite unusual,
It's
but
gangly.
Yeah. I understand.
Gangly.
I understand what you're saying.
I don't understand that at all.
It's hard to chew.
Yeah, it's true.
So you did try it.
I just read.
I did.
He agrees. So AP Bren should not have done that.
Dan, Leo, you're onto something. We don't eat our kind.
I'm just saying. AP Bren should have done that.
I'm human
Yeah,
though.
I agree.
But hey,
I agree. I
yeah,
agree.
it would have
I
been.
agree.
There would have been better.
I agree.
It's
I
just
agree.
that was too. The AP Bren just got a little too excited there.
Oh,
They
there it
noticed
is.
that they still have something. But
James
they're-
has his winter truncheon now.
Oh my gosh, Aqua's immediately being cut off to half of his health, and
Yeah.
Smart Omega, they can just play along to this so long as AP Bren wants to keep this or extend this, because they do have all of the kits, and for Shizu, he just started building this up now.
Yeah.
The Trinity.
By the way, when Shizu went in for the Trinity, it was a different kind of Trinity where it was Wind of Nature instead of the typical Golden Staff, Demon Hunter Sword, and Corrosion Sight.
Yeah.
So it's a more defensive one. But now he probably has his fourth item.
He just had to defend.
Yep.
Because the Lord is already at 60%.
I think Smart Omega wants to delay this. They're compromising mid lane first so that there's at least a wave to their side in case things go sideways. And they're delaying the dance. What are they waiting for?
Well, it's just a little bit fortunate for AP Bren because the long lane, or the lane where the inhibitor actually gets taken down already, is just beside them. So it makes it a little bit more easier for them to clear up on their minion waves. But not gonna be easy to go up against the damage that Smart Omega has, especially with Perxiva already activating or actually having that revitalize.
This is what they're
together
waiting
with
for.
him. But the wait.
The
might
bottom
just
lane
be-
push.
Yeah.
That is definitely what they're waiting for here.
Again, Smart Omega, they're deceptively macro-centric.
Yep.
Deadly Magics on a Nova. Pushing him back.
Yeah, and he wanted to force out the flicker.
Oh.
Unfortunately for Nova, he has the immortality. Ryzen is gonna do that
Ryzen
time
is
and time
feeling it.
again, and half health goes the Lord.
Okay, here we go. Glory's Pathway. Mingwin just stopping them. Black Dragon form from James. Perxiva holding the ground as the Lord approaches, a tenth of its health. Can they get it in?
Oh!
Ryzen takes it. Phantom Execution from James Banks, and now the damage.
Oh!
Shizu gets taken down by Ryzen. The choke down. Perxiva falls. KLBJ gets taken out as well. Double
James.
for Ryzen. And now Nova getting chased down by James. James Banks, though. Damage control as in comes Ryzen looking for more. That's a 2-for-1 in kills, but the Lord still goes to the barangay.
What a play! Zoned out by James. Omega, you can see when Shizu went in for the Blazing Duet, he was duly punished by the members of Omega. Damage coming out from Ryzen in combination with Netsky, who was actually able to pop the Purify.
The barangay is inside the base. The inhibitor in mid falls. Nova's immortality pop. Aqua gets a lot of damage on him. Black Shoes keeps him alive, but just for a little longer. James Banks falls. SK finds him. James alive at the base cracks. Smart Omega take the series.
Momentum is on the side of the barangay. There's a fiesta in green and white. Smart Omega takes the victory against AP Bren.
Last picked Yuzong versus the first picked Cho. The confidence on both ends, but Omega had the better agency of their heroes. The way that they played is the way that you see Ryzen very confidently get into the backlines, go for those pickoffs, killing Shizu sneakily. The most opportune moment for them to take out the members of AP Bren. Smart Omega are onto something, and when they are able to play the map, they are able to win the game.
And this was a very tough game for Shizu. Just can't picture the third item within the first 10 minutes, or maybe even 12. That is how much pressure he has felt all throughout. The Smart Omega members just leaning in close to him, and even with AP Bren giving him a bit of space, that space was instantly denied by Smart Omega whenever they had a chance.
And it's not even just about space, raw space. It's what you do with it. And AP Bren, they couldn't use that space. I think that's the key here. Omega kept them on their toes, kept them honest, and that's what kept that lead so huge in the gold lane.
And look at these gentlemen proud with their vests. Unfortunately, Nova, the first pick Cho, we saw it successful in the first flicker play, but in the end, it wasn't enough.
Fortunately, we hope to see more wearing vests, but here is the winner's interview. This is the barangay making noise. Just an incredible performance. Reaching this point, bridging it together. Netsky, why are you laughing? Give us a moment to explain what is going on here, because you said a statement that when there's a river, there's something. Netsky's basically saying that he was, again, there was a river, had a bridge, and then he was immediately saying that he can bridge the gap, go up, and cross that bridge together. He was dizzy while saying that statement. Using that bridge, you were able to get it, but what was the bridge to get this win? Netsky was saying that their win against Aurora was creating a bit more momentum for them because it gave them happy thoughts, it gave them the boost that they need. What were the things that they had to improve from the start to get this win? There seems to be some defeats that they've always experienced with AP Bren. And there always seems to be someone that lacks the mindset and the mechanics for them to create this win. Just like what happened in Game 2, I cost the laps for my team. But in Game number 3, I was able to create the space and get the victory in. Netsky, you're always smiling. And even if you're losing, you're still smiling. Your Arlot has been pretty strong from start of game number 1.
Game 2. And doon, James, ano yung naging call nyo?
James, what was the call like during that clash? Because you almost got one up by AP Bren in that top lane. That game 2, it has to be a reminder from the start. I can't really remember. James, top lane, you were able to defend it still. Maybe I kept telling myself and the others that they have to take care of themselves and I'll take care of it, do the rest. James being the Guardian Angel, now he's going to be asking Ryzen. Before the match, there was some sort of post that they had. But now, the second half of the regular season, how important was it that they were able to get this win? Honestly, it was very important because during the first 3 matches that they had, they felt like they were still struggling. So when they were able to at least get a win from one of those 3 matches, it will make it easier for them to bounce back. Do you feel like this is already the smart Omega that everybody should be expecting? Ryzen feels like it's already strong, but it's still scaling. There's still something more to expect coming out from Smart Omega. Now who's going to be the match MVP after this 3-game series? And the answer is none other than... Why are you pointing at James? Ryzen feels like James was just playing really cool and outstanding all throughout the entire series. Any message to all of your barangay supporters? There they are. Ryzen appreciates the fans because He finds so much joy whenever there are cheers coming out from the barangay, whether it's a win or a loss. Mingwin's family is actually here, also supporting them, and was even nervous while things were going on. So what does this mean for him, given that his family is here to support him? Mingwin thinks that is really happy, seeing the support, especially with some of his family members coming from long drives, travel from faraway provinces just to be here to showcase their support for him. And he was happy that he was able to transition to a win with seeing while they were actually seeing.
The regular season strong, Denise.
Grabe ang buff nila. Hindi lang buong kabarangay, pati yung family ni Mingwin. But for the meantime, no, napakahaba ng ating match-up. Alamin natin, ano kaya ang thoughts ng ating casters?
Honestly, I have a lot of thoughts with what has happened over that first series. But hey, that was Nets telling the story. I hope I gave justice to what Nets was talking about, but hey, I kind of understand it now, boys.
What counts is you tried.
Yeah, I did.
As chaotic as the games were, that interview
was as chaotic as the team fights that was neutralized by James 2-1 and 9.
What was the translation that you used for what for Ryzen's word?
Outstanding.
About James? Outstanding.
Yeah, but the literal translation would be he was shameless, which is
Shameless.
a Filipino form.
Unapologetic.
Yeah, that's a previous speech. I think the actual translation was James was just damn.
Yeah.
Was cracked.
Yeah,
James was cracked.
There you go.
And I gotta say that he is actually. The whole series, there were so many doubts about his pick when he picked up the Arlet. There were question marks already when they went in for this usual. Maybe I have only a lot of bias with the Teresa. That's why I didn't doubt it at any second at all. Maybe it's just my personal bias, but James just proved me wrong because of how well he played it. Granted, we did say that he has to play perfectly in this game, and he did play perfectly. So you can see here, they were able to get the kill, and then watch out for Perks. I think it was Perks who actually saw it was not just Perks, it was actually Mingwin who was able to control Kill. So when Kill actually went in for the jump, he already had enough stacks to lift up that Phobius, and they went in for the punish. This is the desperation play coming out from APBR. You can see them getting outplayed time and time again. And even when Nova went in for the jump onto the backlines, Netsky was prepared. And look at that, Shizu just melted in front of Ryzen. And the Wind of Nature and the Purify cannot do anything against his Harley. It's mainly why Harley is still a very strong hero in the meta game that we have.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like this is one of the main reasons why you pick up the Bruno in this current composition. He was able to stay stable in his respective lane, even though we didn't see much of Netsky in this game. He was unscathed, and as soon as he was able to join those team fights with Shizu not being able to build up his usual trinity that we are seeing whenever a Claude is in the game, he just continued to dish out the damage, and there were no answers for APBR in that department.
It's this interaction between the lanes that I was looking for in game number 2. They went tempo, they put it all in on Netsky, and that's why we had to go the distance. But I'm glad that Omega still picked an assassin in the hands of Ryzen. I like this. This Harley is what made the rest of the lineup kind of gel together.
And that's I think that he overperformed this game, to be fair for Ryzen. Especially because when you're playing the assassins, you're usually getting hunted, you're dealing damage in team fights. But Ryzen not only did that, he also made sure that the macro for Omega is way easier for them to manage. And then you also have those extra kills that he's able to get onto Shizu. And the fact that he was drafted up against the Claude meant that there was no use of just the Wind of Nature. You cannot survive a Harley with just the Wind of Nature.
Ryzen is that neighbor that is both an athlete and the leader of the book club.
That's all you can find in the barangay.
Wow.
As another win is wrapped up in the books, let's listen in on the Infinix mic check.
Sige, ito pre. Wala stop, tatlo lang to pre. Nagduwat. Tower. Ay, umuwi na. Pre, may last na. Yung mga power natin po, yung extra power ng Plica. Commit na. Doon tayo, pre. Tara.
Ingat sa pitas, ingat sa comeback tayo guys ha.
Pre, sagad natin to, pre, promise. Magka-side lang yung lance.
Hey, hindi ikaw nang biwalay sa amin.
Pre. Sorry nga, tayo yung tumore. Sorry ko. Kalma, mid tayo, wala nang gagawin dito. Wala akong dragon ha. Lalaban to. Mid tayo. Basta ko, walang silot. Hit your breaks, makikabigyan. Kinig baka, pre. Boy ako, pre. Pop na patuan ko.
Pakakain niya pa.
Pa. Yung chulo ng flicker. Harapan lang.
Chu.
Alam mo kapasa ko ba? Kap. Kikap nga nag-clear.
Okay lang.
Marami ka, pre. Ay, abang na. Bis. Tayo. Ala, kasi lu. Good sa din. Hero tayo, pre. Box. Oy, box boy. Boys.
Yung po, best friend.
Yung juice may patch. Box. Ako na sa mid. Respect lang sila. 5 seconds ako. Wave ba? Pause kay wave ba? Pause ka kay wave, pre. Yung chunga mo na, pre. Legit to. Pre.
And just in case you weren't able to completely understand some of the calls, there were some keywords that they kept on saying. It's the box and it's the understanding of the composition that really was their strength in that game.
It's like your shorthand for saying that we should be, grouped up together.
Maintain formation.
There's their formation, maintain their formation, and they're also calling that they should only attack the ones in the front, which is the nature of their lineup. Even though they have the usual, you can be tempted to overdive against your opponents, but as long as they focus on the front-to-back strategy, they're able to make it.
Yeah. You gotta appreciate the manner of understanding that Smart Omega has, and it seems like this second leg of the tournament has been looking very well for them. Next up is TNC RORA. That's Wolf, Leo. My name's Hans. We'll be right back.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Unli with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Unli Facebook or Unli TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Different shades, different moods, but somehow we just click. We all move through life differently, chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color?
tayo. Let's all welcome Savero! Okay, so meron tayong pop quiz. Please get 1/4 sheet of paper.
Ma'am! 1/4!
Okay, unang tanong. Saan mas mahirap mag-adjust? Sa PH meta or sa PH trash talk?
Parang both, ma'am. Paras namin yung pinagdaanan last season eh. Savero raising his hands.
Yes, meta, ma'am. Wow! Because we used to be best by Philippines.
Perfect! +5 ka. Mukhang madali kang makakapag-adjust both. Last question, class. Sino ang mas pressured? Import or local king?
Parang local king, ma'am. Baka sa mukha eh.
Ma'am, I think import. Because this is the first time in MPL PH history.
It's okay, Savero. Just always remember the magic word.
Balak na to!
Okay, that's all, class.
Sino cleaners, ma'am?
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello, class. So, matanong ko lang, sa scrim, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Oh, shit!
Teka, class. Tama. Importante ang comms, mapa in-game or relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo, guys. Tingnan nyo tong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku! Parang support ata yan, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. Este para iwas crash!
Oh, shit!
+5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow! May bagong grading sa loob ng classroom. Sino kaya ang bagsak at sino ang may palag? Okay. May grado na ang lahat base sa inyong naging pinakamainit na katapat sa lane. Now, class, ano sa tingin nyo ang palag ni Demon Kite kay Carl T?
Ako! Si Carl T. Goat! Si Demon Kite, celebrity!
Okay. Makinig. So, pag-usapan naman na natin yung iba't ibang uri ng rivalry, class. So, unang rivalry, yung team na palaging next season na lang versus yung team na palaging nag-champion.
Ma'am! Masakit naman yan! Ma'am, parang may pinapatamaan ah.
Grade 91%. May angas, may storyline, pero minsan pag finals, bigla na lang nawawala. Parang signal sa probinsya.
Ma'am, di naman na kami yan, no?
Okay, that's all, class. Don't forget to study your rivals kasi next week ay graded recitation na sa stage.
Goodbye and thank you, teacher!
Dudurugin niya daw sex na ba guys? Sana pinaggandahan tayo ng APBR. Oo nga, para maganda yung laban, pre. Saan punta ng mga fans, pre? Good luck daw sa APBR, sabi ni Mingwin. Nag-iinit daw si Mingwin ngayon, guys. Check daw kayo na ba, guys? Sabi ni Mingwin. Ganito pala ginagawa namin, guys, after ng ng banding namin, after ng script, movie night na kami, movie night. Tapos minsan, basketball, tsaka badminton.
Listen talaga. Anong pwede message si Rise and Punks? Kay Perks, message ko, good luck, galing naman namin pareho. Pakita namin kung sino kami. Parehas pala yung standing, no? Kami na yan, bigay nyo muna. 2 strike kami, oh. May momentum sila. Hindi, nanalo sila sa RORA. Momentum. Analyst ka na kaya? Aray mo. Siguro message ko kay Rise and good luck, galingan namin pareho. Pakita namin yung kung ano yung namin. Siguro yung preparation namin yung usually na ginagawa lang namin everyday na practice tsaka ice cream. Yun lang. Pangs, ano daw masasabi ko sa'yo? Ambassador ka daw ng Clear. Bakit tama mo naman kami isang hawi? Ay, pati daw si Kel. Ay, pag nanalo daw, hawi daw kayo sa stage pagtapos. Hawi mo daw hindi sa boke, sa gilid. Kinukumal ka ni Coach. Bakit kapalit ka kay Alden?
Di abot ang data! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Different shades, different moods, but somehow we just click. We all move through life differently, chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the you, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color?
student tayo. Let's all welcome Savero! Okay, so meron tayong pop quiz. Please get 1/4 sheet of paper.
Ma'am! 1/4!
Okay, unang tanong. Saan mas mahirap mag-adjust? Sa PH Meta or sa PH Trash Talk?
Parang both, ma'am. Paras namin yung pinagdaanan last season eh. Sabero Racing is hands.
Yes, meta, ma'am. Wow! Because we used to be best by Philippines.
Perfect! Plus 5 ka. Mukhang madali kang makakapag-adjust both. Last question, class. Sino ang mas pressured? Import or local king?
Parang local king, ma'am. Baka sa mukha eh.
Ma'am, I think import. Because this is the first time in MPL PH history.
It's okay, Savero. Just always remember the magic word.
Balak na to!
Okay, that's all, class.
Sino cleaners, ma'am?
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello, class. So, matanong ko lang, sa scrim, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Teka, class. Tama. Importante ang comms, mapa in-game or relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo, guys. Tingnan nyo tong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku, parang support ata yun, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. Este para iwas crash!
Plus 5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow! May bagong grading sa loob ng classroom. Sino kaya ang bagsak at sino ang may palag? Okay. May grado na ang lahat base sa inyong naging pinakamainit na katapat sa lane. Now, class, ano sa tingin nyo ang palag ni Demon Kite kay Carl T?
Ako! Si Cartesi Goat! Si Demon Kite, celebrity!
Okay. Makinig. So, pag-usapan naman na natin yung iba't ibang uri ng rivalry, class. So, unang rivalry, yung team na palaging next season na lang versus yung team na palaging nag-champion.
Ma'am! Masakit naman yan!
Ma'am, parang may pinapatamaan na.
Grade 91%. May angas, may storyline, pero minsan pag finals, bigla na lang nawawala. Parang signal sa probinsya.
Ma'am, di naman na kami yan, no?
Okay, that's all, class. Don't forget to study your rivals kasi next week I graded recitation math sa stage.
Goodbye and thank you, teacher!
Dudurugin niya daw sex na ba guys? Sana pinaggandahan tayo ng APBR. Oo nga, para maganda yung laban, pre. Saan punta ng mga fans, pre? Good luck daw sa APBR, sabi ni Mingwin. Nag-iinit daw si Mingwin ngayon, guys. Good luck daw kayo Nova, guys, sabi ni Mingwin. Ganda pala ginagawa namin, guys, after ng ng banding namin, after ng script, movie night na kami, movie night. Tapos minsan, basketball, tsaka badminton.
Listen talaga. Anong pwede message kay Rise and Punks? Kay Perks, message ko, good luck, galing naman namin parehas. Pakita namin kung sino kami. Parehas pala yung standing, no? Kami na yan, bigay nyo muna. 2 strike kami, oh. May momentum sila. Hindi, nanalo sila sa RORA. Momentum. Analyst ka na kaya? Aray mo. Siguro message ko kay Ryzen, good luck, galingan namin pareho. Pakita namin yung kung ano yung namin. Siguro yung preparation namin yung usually na ginagawa lang namin everyday na practice tsaka script. Yun lang. Pangs, ano daw masasabi ko sa'yo? Ambassador ka daw ng clear. Bakit tama mo naman kami isang hawi? Ay, pati daw si Kel. Ay, pag nanalo daw, umawi daw kayo sa stage pagtapos. Umawi mo daw hindi sa boke, sa gilid. Kinukupal na ni Coach. Bakit kapalit ka kay Alden?
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti...
At sa tuktok ng Victoria Sports Tower ay nakatutok pa rin kayo sa MPL Philippines Season 17. Matapos ng pagkapanalo ng Smart Omega kanina kontra APBR ay magpapatuloy ang ating Superfan Saturday. This time with Aurora Gaming and TNC Pro Team na naghahanap pa rin ng kanilang paraan na makabalik sa gitna man lang. This is going to be a hard matchup between our defending champions and the bottom seed of Season 17. At kami po ang inyong makakasama, Umi pa rin with Prof B and Midnight. At para sa ating English panel, kamusta naman tayo dyan, Hans G?
Well, you have Hans Galeria, Leo, and Wolf still bringing you the action just like what happened in game number 1. We have been ecstatic because it's a 3-game series nung kakaumpisa pa lamang, but now we're hoping for more here.
Yes, of course, napakataas ng expectations natin mula dito sa laban na ito. Dahil for TNC, medyo wala na silang choice. They have to reignite or suffer. They are currently number 8 sa ating standings with just 1 point. Come week 5, day number 2, ang hirap ng lagay nila.
Yeah, to be fair, mahirap din naman yung kinilalagyan ni Aurora. Kasi sabihin natin, you are coming from a very dominant world stage performance. You come back to MPL Philippines. Alam naman natin, may init yung mga team dito. But we've seen a decline in the performance. I'm gonna be real here, ladies and gentlemen. There is a decline for both sides.
Marami. Lumabas na yung real talk ni Midnight. Cue in the neck pillow. Medyo nakakamiss na rin yung mga oras na yun.
Well, Ben, legit kung legit talaga. I think I go with Midnight's statement. Both of them have been struggling. Tila, nandun yung identity but they still can't seem to find the sweet spot to get those wins.
Yeah, we know the potential of the players, TNC. We've seen them thrive in the previous season, and there was always hope in the lineup of TNC. And I feel like with the new patch coming in, maybe this is the fire that they are looking for, but maybe that is something that can reignite what we have seen from them when they rose from the ashes.
Alam mo, pagka nasa pinakababa kasi wala ka ng ibang daan kundi paakyat eh. Tingin ko, ito na to, second half, dito mo na kailangang ibuhos yung may natitira pang fire para dito sa TNC.
Yeah, and for one of the Philippine-owned orgs dito sa ating liga, sobrang, I think, nakatindig bilibo sumuporta ngayon para sa Phoenix Army. Dahil for the past few seasons ay nakita natin ang kanilang pag-angat, pero ngayon ay para bang napapanood muli natin ang kanilang pagbaba.
Honestly, this is their origin story. I feel like ganito din yung mga sinuportahan ng Phoenix Army before. Dito sila nagsisimula. Can they still make it there?
Sanay na sila, pero yung kabilang dako parang hindi. Because Auroras have always been successful. Whether it be through their DNA in Blackness International, the fans that followed Light and Demon Kite when they were succeeding in RSG, sanay silang nananalo yung koponan nila. But now that the target is on their back, they literally just won the M7 World Championship earlier this year. May kasabihan eh, it's easy to conquer, ruling is harder. So ngayon, kailangan nilang bumalik sa Pilipinas and say, teka lang, ang liga natin to, bakit ganito?
Yeah. It's always more difficult here in the local league. And I feel like for Aurora, they are feeling the effects of being on top for a very long time. And they are, getting countered by their opponents. I think that if Peanut said that there is a lot of real talk that should be given to Aurora, I kind of agree because there's a lot of expectations for Aurora.
At hindi lang expectations galing sa mga fans nila, kundi expectations across the world. Kadalasan na nakikita natin ng mga nag-world champions ay binabago ang laro, binabago ang kanilang mga sarili. And for now, we are yet to see kung ano nga pa yung pagbabago na gagawin dito ng Aurora Gaming in order to bounce back. Malayo-layo pa naman ang playoffs relatively. May 3 linggo pa na pwedeng gawin ang side ng Aurora Gaming. But as of now, the clock is ticking, and the same could be said para dito sa TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, there's definitely time, and makikita natin dito sa ating breakdown kung ano ba yung mga kailangan ayusin dito ng magkabilang koponan. Kasi for Aurora and TNC, there has been a systematic breakdown sa kanilang playstyle. Now, we will play a clip here. Ito yung laro ng Aurora versus TLPH kahapon lamang. Dito natin ma-appreciate yung pinapakitang sistema ng Aurora Gaming Philippines, how they take objectives, how they have mastered the fundamentals of the system. This is where we start seeing yung kanilang brilliance sa team fighting and of course yung objective takes. As we're gonna see in this clip, no, you focus on the side of the map na kung saan nasaan yung turtle. Makikita natin yung laban ng Aurora sa mga ganitong klaseng situation is very demanding sa mga checklist. Makikita natin si Demon Kite nakafocus sa turtle and yung ibang heroes ng Aurora ay nang zone sa may bandang likuran. This is the nuances ng objective fights dito ng Aurora Gaming. As you can see, Edward and the other members are here zoning the other members of TLPH. But
this is the first time that they've pulled it out against TLPH. The second time that they tried doing this in the second turtle, nagkaroon ng konting breakdown sa kanilang laruan. We will be playing this clip right here. TLPH gets na nila. Ito yung mga times na nababasa ka ng kalaban mo. Team Kite again will start the turtle. Aurora will try to look for opportunities to go on the backside. Makikita natin dito si Edward, tumalon na siya kagad dito sa may bandang likuran. Mula dito sa turtle pit, papunta doon sa likod. Zinozone niya na yung ibang members ng TLPH, but there is that answer from TLPH. May sagot sila na patayin kagad yung lapu-lapu dito and wala na silang pakialam sa turtle. So sobrang importante dito na yung pag-intindi sa sistema ay nagigets ng isang team. So doon nagkaroon ng pag-crumble dito yung laro ng Aurora when there is a definite answer and resolute answer from the opposition. Yan yung for Aurora. They have to fix all the things that the other teams have seen that they pulled out in the regular season mula dito sa MPL. Now for TNC, ito naman yung sistema na hindi pa natin masyado nahanap. Although this one turtle fight, nakita natin na parang similar yung pinupull off dito ng TNC against Team Falcons. Nandoon yung mga zoners sa may backline, ginozone nila yung mga gustong kumontest ng turtle, and tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagkuha dito ng pagong para kay Zyda. But where the system crumbles is recognizing that there is pattern in every system. Pagdating ng late game, pag-uusapan natin yung Lord Dance na nangyari laban sa Team Falcons. Late game, hawak na nila yung control. You have the slow lane already in favor of TNC. As you can see on the map, nakabantay na dyan yung Khalid. But TNC will force a blunder here in the mid lane. Makikita natin si Trimar, gagawa siya ng play dito sa may Lord Pit. And ito yung tinatawag kong unnecessary force. Kapag nagkaroon ka ng unnecessary force, now you don't have the necessary tools to fight the Lord. Kaya naman nagkaroon ng breakdown dito for TNC. Kasi nung nakita ng Team Falcons yun, nandoon kagad yung pag-punish. Alam nilang walang ultimate si Trimar, and dun na umarangkada yung laro ng Team Falcons. They are able to go for the punish. So ito yung mga klaseng sistema na binabantayan natin sa laro ng MLBB, especially sa MPL Philippines, kasi sobrang importante talaga ng macro mechanics sa MPL Philippines.
And grabe, no, midnight, that was an amazing breakdown between those two teams. In fact, hindi ko nga alam paano mo kinayo yon, pero looking at those two teams right now, na-expose na natin yung mga working na sistema para sa kanila. Pakiramdam ko magandang pag-uusapan na rin kung paano nga ba natin lalagyan ng patch notes ang mga sistema na yun. Saktong-sakto, narito na po ang ating Infinix Keys to Victory. Wolf, can you take this away bago natin pasa kay Midnight ulit?
Yeah, we have to focus on TNC first. Because we know that they have to play aggressive, but make sure that each team fight conditions are met. This is great because Midnight already mentioned that some of the conditions are not being met by TNC, especially when they are trying to force too much from their opponents, that they end up forcing a lot of resources themselves, like flickers, like battle spells, that eventually puts them in a position where they cannot team fight anymore. And then you can also force silent pressure against Aurora. This is the winning formula, actually, of the recent team that defeated Aurora. That was Omega. And I feel like there are teams that are successful against Aurora if they keep on pressuring the side lanes. And I'm sure the TNC can do something like that as well.
Yeah. And dito naman sa side ng Aurora, sa akin pa talaga natapat. Mix up their team fight setups. Ito yung binabanggit ko kanina na nakita natin doon sa team fight. The systematic approach. It's now recognized by a lot of the teams. Especially dahil world champion ka, babalik ka sa Pilipinas, nakatingin lahat ng team sa inyo. So aral kung paano lumaban dito ang Aurora Gaming Philippines. They need to sort of like change some stuff in their gameplay. But also, win the side lane-to-lane matchup. Super importante dyan kasi dyan din minsan nanggagaling yung tempo dito ng TNC, especially kapag si Trimar ay nakakakuha ng momentum sa EXP lane. Yung first turtle, napakalaking bagay niyan sa current meta natin, and even yung mga gold laners na magkakat ng wave at sasama sa turtle. So yan yung kailangan ingatan dito ng Aurora.
Wow, honestly anticipating so much micro and macro sa laban na ito, considering na nakita na rin natin sa team fights. And when I say micro and macro, it's mostly yung team fighting na inaabangan ko sa laban na ito. Pero let's see, baka may ibang approach ang parehas na kupunan as we head on to our second match of our Superfan Saturday. Boys, ready na ba tayo? Woo!
Let's
Eto
go!
na yun, pili ko yung Game 3 na ulit natin. Maraming salamat sa ating English desk at sa breakdown na malupit ni Midnight. I-welcome na natin ang TNC Pro Team Aurora Gaming. To ensure the integrity of the game, let us welcome our marshals, Chico, Patrick, Dojin, and JD! Breaking the streak to touch the skies. Watch the Phoenix finally rise. Make some noise for TNC Pro Team.
might with blinding light. The glow returns to the MPL arena. Give it up for the M7 World Champions, Aurora Gaming Philippines. And our head referee, the Chop Master, Sent. And the head coaches for TNT, Coach Etumax. For Aurora Gaming Philippines, master the basics. Will the Phoenix reignite or will Aurora shine bright? Ito ang ikalawang laban sa inyong Superfan Saturday.
For this squad right here, there is nowhere to go but up. But do they have the time to do just that? This is TNC Pro Team.
I hate to be the guy to point out the obvious, but where is Prime Benny? It's been a while since we've seen and shouted and exclaimed and held our breath for Benny Curie, the Storm. At best, we've gotten a low-pressure area. We've gotten a cold front. Where is Benny?
That is the question that they might be able to answer later on, depending on how the others will be able to perform. This team just had their prime a couple of months ago, but we're also looking for it. It's Aurora Gaming.
And I guess it's because we are looking for some pop-up moments coming out from Demon Kite and Light. And interestingly, Edward, it's weird to say that Edward is underperforming or is inconsistent when he has always been Mr. Consistent. But I feel like with the task that is given to him, when he's given like the Phobios, like the Lapu-Lapu in the previous game, and he plays in a way that it's easily read by his opponents, it's easy for his opponents to counter him eventually. So I think that I'm not looking for the Edward Prime, I'm looking for a different kind of Edward, you know?
Now that we're talking about side laners, I think it's fair to also ask for Domen Kite to do something, because I've also read the comment section. I'm asking for hot takes all week long, and I see people say, I don't know if you gentlemen agree, Domen Kite doesn't have a clutch gene. We haven't seen Domen Kite put the whole team on his back. We've seen Benny do this, we've seen Super Marco do this, we've seen Kelra do this, but
Savero
can do that sometimes too in the few months we've had with him. But Domen Kite, I said I kind of agree, because for a majority of their run in their success as M7 World Champions, Domen Kite has always had it good. The team always played to protect his lane, to protect his hero pick, to protect his play style, his ramp up into a good farm. How does he do when he's struggling?
I want to support that, because so far we have not seen any comeback games from Aurora. Whenever they lose in the early game and in the mid game,
it's just a clean loss.
It's a clean loss.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Aurora whenever they get their momentum swiped away from them. But for TNC, the idea for this squad has been a moment of struggle for at least the first leg of the season. It's been very difficult for them to find their footing. There's also some changes with Stome entering the lineup, Lancy making his return, but they haven't seemed to found the best rhythm to go for it. And if Aurora, the hot take there is that Doming doesn't have the clutch gene for TNC. Do they even have the genes to actually make it past the other six?
Okay, to be fair, over the past week, starting with week 4, when Lancy came back in, we started to see them put their big boy pants on and say, this is how we played in Cuneta Astrodome. We saw little shades of that in the first 10 minutes of a lot of their games last week, and then they just would lose in the late game. So maybe if they figure that out, that whole cross between the 10 to 11 minute mark, they would be back to their winning ways. Wolf, you would know best.
Yeah, I would.
You know this.
Yo.
Yeah, okay.
It's real.
All too well, my friend.
10-minute
and
version.
to add to that, to the 10-year version, actually. To add to that, there is this kind of gene in, because we're talking about genes, right? There is that gene from TNC that has always been part of when Etomax, Hito, and Chakno are together. And it's really just losing in the first leg of the tournament.
They just do that.
It's just their thing. You know, their most unsuccessful run was when they actually won in the first leg of their matches, when they had a great run in the regular season.
That was season 10.
That was season 10.
It was so weird.
And 13.
Yeah,
remember?
Those are weird.
Those are weird times, right? So yeah, I gotta say, as much as we have a lot of criticisms for TNC, and I don't want to sound biased here, but this is a very, very familiar place for the members of TNC to be in.
You know, honestly, I kind of agree with what you said. Not kinda, I completely agree because Chakno's been very known for those kinds of timings. But for Light, who is the M7 Finals MVP, if that isn't pressure enough for you to perform very well on the next tournament, I don't know what is.
Yep. I would love to see a Grok being contested in this game, particularly. Spend the Marcel, then pick up your whatever heroes that you want. I want to see both players showcase how good they are with not really highly mechanical heroes, but heroes that can actually change the tides of the game. With conditioned heroes, you know?
Yeah, how do you say, impact roamers?
Yeah,
Not like roamers whose ults kind of just go, like, not a Florin. Not an Estes.
Not a high loss.
No offense.
Not a high loss. Something like, again, yeah, you mentioned like a Grok. Even a Kufra, God forbid, a Kufra shows up.
Cho.
A Cho.
Right.
A Kaja?
I like a Kaja. I like to say a Kaja.
Could be. Does make a lot of sense. Again, you've highlighted the concept of impact roamers. Maybe that's something that we will see in the first phase of this banning stage that we have here for both TNC and Aurora, with TNC at the blue side. Expanding Rivers is going to be the name of the game, and the first 3 bans are already out.
Jushin is open. TNC, will they take it? Maybe, you know, the last time I see Jushin played by TNC, they lost, but they still won the early game. They only lost because of overextension, right? So I like this. Now Aurora, will they go for the Claude or the Harley? As it is, interestingly, one of the 2 of the priorities that we've seen so far.
Wow.
A Uranus?
Okay. There's another impact roamer. I like this. I like the Kalia for Light.
So at least there's something.
I agree.
Right? The Uranus is obviously going to be a sponge. It's played by Edward, and XP-laners for some reason are really shifting into that tanky type of setup. I mean, not all of them, just some of them.
Where is this Uranus pick coming from, though? Why so soon?
I think they want to have a hard carry for Doming, maybe a Fanny, spend out. That's Leo Mord. I believe that they want to go Harley this time, because that can count as a, you know, a real legitimate assassin, but at the same time they want to flex this Uranus as well.
Yeah, so if you go Harley, you're giving up the bit.
That's right. So maybe you go for Lilia or Valentina for you, or Kimi actually. The Farsa is the best option, I would say.
You want a combo.
If you want the combo, but I think if you want to give the signature heroes, give you with a Kimi.
Yeah.
It will be banned now 100% by TNC if you don't get it in this slot.
It also deals a decent amount of damage in the early game, which Aurora thrives on whenever their system is intact over the first 10 minutes. So it might be a possibility here.
Should they decide to go for the Uranus jungle, that Kimi will make a lot of sense. Eve against the Claude. I don't like this at all, gents.
I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, it's unusual for Aurora to not only pick up the Eve in this situation, but also the Uranus at that very first red side, you know?
Aurora's presenting more questions than answers.
I agree. I think that they have to buy the Sora. Even when they have the red 4, I don't think that it's a good red 4 pick for them, and Sora would be really bad for their composition.
So with that being said, the Alice, those impact XP laners, if I should say, would be the ones taken out here by the side of Aurora. They don't want to create some sort of problems for Edward in case he's going to be the one using this. But what are the chances that we see a Uranus jungle in this current meta? Is that still possible? Would that be in consideration?
For me, for sure. Especially when you're facing up against like assassins who wants to eliminate their targets as easy as fast as possible. I guess it is decent eventually against the Leomord. We've seen this work before. It was M7. Literally.
The draft that dropped Liquid.
That's right. So, yeah.
We saw it as soon as week 3.
That's right.
In Falcons, when they played the Kaja.
So, if you were to ask me how likely is it, I think it's 50-50. There's the ban on the Sora. Great job for Aurora, but there still is probably Arlet. Nice ban on the Bruno, by the way, from TNC. Now, what do you answer? You have Granger and Carry for Aurora or Obsidia. And Aurora would wish that they picked up the Kimi, honestly, because now they will have to rely on Doming's carrying capability. So you want to go for the carry, but at the same time, you kind of want something like an Obsidia that has a lot of damage in the latter portions of the game. If they go Granger, that will be a tell for TNC that Aurora will go for an assassin for Demon Kite.
Those are some tough decisions and options that Aurora has to bear here for their fourth pick, which they are still thinking as at the moment. The Suyu finally opened. It was unavailable in that first match, courtesy of James.
Oh!
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Holy.
Okay.
That is a debut pick, Atlas.
Okay.
The first, I'd say the first in years in MPL. The first in years, at least like 2 seasons.
At least 2 seasons. That's the Dairoth.
The newly buffed Dairoth.
Wow, TNC is packing some punches today. I just don't know if it's gonna work. You know, it's still unknown, but hey, it's nice to see them back, right?
Dairoth against your Uranus, your Alice, your Thams,
you know
your
what?
Charizla. That is the counter. That was the counter before, and I'm sure that it will be. Has great synergy with an assassin jungler as well, or in this case, a damage dealing jungler. Still, Aurora has a lot of outs here. Maybe a Purify hero. Get a Purify hero. A carry, for example.
Carry's still good.
Carry's still good. Any Purify gold laner. That is what Aurora needs right now.
Man, that is quite a surprise. Obviously, carry is going to be the choice here for Aurora, but TNC giving us a headline here. Atlas and a Dairoth. It's like, I don't know if you know the meme where you say Atlas and Dairoth and the guy just picks up a dusty old book and just blows it right away, and it hasn't been talked for a minute, but TNC, it seems like something has shifted with the new patch that we've encountered.
You know, Chaknu, he's got this, you know that shoebox where you keep all of your memories.
Yep,
your
old
pictures,
reliable.
Old reliables. That is going to be the Atlas. However, I'm sure that we're all excited about this Atlas, but I'm more excited about the trio and the combo that you can get with the Dairoth. I would categorize, although, Dairoth is a 1v1 hero, right? But I think I would rather categorize it as a disenchanter or a debuffer. You minimize the physical shred. Because what you do is, not only do you deal the damage, but you also amplify your teammates. That's why it makes a lot of sense to pair it with an assassin jungler before, and this time, a fighter jungler in the form of Leomoid, and then the Claude. So, this means that Lightoon Edward will not be safe. However, Aurora, I kind of like how they closed out this draft, honestly, with the Suyu that they eventually picked up and then the carry. This means that they have a very standard book kind of draft against TNC.
Again, that's pretty much usual when we're talking about fundamentals coming in from Aurora. So for TNC, again, this is a brand new change that we are talking about. Edward might have his hands full once the team fights actually happen, because that is some bits of damage coming in from Three-Mar, Zaida, and even Benny Cutie in the later portions.
Gentlemen, effortless forcing out of the flicker from you. All Chakno did was perfect match. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? That's why I don't like this Eve. I think it's more of a liability than it is an asset for Aurora.
You mean like in Saudi in 2024? Oh! They collapse! Light gets a flicker out, and Demon Guy gets frozen here. Chaknu, what a wall, a bulwark for TNC.
Leo, you just looked the other way, and all of a sudden a fight started brewing. Even so, TNC unable to find something there, but Three-Mar is already, reinstating his aggression at the early moments of game number 1, because he knows that he can cut down the HP of Edward.
Minus armor. Look at that. Look at how fast, like a lizard bird is taken out. Lizard, by the way, has extra plating or armor, so that's just a nice tech to see. And I want to see more of this. Like combos that are usually just stun and damage. Combos that are like more, nerdy in nature.
Cumulative effects, basically. Here we go, Zaida calling in by BL. Answer with an RWM, Light, a little too far from home. Gets taken down by Chakno. The trade for Zaida and the choke up. Can they take down Demon Kite? Three-Mar finds him.
Wow! That actually was so much damage coming out from one ultimate, coming out from Three-Mar. By the way, I think that most of the people right now are in agreement that Dairoth has way better early game but worse late game compared before, which I think that TNC really needs, because they have to really stop this Suyo from snowballing out of control.
Not to mention they have insurance policy in Claude. Beniguri can go ham. And because of that, you just mentioned an early game advantage. TNC score the turtle.
Again, the Phoenix Army is taken away from what Aurora Gaming Philippines is known for. The first 10 minutes, they want to eliminate that threat right away as TNC just getting a bit more kills, but at the same time securing those objectives. But until when is this window available for TNC? Given that the Deroth is there, sure, but how will Aurora immediately neutralize the situation?
Oh, they have to rely on their mid game with Light with the flicker plays for sure. Yue, as long as he's able to get the items, he will eventually be a problem. But like I said, he's more of a liability.
Ow!
Ouch! And by the way, the last time that I remember Demon Kite and Light as a duo defeated and eliminated Benny QT and Chakno as a duo was when Atlas was still pretty huge back in Season 9.
When you still say Fatal Links in the MPL. When was the last time you ever say?
I'm about to.
Man, I mean, TNC and Aurora, after that team fight, there weren't a lot of things happening anymore, just them rotating around the map. You would kind of understand because of how tanky Edward and Light is. Still, their battle spells are actually going to be available right now, but in 40 seconds, there's a bit more time for them to either get a pick-off, steal some of the jungle objectives before that major objective appears.
Look at what 3mar is doing, and I think this is what you do if you're a Dyroth. You just clear the waves, get out of there. Don't really engage actually with your XP lane matchup. And if your matchup actually engages against you, you will have almost always have the advantage.
It's rare that you see a full-on losing lane like this, especially from such an early pick. Oh no! Perfect match! What is Chakno looking for? Getting that freeze on at the Doming Kite. They're forcing a reaction out of the carry.
Action for sure.
It's not even...
Sky Piercer priority for Demon Kite, despite all of the problems that they will have to face in the early game.
Well, they're still, you know, neck and neck in terms of gold, but Light's gonna be right over here.
Okay, a perfect match. And they answer the Purify, no one home. They collapse onto the turtle. Real manipulation, down goes 3mar, Dominic finds him. Zaida still gets the turtle. Benny Cutie with the blazing duet. The choke and the slam by Lansing, down goes Light. Zaida taken down by Demon Kite, and they still continue. Lansing's up next, Yue hits him with that Void Crystal, and in comes Demon Kite, surging forward, backing on out of there. Chaknu couldn't find the big time ult.
That was a brave take coming in from Lancey as he gets the kill, but Aurora, I think they got more than what they asked for.
Absolutely questionable play coming out from Chaknu, going in for the Fatal Links on to Light. Light, all he has to do is pop his own ultimate, and then all of a sudden you don't have a fighting power anymore for TNC. I don't know what Chaknu was thinking, committing the Fatal Links on Akalea.
Benny, have to be out here. This is a 4-man coalition from Aurora. They will have their turret. 3mar looking for it. Spectre step into them. 3 looking for the Fatal Links. No one home. RWM. After by Tsunami Slam. Another blazing duet. 3mar finds Yue. And now it's Light up next on the docket. Zaida gets a kill. And they're looking to choke up more. Dom and Kite and Edward trying to protect this turret. No creeps for TNC.
All right. That's the problem with the Eve. We saw that even when he's able to dodge the Fatal Links with the ultimate, and even Light also dodged the ultimate, the fact of the matter is there's just so much damage from TNC that they get taken out afterwards. Still, I would not be comfortable if I'm TNC because they had to take 5 heroes.
Yeah.
Just to take out the 2 heroes of Aurora, and they might not even be able to push the tower up top.
And mind you, this is the early game as well.
Chaknu, no ults, but it's enough to freeze. We're gonna take down Dooming Kite. Zaida finds him.
Wow!
Zaida making a triple as he takes Edward too. Demon Kite can't find retaliation as Zaida finds him. No Surge, no Queller, no Sever! As Demon Kite gets away by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, there was still enough room for Demon Kite to escape, but the damage has already been done. Their target was Doming Kite. They added one more, and they take the turtle for themselves.
Oh, TNC with the commitment up top. They have taken out the lead from Aurora. taking it for themselves. That's a 2,500 mountain that they were able to climb and take it back for themselves. Now Chakno is looking for another prey.
Oh, Chakno, perfect match. Where's Demon Kite going? He's getting knocked up one way or another. Blazing the way by Bene, and a choke down. Lancey scores.
You may have escaped the first time, but not anymore, says TNC. They're slowly building up on their lead here, although this is only hundreds that we're talking about, but the Phoenix Army is starting to use their kits that they should have over the first 5 minutes.
And another kit that they also abuse is the fact that the Expanding Rivers, the map pick of Aurora, their comfort map, in fact, was utilized by TNC against them, and Demon Kite did not respect the fact that there will be 4 people eventually that can be in his face just because of that Expanding Rivers river flow. That's such an amazing usage coming out from TNC.
Suyo is slippery, but not against 4 or 5.
That's right.
It's a little too much to ask.
Yep.
That is too much damage to take as well. Aurora just kind of sizing up on their opponents as they are again looking for some spots that they could use towards the very first Lord of this game. TNC, on the other hand, will just be pushing the long lanes, hoping that the macros would be working for them up until the Lord Siege. But majority of the Phoenix Army are actually occupying the top stage or top lane, hoping that they could pick up someone here.
Chakno now with the conceal and the rapid boots, obviously.
I like that.
Yep.
He's been using his kit to its full advantage,
yep.
And now he conceals, looking for a big ticket. Fatal Link.
Oh, it's just a diversion?
It's all enough just to push that mid lane, and TNC go where they want.
Oh, they did have to commit the Phantom Steed, but that was such a big... That's just a small cooldown ultimate, so they will be able to clear the bottom lane. Now position themselves into this Lord.
Honestly, it feels like they were forcing something out of you. Maybe a flicker or two, but not going to be enough. But Aurora is here, positioning into the Lord.
Okay, they have the advantage, putting the Lord up to half health, and it gets soft reset.
Yeah. So it's pretty even in the top lane. Interestingly, TNC totally just gave up the mid lane. That's the reason why their lead is shrinking. Aurora is winning this battle arbitration bit by bit.
Yeah. TNC is hard and loose with their map control.
Yep.
That map
has
control right away.
It's a damage slam on that one. It's Chakno. He flickers back. RWM, no one home. Lancey able to survive. He the Crimson Pagan.
There you go.
And there's the Abyss of Strike plus the Blazing Duet coming in. Light falls, and they're not done.
Legs.
Another one. Blazing Duet finally coming in from Bene, forcing you with a flicker back. 2 for 2 actually, and TNC actually keep the retribution.
TNC are always on at the edge of the knife. Lancey jumping into the backlines, not punished by Aurora.
And Zyda secures.
Wow.
That is the Phantom Steed just to make sure. That was a close call. I think Dominkite had a hero play in him.
What a tough series of events.
I think that there is a chess match that's happening between our two roamers, especially because what I'm seeing from Light is that he will eventually initiate, and he initiated on Chakno. Chakno was thankful for that one. Lancey forcing another team fight. He actually forced Demon Kite to dash out, so Chakno eventually managed to go for the Fatal Links that caught 2 members of Aurora. And of course, 3mar being there, jumping in with the flicker, going in for the ultimate that lands onto 2 members of Aurora that eventually took out the armors, allowing for Benny as well as Zyda to melt down the members of Aurora.
The hell is that right? Did I see that right? Chakno played 23 games of Atlas so far?
Yeah, dude, this is a familiar friend.
His whole life, right?
That he had to call up on.
I mean, pro life.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, TNC now building up an actual sizable gold lead here with a total of 1.4k. They're also eliminating some of the holy defenses coming in from the inhibitors.
If I'm right, he played as much...
Oh my god, they find Zyda, but Zyda has stacks on that Brute Force breastplate, and he survives. There wasn't enough damage between the 3 there. You were saying?
I am actually surprised that Demon Kite did not have enough damage for that one. That's interesting. But yeah, so Chakno played as much Atlas as Ryzen played Fanny.
About.
So
that's a hero that we didn't not expect to associate with the Mamba.
Yeah.
But hey,
out there.
It is, and will always be there for the Mamba whenever he calls onto that hero. Now it's 1.6, the gold number coming out from TNC Pro Team.
Do you guys have any memorable Atlas Chakno plays? Because I remember one. Season 6, Hate was 0-6 as the Lancelot. They did not have any more turrets in the bottom lane, and they came back against NXP in the biggest, trash talk rivalries of all time in MPL history. So
Execration versus Next Play.
that's right, Season 6. That's a memorable one.
Good memories.
Pandemic.
Yeah, because he went for the Flicker ultimate, which of course is very, back then was surprising.
But now we haven't really seen any. He's been very, how do I say, pragmatic about his Fatal
I agree.
Links.
I
If
love the
anything,
word.
he's been playing it like Marcel plays. Like you're just perfect matching between dudes hoping for a freeze.
Yeah, I think it's because of a bunch of heroes in the current game that we have right now that has a lot of ways to escape. You're talking about a Suyu, a carry with a Purify as well. Even Edward is holding on to the same battle spell. So for Chakno, he's waiting for the right time to strike, but will it even arrive? Because Aurora is not even clicking onto that battle spell.
But it will all change depending on how two of our roamers will initiate. Obviously, we have seen a lot of success for TNC, but if Light finds his opening, maybe that is the way for Aurora to eventually...
Light sends Dominkite into this brush right in front of the purple buff.
Doming.
Chaknu does not know.
That's
Nor
a
does
carry.
Streamar. That's Dominkite. This is going to be a massive amount of shred.
You're not dreaming.
Dominkite just still waiting, looking for a big ticket ult. There's the Phantom Steed. In he comes Dominkite from the back line. Down goes Yue. Lassie gets him and Edward falls. Streamar, very cutie, placing to the side. Light falls and now Dominkite follows through, but Dominkite finally finds Zyda. But it's already too late. They've lost 4. Aurora have Demonkite left.
Sandwich play by Aurora. Cut down with a PB&J from TNC. They're looking for the end.
Oh, they're already on the inhibitor. There's nothing a lone Suyo could do. Could TNC steal this game from underneath TNC's attacks? And now, I think Demonkite does clear the waves, and he's fine. They have to go for the next Lord.
They still have a chance to take this game with a W. Aurora escapes that. They get a breather.
Demonkite sacrificing himself for the sins of the other members of Aurora. I understand you have to do a mix-up. We did say during the Keys to Victory that Aurora needs to mix up their approach, but not like that. Dominkite as the carry. That's an ambitious play with Light up against Benecutie that had the Purify and can go for the BMI.
Whoa, Chaknu!
I think that was a wrong call for Aurora because if they do nail it, we saw that Benecutie will just flick with Let's Purify and then BMI into the other side. And all of a sudden, that Dominkite carry is in the middle of all of the members of TNC.
And because of that ambitiousness, they are now knocking on the base.
Oh no. Top lane is going to break. Bottom lane has a massive chubby wave on it. And there's a Lord inside Aurora's abode. TNC are taking their time here. Slowly but surely. Ults on lock. RWM by Yue. Wave still up top. The choke down onto Edward. Pops that consecration. He's doing fine. I think Aurora will live to see another day as they clear out the waves. Lord is taken care of.
Again, great balance. Juggling that total damage from Aurora. Although I feel like for TNC, they got more of that trade or of that siege because all inhibitors are finally out here 16-7 in terms of the kill score. So again, this is the Aurora that we are talking about. They are currently backed into a corner. History says that in Season 17, they cannot find their way out of this. But is there a window for them to do that even if all the inhibitors are down?
No more than 20 minutes ago, we said if Aurora's down, there's barely any comeback. Yeah.
If I were to answer your question, what are the ways for them to come back? It still is a light initiation. But Dominkite, I really don't feel like a sandwich play will be in favor of Aurora. If anything,
not like that.
Not like that for sure. If anything, I would want to see Dominkite maybe get a Malefic gun and then eventually punish Freemar and Zyda.
He already has
Wants
one.
To go for, oh, he has
He
it?
just built it like a minute ago.
All right, very well. So that
Check.
could be the play. So that is what I expect from Dominkite. I know that it's tempting to go for a sandwich play, but all theories and all of the knowledge that I have with MOBB tells me that that's not the way to go. Because TNC, they want to move forward. And if they want to go for a pincer play, that means that Dominic will be just left into the box of TNC.
That's exactly what they are doing right now.
Could be a concealed play. Is this a classic?
God, look at Benny. Not a single death, and he's about to sell his boots. Give him a minute, and his boots would then turn into another item.
And dude, that is an 0-13 Claude that we're talking about. He hasn't even had his first kill. So with that, TNC is holding on to the macro lead that they have, but Aurora is only 1,000 behind.
Gentlemen, am I seeing this correctly?
Yes, you are.
Kite actually has more farm than Benny.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. And I feel like it's... Okay, the reason why that is because Aurora had to stay and clear out the side lanes. That's probably why.
Okay. So just a lot of resources passively going to him.
Yeah.
Whoa. Could this be a blitz? Lord at half health now. Yue holding this fence brush.
This could be a way.
Gets choked up, and we're looking for a massive Abyssum strike. Does not pull the trigger just yet. And Chakro asserting himself. RWM, the answer by Yue. Wailing away via the Quetta. 3-bar with the Lord take! As Bene Cutie falls. No one from Aurora has folded just yet. Dominic Kite is firing off as he serves up a kill to Demon Kite. And 3 have fallen for 1. Triple kill for the Demon. 4 for 1 make it as 3-mar is the only one left. Pyrrhic victory for Aurora as they lose the Lord but take 4.
Aurora's turned it around. 4 for the price of 1. It's only 3 more remaining. Can this be it?
There is a way. There's one minion, there's one cannon minion. And then eventually TNC's minion wave will spawn. Yeah, 3 more can defend this. But that is exactly what Aurora needs to do. We talked about how they should go front to back up against TNC.
Oh God.
And that's exactly what they did in that Lord fight. An absolutely good way for Aurora to solve the problems that they're having right now. That is the best answer. As we've mentioned, even when there is that Lord that was taken by TNC, everybody from the front lines, Yue is just dealing the damage, especially with this lantern. And nobody can last in front of the members of Aurora as long as they keep their box together.
Well, that was a devastating way to lose that team fight if you are TNC.
Surely.
You were holding on to it for a bit, and then all of a sudden, it's just Yue on your face, dishing the damage, and same could be said for Dominic. The extra range has helped so much for them to create this 2.5k gold lead in spite of them losing all of their inhibitors in the current match.
This is the time where TNC has to respect the front to back of Aurora with this Eve, with this carry. And it feels like they kind of felt that there will be some sort of pincer maneuver coming out from Aurora, especially that is literally what happened in the fight prior to that. So they just have to be careful now. We'll see.
And I mean, in addition, you're also going to have to worry about what 3-mar is going to be doing here. Because, again, the early game scaling is finally over for the Deroth. The late game damage isn't as much compared to the first 5 minutes. So for TNC, you're heavily going to be depending on Benny Cutie here, who hasn't even gathered a single kill. It has all went to either Zaida, 3-mar, some even go to Lance, and even Chakno is one up over Benny Cutie. So, again, he's going to have to find the right space here because the Lord has finally spawned. They've been seen by the Holy defenses as well.
Okay.
Chakno from Longbush. Wonder what their idea is for here. Fortunately for TNC, the natural wave of minions and the spawn of the Lord onto the bottom lane will favor them.
Still works for them either way because they're going to have to just wait for that. But Aurora might not be waiting for this. They're trying to trim down on the attack HP of the Lord.
Lord here approaching half health. Now at a third. Demon Kite in immortal form, holding it down.
Conceal play.
Zaida coming through. Phantom Steed by Zaida. RWM. They find Yue. Demon Kite still secures via the retribution. They force the flicker out of Yue. Down goes Light. Dominic Kite finds 3-mar, and now they get Dominic Kite. The main damage sources are out. Demon Kite falls as well. It's just Yue and Yue. Chaknu, there's a freeze between Yue and Edward. This is going to be a difficult defense as TNC is going to take care of the map. RORA does get the Lord, though.
This is going to be a 4v2. Edward and Yue, one tanky member and one that can easily clear out the waves. At least they have a 6th man. At least they have the Lord.
TNC can just ignore the bottom lane. Pressure mid and top. It could be over.
Could be over. We saw A wonderful conceal play. A 3-2 position coming out from TNC. They have found Yue. No Winter Crown at this point.
Phantom Steed by Zaida. RWM from Yue. Trying to take care of the minion waves as well. Benekuni with a blazing duet. Oh! The knockup, and they're on the base. TNC takes game 1.
Nowhere to go but up in TNC. Burning brighter than ever.
Dyroth and Atlas. In the early stages, we saw how well this Dyroth can be played. We saw how fruitful it was for TNC. And then in the late game, it was time for the Chakdo Atlas. Long push, held by that Atlas. Conceal play with the Leomord. They went into the backlines. Yue had to pop the ultimate because he was caught off guard. And even after the Winter Crown, they still managed to take down the members of TNC. And most importantly, Benny Cutie survived. After he jumped, he was able to get out of the clutches of Demon Kite eventually, and that allowed TNC to have an endgame play with a blazing duet in front of the Eve, who's trying to defend their base. What a great play coming out from TNC in the end.
Again, it's just about those late game decisions that have worked for the Phoenix Army way past 20 minutes. They immediately wanted to go for the attack towards the Lord. Aurora didn't want to let that objective go, but because of the threats coming out from Chakno, in spite of his missed decisions over the early minutes of this game, he was able to find the right target, deal the damage towards Dominkite, and finish the game for good for TNC.
What an amazing play. Look at this. One of the weaknesses of the Eve against the Claude. That's why I really don't understand why they still pick the Eve when they already saw the Claude and of course the Jushin normally countered by the Eve. I know that is tempting to see, but having the Claude, that means that they did not have the time. And Lancy with his Jushin redeeming himself. There's a lot of MVP level performances from each of the members of TNC. Even you can argue that even Zaida played this game so well. But at times that Lancy forced the rotation around Demon Kite. There was a team fight in the RBM where he was able to pop his ultimate and then forced Demon Kite out of position. That eventually led to a kill and the fatal links onto 2 coming out from Chakdu. So yep, I understand why the MVP eventually is Lancy because of how pesky he is. So this is the first pick Jushin.
Do note, ladies and gentlemen, the Guardian helmet was only built to juggle. As you can see, the Winter Crown gun, Immortality gun, this is his next best thing. Yep. He survived the fight, he walks away for like 5 seconds, he comes back in, he's topped up. Yep. That's why you build Sky Guardian helmet in a GIF.
Yeah.
No, he just makes it so much easier for him to engage. Looking at it again, it was a back and forth from the start. They were only divided by at least hundreds. The maximum amount of gold that either team has gotten towards their lead was probably around 2,000 to 2,300. But for TNC, they were able to at least maximize on that scalability that they have through the Deroth and of course the Atlas that we've seen, where it really scales up into the early game but kind of botches down afterwards, which is something that we saw in the later portions.
Yep, look at them. They caught Benny, but just 1 Purify and 1 BMI was enough. I really don't understand that play.
Okay.
I mean, it's ambitious for sure.
Here's my theory. At this point in the game, 14 minutes in, it's clear that Aurora, despite the 1,000, 2,000 gold lead, it's small. It's almost negligible in most situations, but I think what really broke the camel's back was their lack of utility. Look, the Uranus does nothing.
Yeah.
The Eve is so stationary. The Suyo is cleanup, and then all Dominkite really is a glass cannon. So they're just very selective, or there's a very narrow selection of attacks they can do. So the next best thing was, let's try this pincer maneuver.
Yeah.
Compared to TNC, you can do so many things.
That's right.
Yeah.
But the following team fight was when we saw the box from Aurora and it looked good. It's just that TNC eventually solved the puzzle. I think, honestly, like I said, this is a chess match between 2 roamers, and then eventually became a chess match between 2 teams where, okay, this is my play. Let's see how you counter it. I don't think that is how chess works, but I think you get what I mean.
I kind of understand what you mean.
We're going with analogies. TNC is a queen.
Okay.
And then RORA, you can call him a bishop or a knight. Okay. A lot of maneuvers, but it's limited compared to the sheer amount of utility TNC has.
Yeah. That does make a lot of sense. It makes it so much clearer in my head. It's just that when you kind of look at it based on what you were saying a while ago, Leo, it's the Eve, the Uranus, and the carry could pop off, but there needs to be someone that pops off so they can pop off.
You have to set it up like it's 2 steps.
I have an analogy now.
Okay.
It's a boxer that tries to win against an MMA specialist.
There you go.
I have another one, but it's not an analogy. It's a 2-factor authentication.
Yeah, they have the password, but they just can't get the other device that says...
You need to look for the email.
There you go.
All too well. I know it all too well.
So
many times.
we've described it to you folks in many different ways.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
That's what happened here.
Yeah. What a start for game number 1 that we saw from both teams. TNC eventually taking game number 1 away from Aurora. We cannot deny that Aurora is still clever as ever whenever they go for those Lord team fights, but TNC, due to the damage that they already did from the 3 inhibitors that were lost, there was just a lot of things that Aurora needed to worry about.
Yeah. And unfortunately, they didn't have time to solve it, and also didn't have the tools. But I feel like in this battle, it's clear that TNC is the team that had their own rotation and own composition that they brought to the table after the patch. I really love this Dairoth. I want to see more of it.
And with that being said, Dairoth, Atlas, we already saw it, but now it's time to see the Smart 5G Ping Test.
Guys, anong masasabi nyo kay Chakno ngayon? Bakit? Ano meron sa buhok niya? Bagong gupit ka?
Hindi, tagal na yan.
Anong tawag dyan sa gupit mo?
Gupit tipid. Hindi, pag pinagupit mo kasi ito, next gupit mo, next year na eh. Hindi, ito yung gupit ko pag malungkot ako.
Malungkot ka?
Depende sa gupit.
Okay, anong favorite sound trip mo ngayon, Chakno? Ano na lang, sample na lang from your favorite song.
Favorite song ko? Depende.
Pag nanalo kayo, meron bang sample?
Pag nanalo kami, kakanta ko sa stage.
May baon ba kayo na bago?
Wala eh. Yung pa din, para reverse psychology lang. Wala na. Sinabi ko rin eh.
Wala na. Ang dami ko nakikitang edit sa'yo sa TikTok Anong reaction mo pag ina-edit nila yung mga montage mo?
Di na ako masyadong, wala na ganun yung FYP ko.
Alam mo kung bakit marami nakatutok? Marami pa rin nag-aabang sa ngiti mo. Abonjing o Edward Balboa? Ikaw may iniwasan ka ata. Ano nga hindi ko naman tinatanong kung sino eh. Ano ang nagpapasay sa'yo ngayon?
Paglalaro.
Pinapawisan siya sa mga tanong.
That was actually pretty funny. I felt like that was a mic check for Odin more than it was a mic check for Edward. That is how cool, calm, and collected Edward was heading into this match.
Yeah.
Did he make a choice? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, he didn't. We immediately went to the next clip.
So neither.
Yeah. So
Okay.
for anyone who's calling him Abunjing or Edward Balboa, you need to cut it. Just like
Mr.
how
Dapadap now.
Yeah,
Mr. Dapadap.
Just like how we cut that clip.
Yeah. And also that's also how we should cut the Uranus second pick for Edward.
Great way to bring it to that. Yeah.
I would love to know why.
Yeah.
I still don't know
go back
why.
and ask him?
We'll ask
They
him.
might not be able. They may not answer it like Abunjing did.
You know what? That does make a lot of sense. I
Mr.
know you
Dapadap.
guys
Mr. Dapadap.
probably have. See, you're the one that I was talking about. You should stop using that.
Okay.
But hey, nevertheless, we can go to our hosts because they have something to talk about.
Thank you so much, casters. But before the meantime, pahinga muna tayo sa intense match-up. Makakasama natin ang ating community leaders, volunteers from the Aurora community. Pakilala nyo naman yung sarili nyo at ang inyong role.
Hello po, I'm Jersey, community volunteer po ng Aurora Gaming Philippines.
And I'm Christine po, community volunteer of Aurora Gaming Philippines.
Hi, Ate Jersey and Ate Christine. So, paano ba makakapag-reach out ang iba pang mga gustong sumali sa inyong community?
If you wanted to join the community page po, visit, the QR will be shown sa screen ninyo. Sumali na kayo to be updated sa mga happenings ng Aurora Gaming Philippines and its community.
Now, meron ba tayong mga upcoming events para sa Aurora community na dapat nating abangan?
Yes, we would like to inform everyone and encourage na manood ng Aurora Gaming Community Cup in collaboration of Infinix Philippines, and it will be live on April 30. Manood na po kayong lahat para a chance to win skin codes and many more exciting prizes.
For the meantime, Ate Jersey, Ate Christine, medyo intense yung match-up, no? I would like to invite you guys, no, any message to our players from Aurora?
Para sa Aurora Gaming, alam kong kayang-kaya nila yan. Bawi lang boys, bawi lang palagi. Huwag tayo may kinig kung ano man sasabihin ng iba. Basta may tiwala tayo sa sarili at sinusuportahan naman kayo palagi ng buong Auroras.
I love the support.
We just wanted you to know that you are loved, supported, and you are talented. And nandito kaming lahat ng Aurora Gaming community fans na sumusuporta sa inyo. Kaya huwag kayong panghinaan ng loob. Manalo at matalo, nandito pa rin kami hanggang dulo.
Now, syempre, for sure, no, sa support na ipinakikita ng community, pwede rin tayong makahanap ng support by getting some merch. Tama ba ako? Is what you're wearing right now, parte ba yan ng merch natin, Ate Jersey, Ate Christine?
Yeah. Yes po. So, bali po sa week 6, magkakaroon po ulit tayo ng merch booth ng Aurora Gaming Philippines sa MPL PH Arena. If hindi po kayo makakabili sa venue, pwede naman po kayong umorder online. And yung link po natin is nasa official Facebook page ng Aurora Gaming Philippines. Nasa bio po.
And also, no, give them a follow na rin, Aurora Gaming PH. Ano ba yung mga mabibili natin sa ating mga merch?
We have lanyards po, t-shirts, and tote bag. And we are down to week 5 giveaways. Visit the community page to know the mechanics on how to join and win exciting prizes.
Alright, visit their page, Aurora Gaming PH, for more. But for the meantime, maraming salamat, Ate Jersey, Ate Christine, and to the whole Aurora community. Back to you guys.
Much love to Denise and, of course, our community leaders coming in from Aurora. They actually got a lot going on prepared for their fan base. And in addition, if you are the players, you'd love words of affirmation brought about by our community leaders there. Hopefully, it helps them in Game 2.
They're gonna need it.
They're gonna need it.
Because Aurora has seen better days.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, so I believe that that they should probably go for first pick.
They were, yes.
Okay,
They are.
They are in blue side.
Yeah.
Wonder what their priority will be.
Blue walls.
How about a Uranus?
Oh my god.
No?
No.
Hey, I was just giving an honest
You know,
suggestion.
Edward is a player that can play Lapu-Lapu.
You see, that's what I'm saying. Like, there are so many players right now at the EXP lane who use the Uranus, and for some it definitely works, but in this composition, especially when you heavily prioritize it, I don't see the idea behind it, and I don't see how it's gonna work.
Low-key, I wish they were going to flex it into the jungle.
Yeah.
Because there's a world wherein that would have been disastrous for TNC.
Yeah. But it did not happen.
Didn't happen.
I mean,
As early as Red 4, it didn't happen.
I believe that they should have picked the... I feel like they should have picked the Doming Kite Hero Red 3. Because that is also what, you know, gave them the handicap, I guess, is the word I'm looking at. It looks different.
and I don't know if you guys saw just a while ago, Broken Walls, this is only going to be the 3rd game this season that Aurora's going to be playing on
Oh,
in
for
it.
Aurora, okay.
And then for TNC, it's the 3rd one. They are currently... Oh no, yeah, they're currently 1-1 at the Broken Walls. So I'm not sure how things are going to be like, because again, this is going to be the most neutral version of the map for both of the teams. It's just that the prioritization of the heroes in the draft is really what's going to be emphasized here if they do it wrong.
Yeah, it's the most neutral and forgiving.
Yeah.
Because certain things are only possible in Broken Walls.
That's right. I think when Yap could ban the Harith, this will force Aurora to think about the Claude, but they might not first pick it, right? It's an awkward first pick for Aurora. They might just settle for... Okay, so that's Valentina because the Jushin's not available.
Yep.
I think this is 100% going to be a Claude +1. Maybe Claude and Leomord or Harley.
How are you feeling about Asora in this one?
No, there's Valentina.
Don't run into that.
Should be on the other side.
Should be on the other side,
Yeah,
sure.
they're going to be picking it up. Okay.
I support the Leomord. He's just better in Broken Walls.
My second emotion.
Leomord Claude, I feel like, for TNC. I might go for Farce. Actually, Lilia Claude.
Gentlemen,
not
it just
too bad.
happened.
What just happened?
Atlas has a 100% win rate.
That's right.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
I agree. So there's the Claude. And now, is this Leo Morton? No, okay. I think I'm fine with this. This I'm fine with because there is synergy between Claude and Uranus. Already.
Okay. All right. I see you have
Three-mar,
some
I
qualms
remember,
with it, my friend.
there's a lot of memories for Three-mar Uranus.
Yep, that's
good ones and bad ones.
That's his debut pick in his opening
Is it?
season, in season 7. Yeah, season
Was
7.
You should know that.
Yeah. He was bullying the likes of Renegade and Yaoi and
Yeah.
James.
That's right. You go Eve now, right? If you're TNC or Lilia. At best, at worst, I mean, go Zetian. Oh, how about the Luyi for Lamsey?
Or the Lunox.
Yeah, they could go. Ooh. I mean, they could go for either of that. It depends on what they want.
More than 6 months later, people still say, when I say Lunox, they say Lancey.
They say Lancey.
Yeah, they say MMR. What are you guys talking about?
Go Luyi.
They might all come back to watch all of a sudden, just, thinking about it.
That's right. I think it's safe to get your mid lane right now for TNC because you still preserve your Uranus. Luyi, Lancey, please. Okay, Suyo. Much better jungle pickup for sure. Especially because Zaida can play this well, and I don't want to see Zaida on Uranus.
Yep.
In addition, you're also going to be limiting down the options for Lancey with the mid lane because again, Valentina is already available. You don't want to pick up the Sora, so that is not even going to be a part of the ban for either of the teams. So given that is already a throwaway, what are some of the considerations that both of the teams can look out for? First off, from Aurora.
From Aurora, I think you ban Luyi eventually and Kimi, as those are the heroes that will make it difficult for the for this Fredrin. I think there is a world where you ban Lily as well. There you go. That's why I feel like they should have third picked the Luyi. But at the same time, they don't want to lose the Suyu, so I don't understand that scenario.
It's an either-or situation for them. Yeah, maybe they wanted to give Zaida a hero that could, potentially carry in situations where it's very difficult for them in the early portions of the game. But
you still ban Sora if you are TNC.
Yeah, might be a possibility again.
Yeah, especially because RORA are now going to be looking for damage in their XP lane. Who knows? Maybe they're the team that eventually gets the Tyrant themselves.
Especially now that you see the Uranus.
The Uranus, yeah, that's right. But they might just go for Adalis, actually. Still makes a lot of sense versus TNC. Now, if you're Aurora, you ban Lilia, I feel like. Or Zetian.
Alice might even appear here for
Lancey.
Oh yeah, I don't know. It really depends because again, there have been some instances where TNC tends to explore their heroes, just like what we saw in game number 1. But yeah, the Kimmy's gonna be the final choice.
I'm thinking Zetian here or Farsa. The safest play definitely is the Farsa. Eventually, you can last pick your Kalea if it allows for the situation for Chakto to get that hero. I feel like in this pattern the TNC is playing, maybe Chakto is the last pick. There is a world where they go for a Zetian as well. I feel like, but that's so late game centric though. Maybe they just go for Lunox, I guess. But yeah, but that Zetian I feel like is the best option here for TNC.
Yeah, I think right now they are considering Chakno's hero as both Etmas and Chakno are talking to each other. So with that, it's going to be a Valir. Okay. So again,
no Lunox.
No Lunox, or maybe
Rome Valir, are you saying?
Valir. I don't know. We saw it before, but it's too...
Wouldn't be impossible.
Wouldn't be impossible.
Right?
But I'd say it's still far-fetched. I'd say it's like a 1 in 10 chance.
Yep.
Yeah. Man, I hope there is a chance where Edward just picks up Lapu-Lapu. And I kind of don't like that for Aurora. I think you're better off with Arlet, but it's banned out.
How about the Rizzler?
Rizzler is great. Oh, just Lapu-Lapu.
So they revert to the default.
It's just default for them. Now TNC, they can go for Gatot Kacha. Or a chip, maybe.
Ooh, I'm not against this being a Rome Valier.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, you were talking about the 1 out of 10% chance. This might just be the one that you're seeing.
Let's make it spicy, TNC.
And in addition, I feel like for TNC with this patch, they've just gone wild.
They figured it out.
They started figuring it out because they've been exploring a lot of heroes that we haven't seen all throughout the first 4 weeks.
Yeah.
But Wolf, if this is a Rome Valier, what do you do? What do you put in mid?
Novaria, maybe.
Huh.
I don't want that, but I think I think that we want to check Hylos.
Okay.
So
keep it simple.
Yeah.
That's the least, but obviously Hylos. Imagine Blade Armor Chastise Pauldron against the Moskov. That could be a way to go.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, who solves the Moskov? Because Valier will barely get any spells on the Moskov. You're outranged.
You're outranged.
Yeah, it's very difficult to handle
Okay.
that. But the good thing is there is a high loss now, so that kind of equalizes it.
I think that for all intents and purposes, the mastery of Aurora with this kind of composition is there. I just don't like to see just a bare Lapu-Lapu, especially when there's already a Valier on the other side, could go flicker and just push out. The Lapu-Lapu just keep, stunning and controlling HP-based damage with that one. And Lapu-Lapu, in a way, wants to go for those static mages or those static marksmen in the backlines. There is no static mage or a static marksman for TNC. Valier is not a static mage for sure. So that's why I don't like the Lapu-Lapu, but at the same time, you credit it to Aurora's mastery of this kind of composition.
Yeah, well, mastery work over a composition that was built to deny the bravest fighter away, as both Aurora and TNC are now going to be present, and the emblems are already showcased right in front of you. Again, for Aurora, the idea is to be able to extend this, and Chaknu is already feeling the brunt of the damage coming in from the duo mid of Aurora Gaming.
That's a 40-second revitalize.
That's right. To be fair, I don't think that TNC has the stronger mid lane duo. This is Valentina and Khalid. Well, very strong and very painful duo to face up against. But I think that now that they're level 2, TLPH will not have any more problems dealing with this lane.
Yeah, this is literally the two heroes in the early game in mid that output the biggest amount of damage. Oh! Wait, Light? Giving Zyda a little bit of a difficulty taking the orange, but Zyda will be fine.
Yeah, he is right over there, the orange buff, safely securing it, but that gives a bit more information for Aurora to adjust depending on the next rotation that they would be having. Zyda is going to be right here at the middle, dishing some damage as well, but TNC will be safely pulling away from that. Same goes for Aurora. They're just going to be waiting for the first objective.
3mar is bullying Edward.
That's why I don't like the Lapu-Lapu, ladies and gentlemen. It's just not a Lapu-Lapu patch. It has not been for the past 2 months, I would say.
Yeah, it's just that it's Edward, you know? He does his best to make it work in certain situations, but given that this is an even worse patch for Lapu-Lapu than it already was a few months ago, 3mar can just easily roam around here, but it seems like he has target on his back.
3mar at less than half health, holding on to that consecration, just using the passive to regen back up to a healthy amount of HP. TNC taking their time, clearing their small camps first before fully committing to the turtle at a third of its health.
This is the attack right again, safely securing his TNC. No takeaways whatsoever coming out from Aurora Gaming. They still have at least 100 more in terms of gold, but for TNC, an objective is an objective.
You would think that composition like Aurora's, you want to get the first turtle, but at the same time, they have their insurance policy on this Moskov. So I think they're totally fine here, Aurora.
Whoa! They put on a bit of damage on the Chaknu, forcing out the regen. He's at a half health. Is this what you were talking about, the positive synergy between a Claude and a Uranus?
That's right.
The Uranus can take care of the other half of the map, allowing the rest of the team to kind of babysit the Claude, whether it be on purpose or kind of like this on rails.
You really just help each other a lot on a macro sense. And in team fights, you supplement the vision for your team. You're hard to remove, and then when the opponent is overly committed on the Uranus, you can just go in with your Purify, with your BMI, Blazing Duet, and you just help each other out so much. And that's exactly what we're seeing now for TNC.
And in addition to what you guys have mentioned, the Valentina of Yue can only copy the glorious pathway.
Blazing the way from out of nowhere. Chaknu helping secure the exit for his gold laner. That's a bond they've had for about 8 years now.
Okay.
Benny Kitty, BMI through! BMI to the back, Light with the prediction. Benny safe, close call.
He was able to use the Purify to get out of that situation, but that was too much of a risk coming out from TNC.
Badly wanted to get that cannon and he was punished for it. Didn't get it. Had to use the Purify, so the battle of attrition into that bottom lane. For sure now, Dominic will have the advantage.
That's a double whammy for Benny Cutie. In that specific moment, Zaida doesn't want to let go. I mean, TNC is being very aggressive as to taking most of the minion waves and even the objectives coming out from the other side.
Glorious Pathway by Chaknu, forcing Yue to retreat. A stolen Glorious Pathway at that. And with that, I think TNC again have asserted themselves.
Oh, he got it.
Dear God, did Zaida just do that?
Zaida did just
Grand
that.
Theft Purple via a charged Queller and Retribution?
He just used a 360 no scope.
Oh!
They want to go for heroes now. They
Aurora
want
with
to turn.
the pull. And Edward with the bravest fighter. No Retribution. Blazing the web by Betty! Put down very low. Edward finds him with the flicker. Re-engage. Zaida takes down Light. Zaida very low. Dominkai with the SOD reposition finds him. And there's Chaknu with a Glorious Pathway. I don't think there's enough damage, but Lancey proves me wrong as Lancey keeps on throwing flames, and 3-Mar gets Dominkai. Now 3-Mar's not done. The dangerous 3-Mar continues to pressure Aurora.
He had to copy the consecration just so he could escape. I mean, Aurora started it, but TNC fights back yet again.
The only time that it's valid to copy the Uranus ultimate, the only time, will never happen again, I feel like.
To not die.
But then,
my
you gotta see TNC just, eventually winning it out, but I think they lost that trade overall.
Whoa. 3-Mar holding down Light and Yue as they assist Benny in winning the gold lane.
And yet, it's still Aurora holding on to a 500 gold lead for some reason, in spite of them kind of losing some bits of the team fights here and there.
To be fair, TNC eventually equalized when it comes to kills, but Aurora having Dominkite in that fight, eventually to get the kill onto Benny Cutie in another one with an assist. I think that's a net positive for Aurora.
That's kind of information, though, that Zaida is up top, has been checked by Edward. 3-Mar is going to be dishing the same amount of damage, but 3-Mar, I believe, is going to be able to escape from this unless...
There's a consecration and the flicker is caught by the Raging Sandstorm. Glorious Pathway plus another one, but Aurora has already committed too much. They finally find him.
Benny?
Stopping him. Benny's fine.
Benny's fine.
Dude, they had to kill him or else everything would go to waste.
Yeah, that's right. 3-Mar causing problems, but Aurora answers in kind. They did force the flicker, so that's also really good for them.
They send TNC a message.
Yep. It's not just a kill. It's a battle spell that they have forced out, so that's 2 minutes without the flicker for 3-Mar. But now the net worth is the gold. I mean, advantage is just really just nothing at this point.
Yep, 1 turtle to 1. Final turtle up for grabs. Zaida just secures his purple, and it looks like RORA will be securing this final objective. And here comes the rest of TNC.
Benny.
Looking for an engage. Benny with a blazing duet. Edward takes a few hits, and in comes a charge! Surge! They find Demon Kite and Light. And just like that, 2 free kills. Look at one more. Up. Queller finds one. They surge in. TNC happy with what they got. A couple of kills and a tier 1 in mid.
Somebody stop Zaida! You would think the TNC have already given up on the team fight, but they're just waiting for their moment, especially because they forced some of the ultimates onto Aurora, particularly onto Yue. And then Zaida just landing that Queller onto 2 members of Aurora, bursting them down. Edward had to flicker. Eventually, they were able to get the push. They might have lost the first fight, the first objective fight, but now they're leading by 1,600 gold and a turret in the middle.
And again, 8 minutes in, it started to make sense. The question in the draft was, Do you pick up a Luyi? Do you pick up a Suyu? This is why you give it to Zaida, because he can make those big plays in those certain moments that, despite the loss of that turtle, he was able to get everything else away from Demon Kite.
That's retry diff. 3 levels worth.
Domikite will be not teleporting out. Okay. Zaida feels like it's not a fight that he wants to engage in. Domikite wins that Aura battle. And TNC will just push up top.
Yeah, just got out Aura, but that's because TNC is Aura farming on the other side of the map, with them already clearing at least 4 turrets. And the same could be said for 3 March, just rotating around the map.
In hindsight, that was TNC's first turret loss. So Zaida was not going to die on that hill. It wasn't worth it.
With the uncertainty of, you know, having the other players in, Zaida still, again, catching Demon Kite's number in terms of the other minor objectives.
6.8 versus 4.5 thousand.
And we're approaching a 4-level XP gap. Chaknu dropping that glorious pathway. Answer with the vengeance flame. Zaida secures the Lord. Cross! Glorious pathways as the SOD misses. Zaida very low. Still jumps in. Gets a kill on Edward. Might get one more. Zaida weaving it out of battle. In he comes with a charge. And another one. Arrow thrown out. 2 for free. As the TNC continues to push forward. Serving up a kill to Bene. Demon Kite starving. Gets his orange as Demon Kite deals with the Lord up top.
Dude, that's another fake back coming out from Zaida. You thought he wasn't going to return, and yet it's the return of the comeback.
He is predicting that Edward will commit further into the backlines, but instead he went in for the dash with the Queller. By the way.
Oh my gosh.
And
he's not done.
Yeah. You know, the thing about the Queller is that it is dependent on the HP that's lost. That's why even with a Lapu-Lapu that's naturally very tanky, even with that amount of HP, with all of the resistances, the damage was enough for Zaida with that Katon.
Oh, that's a Sever.
That's a Sever, that's right.
Oh, this is...
Oh, you
can see it.
Use Shinobi Tate.
Oh yeah, that's right.
There you go again. Glorious Pathway started it off.
Yeah, Zaida wins it. Now Edward going in, and actually went for the proper target as Lancey melts. But Zaida, instead of going backwards, he went in, and then another fake back. He's just, you know, he's just crossing the entirety of Aurora. Zaida with the crossovers, beautifully done. The mastery with the assassin is just there.
I mean, he just realized that he can, you know, deal some damage and not die in that moment. But now it's going to be Zaida versus Domika. He notices it.
Okay, charged. Surge. Unable to find Domikite. SOD blocked. Where are you going?
They still want this.
Oh, he's still there. Get him.
Oh, they got him.
The slow of the blazing duet. Barracuda serving up a kill to Zaida. And to his teammates. 2 for free go over to TNC.
Oh my god, the Phoenix trap. Zaida was just a bait and everybody was there. Now no Moskov in this defense for Aurora.
My goodness, the Phoenix Fire Trap is there in full force. They want to go at it from the bot. It's not going to happen just yet, but you cannot deny TNC is already in the lead, and they do not want to end just here.
They're starving Aurora, taking away everything. The orange snuffed out. The purple going to be up next. Aurora, what do they do here?
Oh, they gotta find a way to lock Zaida down and allow Domikite to just do and deal the damage. Remember, in the first series, you were criticizing the 10-pole strategies that teams are employing right now, and I gotta agree with you, specifically in this matchup versus TNC.
It's all doming.
It's just a third pick Moskov, so TNC are prepared for this. Suyu fourth pick, oh my god.
And I take it back. I think Lancey has found a way. Oh my god, charge surge, forcing a raging sandstorm out of light, I was saying.
Yeah.
The Valier is not outranged. Apparently, those fireballs reach.
Yeah.
And the first, you know, hero that he usually would knock down would be none other than Edward. So before he even gets to use that Bravest Fighter, he's already got down to the half of his health. But there's the Glorious Pathway.
Oh, they're closing off the exit. Edward forced to use that Bravest Fighter. Chaknu drops the Glorious Pathway. And wait, do they know? Do they know? They need to send someone home. Domikite is pushing hard.
Zaida wants to go back.
He has a wave. Benny Cutie playing man-to-man defense. RORA might be the first to actually break through inside the base. They send Zaida. They also send 3mar. That's 2 members. Katon to the ground. Wind of Nature already used up by Dominic, blocking that SOD. Meanwhile, in the Lord pit, that's Lancy, Chaknu, and Bene holding on to the Lord.
Reset? No.
The Lord out of 5th. Lord
reset.
That's 4 members of Aurora. Another glorious pathway dropped in. Chaknu looking a corner to the stun of the Yue. Demon Kai with the Lord secure. Down goes Yue. Benicute gets him. Demon Kai not long for this world. 2 for free. Was that worth it?
A misdirection.
It is.
Thrown away, coming out from Aurora, but Dominkite wasn't able to take it down, and TNC now with 2 lives out from the Northern Lights. Can they finish it off?
TNC have their eyes on 2 inhibitors. Mid is going to crack. Bottom going to follow up next. 5 members. The Phoenix Army are looking to burn and pillage inside Aurora's base. I guess the Lord is going to have to buy enough time. Yue and Demon Guy will be back in time.
That's right. So if you're asking me, was it worth it? I think in that specific scenario where there is a Moskov that's split pushing, it's worth it. Especially because TNC have identified that even if it's a 3v4, the Moskov is not there. At this stage in the game, there's no damage output that can break through Chaknu and even force Benicute out of a bad into a bad situation. So TNC, I think that they probably played the hand that they were dealt with in a great way. And the fact that they have taken 2 turrets from Aurora after Aurora already goes for a gambit
and scores the Lord,
they still get the advantage.
Tentpole problems.
That's right.
Oh, concealed by Chaknu, dropping the Glorious Pathway. They respond, and they collapse. Now goes Dominkite. A stolen Glorious Pathway, stopping the bleeding, but it's not enough. Yue in the back line, can't deal enough damage. Zaida gets taken down by Demon Kite, and the rest of them just go back. Aurora, trade out. Doming for Zaida.
But the king is dead. Moskov is out.
No damage. And Light holding the front lines, the vanguard. TNC just can burn them out. Bene firing off. TNC looking at the goal. They just want to take us down. Another glorious pathway. Edward taking down these minions. 3mar holding it through, flickering back. He has no consecration, but he's still alive.
They're holding for it, and they want to continue.
Lassie gets a double. Edward and UFO. Light gets the immortality pop. TNC are not done with him. He gets taken down by Bene. It's just the Kite brothers.
The extension was too long. Dominkite might have escaped what he wanted to do from the top lane, but now he's been caught. He may still be alive, but TNC's knocking on the door.
That's 5 members of TNC, just the Kite brothers to defend. Zaida's back on the scene, glorious pathway. And ladies and gentlemen, TNC have swept Aurora!
The world champions crumble and burn at the hands of the Phoenix as TNC wings flap. The fire rages on.
Benicute back at it as a reliable gold laner for TNC. Lancy not too shabby at all, but Chaknu, oh my goodness. It might not be as flashy, but all of his decisions were crisp. And we can see the TNC with 3mar holding the vanguard for his team. Such an amazing Uranus player.
It's like there were 3 Uranuses with how well 3mar... Urani?
Maybe.
With how well 3mar was playing defense. It seemed like Chaknu's ult had no cooldown with how well he was placing it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Exactly. It felt like there were 3 Uranuses with glorious pathways.
GG will play to our defending world champions, but TNC is on a whole nother level this week.
I did not know that Glorious Pathway is a spammable skill. It wasn't up until today.
You know, I mean, you learn something new every day, and for Chaknu, just like what Wolf said, this might not be the flashiest hero available, but it is a meta hero for a reason. Closing out on the routes, slowing down the enemies, and creating so much space for TNC.
Zaida was so on point with a charged Queller. Able to just stun out. Look at this. He survives, and now they're getting pushed. I don't know how Moskov was caught in the middle, actually.
Towards the orange buff?
Towards the orange buff.
I think
that was weird.
Full collapse.
I think he just ran out of skills, and the glorious pathway was there. So it was more than enough time for TNC to chase onto him and cut him down as TNC also cuts their losing streak for a W. Let's listen in on the winners.
TNC, make some noise!
Ginulat nyo kaming lahat dun sa pick nyo na Atlas and Deroth.
Chaknu, you surprised us with the Atlas and the Deroth in Game 1.
Kung bakit ito yung mga napili.
Can you tell us why you picked these heroes?
Gusto ko lang ng standing yung mga dati. Babalik lang.
I just want to bring back the heroes from the older seasons of MPL. Chaknu, you went through so many slumps the past few days. What did you guys do to get back here and defeat Aurora? It's a lot of practice and trust. Chaknu, the fans missed your smile, especially here in the interview. Part of returning the old heroes of the metagame is the return of the Venom of Chaknu. Will your Venom come back? It's the second half. Maybe. He doesn't want to say for sure. They have a long road ahead. Another player who has a really strong Venom with his Deroth in Game 1. What do we have in Deroth that really fits your composition? Oh, I saw it in scrims. We were getting beaten up by the Deroth, and it's good against the Uranus. You picked the Uranus also in Game 2. Can you talk to us about your emblem? You used Master Assassin. Cram of SRG and MPL MY used this. Shout out to you, Cram. It's nice to see you use tips from other pro players. It's refreshing to see you win again, here in your rise. Chaknu, will you let us hear you sing? Will you sing? Later tonight, I will sing. There's someone I want to grab here. Let's talk about your performance. In Game 1, you used Zushin. In Game 2, you used Valier. What is your message for all these fans that don't let go and keep supporting TNC? Thank you to all of our supporters. We're going to do better in our next games.
Take your bow. And take a victory walk dedicated para sa Phoenix Army. Denise, that was crazy. The MPL Arena went wild sa pagharap nila ng Aurora Gaming.
They beat the world champions Odin again. They shake things up and that's round 2 for our super fans. But for the meantime, balik muna natin sa casters for their analysis.
Well, I guess later tonight, we're gonna be watching Chaknu's live stream, and if he does not sing, then we're gonna, pressure him to actually do it. But hey, TNC, incredible sweep. What a way to start off the second leg of their tournament. And the MVP, none other than Trimar with the use of the Uranus.
And the Master Assassin emblem that he pointed out. That you know what I really like about Trimar? Because this is a humble kid. I know that when you see him in game, you would see that he, goes for the recalls. He has this teenage angst in him. But after everything that happened in Indonesia, now he him being back in the Philippines, how humble he could be, that he credited both games to different players. Kin for the Dairoth, and now Cram for the Uranus. Not even telling anyone that it was because of him. I know that the guy beside me is very proud. Are you not, Leo?
I've always been proud of Trimar.
Yeah.
This throws back to his debut season. He is him on the Uranus.
That's right. And of course, how impactful he can be. I think it's more about the team for TNC. Surely, it looked very flashy when you're just looking at Chaknu, when you're just looking at Lancy, and then eventually from Benikudi and Zaida. But I feel like the entirety of TNC, the way that they are playing this game, specifically game number 2, they look so coordinated, and it feels like they are so locked in that they know the range of their heroes. If you look back in games 1 and 2, there wasn't any overshooting coming out from TNC. It seems as if all of the heroes of Aurora are magnetized to their spells. Even Lancy, landing skill 1 onto Yue when Yue tried to go for the play. Instead of like focusing his spells onto the Lapu-Lapu, he was so locked into the game that the moment that he saw that he can actually force Yue out of that fight and they can get more out of his skills, he went for that beautiful play onto Yue. I think this games 1 and 2 will be the best games of TNC so far for Season 17.
I absolutely agree. I mean, TNC Pro Team just showcased 3 different heroes that we haven't seen in a while. Not for this season, maybe for the past few seasons, but TNC's digging deep into their back, opening up an old book, just like what Chaknu has mentioned a while ago. He wants to bring back the same flame that he had with other teams to this TNC roster, and maybe through the use of some old heroes, or maybe calling up on some old friends, maybe he can do just that.
Kufra, please, Kufra.
Okay, so is this a tour? Is this Era's tour for Chaknu?
Chaknu greatest hits.
So what album is this match?
Okay, this is season 7. This should be season 7. Season 6.
Okay.
Because that's Atlas, right?
Yep.
6 and 7. So that's technically speaking, that's the Dreamers era.
Okay, is it a Dreamers or a Red?
That should be Red.
That should be Red, right? So
Is this Red?
This is
Yeah,
Red.
this is Red. This is
Red
Red.
Chaknu's version.
Yeah,
right.
Red
We're
Chaknu's
gonna
version.
do some bit more research on that one, but
Yeah, this is Red.
You kind of understand the point.
Dude.
It's just an Eras tour for Chaknu that has been created right from the get-go.
I don't know Ariana Grande's discography, so.
Okay.
I think you're mistaking Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah, I think you're missing Olivia Rodrigo, bro.
It's Selena, dude. You're talking about Selena, Jack.
Come on, man. You're missing out on Billie Eilish.
It is Olivia Dean era now.
Okay, now we're gonna have to put a stop to that already, because I feel like aside from the discographies that we talked about, this is just another extension of Chaknu and another extension of TNC. But for more extensions of this game, let's listen in on the mic check.
Sugol ko to. Hawakan natin to, kaya. Lapo. Dito mamasabit, pre. Kaya sa akin, ha. Balin. Ubusin niyo to, pre. Wala palo. Ubus to, pre. Ito pa siya. Mar. Tara. Go. Kaya ka din. Item pre, ubusin natin dito sa Lord Pressure. Wala silang item. Dito mag-show yung Moscow top pressure. Okay na ako yan. Alagaan mo yung sarili mo. Ready nga. Reset ko. Tara, hero tayo. Balin, walang trigger. Ubusin natin to dito, pre. Balin. Gonyo. Pilit mo na. Ay, hero lang. Ayan sila. Tap. Ubusin yan. Tara, may mid pa. Ipagka lang natin. Out. Kaya pa dito. Out. Hinga tayo guys. Chillin. Walang blinker. Stop. Kaya mo pa, Ben? Go lang. Prito. Busto. Gusto nyo pa? Nag-flicker ata, dalawa. Nag-flicker. Ay, Ben, nag-flicker na. Kalit. Bosko. Kaya. Pwede sa akin nyo, huwag mag-isip. 30 seconds. Clear.
Swear nyo lang, tapos na to. Pag nag-dash pre, hala. Sugod ba pag nag-dash? Pwede rin na tumash.
Not gonna lie, you kind of feel that the more intense the game goes or the team fight goes, the more intense their comms are. But you also feel the eagerness of this team to actually win. And you understand that you need to quench your thirst too. So Sip Purified Water is filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Quench that thirst. Take a sip. I already finished mine, so it's Wolf's turn. And maybe Leo's to actually drink.
I've drank like 5 bottles since the match started.
I mean, who wouldn't? Because again, there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of comfortability on this stage because you see the max 5D. So if you do, that's clever engineering, keeping these teams locked in. No distractions, just pure performance. Brought to you by TT Racing Philippines. We have your back.
Is it just me, or is even during their macro moments, TNC are still one of the most chaotic shot calling teams there is?
Yeah, but at the same time, you can hear a specific shot call, and I guess you just have to really just tunnel vision your way to one shot call.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's what I felt while I was watching it. Like I was sticking to just one shot call, and whatever works best, that would be the case. But it works for TNC anyway as they triumph over Aurora. Let's listen in on our side reporter for now.
Just ended our match number 2 for Superfan Saturday. It's the Burning Phoenix being way much hotter than the light of Auroras today. It's a 2-0 sweep para sa TNC Pro Team. This is your very own Odin reporting on the side to tell you what is happening on the other side of the globe. Happening right now is the MLBB Championship Tour Americas na nahahati sa dalawang pangkat. It's the North versus the South Group. At syempre, ang North Group ay kinabibilangan ng North American teams at ang South Group man ay kinabibilangan ng Southern American teams. Bida dyan sa North Group ang Alpha 7 na kinabibilangan ng Filipino XP laner na talaga na-miss natin sa Pilipinas at magbibigay siya ng entertainment. It's Nats Entertainment na nandyan sa ating North Group. Simula noong Swiss stage ay hindi sila natalo ni isang game at winalis nila ang Lion at Leviathan noong first 2 rounds. Sa round 3 naman ng ating Swiss stage ay nanatili silang undefeated matapos nilang talunin ang Vendetta sa score na 3-1. And at this point, saliado na nila ang first seed at naghihintay sila ngayon sa Phase 3 ng North Group Playoffs. Suportahan ang ating kababayan at ang paboritong koponan. Mapapanood ang MCT Americas sa official MLBB channels. At hindi pa rin naman tapos ang mga kaganapan dito sa Pilipinas dahil after ng ating Match 2, naghihintay pa rin ang Match 3 and that is between Team Liquid Philippines and Twisted Minds. Huwag kayong aalis dahil magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 17. Palag na to!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Different shades, different moods. But somehow, we just click. We all move through life differently. Chasing dreams,
finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color?
Class, may new student tayo. Let's all welcome Savero! Okay, so meron tayong pub quiz. Please get 1/4 sheet of paper.
Ma'am! 1/4! Hindi ko ako ba? Pero sige,
Okay, unang tanong. Saan mas mahirap mag-adjust? Sa PH meta or sa PH trash talk?
Parang both, ma'am. Pares namin yung pinagdaanan last season eh. Savero raising his hands.
Yes, meta, ma'am. Wow! Because we used to be best by Philippines.
Perfect! +5 ka. Mukhang madali kang makakapag-adjust both. Last question, class. Sino ang mas pressured? Import or local king?
Parang local king, ma'am. Baka sa mukha eh.
Ma'am, I think import. Because this is the first time in MPL PH history.
It's okay, Savero. Just always remember the magic word.
Balak na to!
Okay, that's all, class.
Sino cleaners, ma'am?
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello, class. So, matanong ko lang, sa Scream, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Oh, shit!
Teka, class. Tama. Importante ang comms. Mapa in-game o relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo, guys. Tingnan nyo itong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku! Parang support ata yun, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. Ay, para iwas crush!
Oh, shit!
+5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow! May bagong grading sa loob ng classroom. Sino kaya ang bagsak at sino ang may palag? Okay. May grado na ang lahat base sa inyong naging pinakamainit na katapat sa lane. Now, class, ano sa tingin nyo ang palag ni Demon Kite kay Carl T?
Ako! Si Carl TC Goat, si Demon Kite, celebrity!
Okay, makinig. So, pag-usapan naman na natin yung iba't ibang uri ng rivalry, class. So, unang rivalry, yung team na palaging next season na lang versus yung team na palaging nag-champion.
Ma'am! Masakit naman yan!
Ma'am, parang may pinapatamaan ah.
Grade 91%. May angas, may storyline, pero minsan pag finals, bigla na lang nawawala. Parang signal sa probinsya.
Ma'am, di naman na kami yan, no?
Okay, that's all, class. Don't forget to study your rivals kasi next week ay graded recitation math sa stage.
Goodbye! Thank you, teacher!
What is up, MPL super fans? This is your host, Denise, and now let's take the moment to get to know more about one of MPL's rising stars from Team Cavalry. We have Teddy, and joining us together with him is yung parents niya and of course, Tita. Hello po and welcome to the arena. Kwento mo naman sa amin, no, yung feeling na napanood mo mismo yung anak mo on stage.
Masaya. Iba talaga yung sa TV lang. Iba yung sa live.
Daddy Dave, kumusta ba siya Teddy bilang anak outside play?
Okay naman po. Mabait na bata. Talagang sabi ko sa kanya, at sa kanya naman din, hindi siya titigil pa hanggang sabi niya sa akin, hanggat hindi ako napapapasok sa MPL. Awa naman ng Diyos na punta sa MPL.
Actually, sobrang saya namin kasi alam namin ito talaga yung gusto niya. Ito yung dream niya talaga na mapapasok dito nga sa MPL. Pero kasi parang we had discussion last year na since close nga din naman kami. Tinatanong ko siya kung ano ba, ipupush mo ba yung pag-aaral or yung pag-pro. So sabi niya sa akin, pag hindi pa rin siya naging pro this year, magkukontinue siya sa pag-aaral. And luckily, nakamit niya this year. So 2026 is para kay Teddy talaga.
Gusto ko lang na pagpatuloy na lang niya yung ni Lord sa kanya. Kasi yun yung talaga ang niya eh. Gusto niya na mapasok siya sa MPL.
Sabi ko lang kay Teddy, good luck and galingan mo pa.
Thank you so much, Teddy with his mom, dad, tita. Balik muna namin sa inyo.
Dudurugin niya daw sex na ba guys? Sana pinaggandahan tayo ng APBR. Oo nga, para maganda yung laban, pre. Saan punta ng mga fans, pre? Good luck daw sa APBR, sabi ni Mingwin. Nag-iinit daw si Mingwin ngayon, guys. Takno kayo na ba, guys? Sabi ni Mingwin. Ganito pala ginagawa namin, guys, after ng ng banding namin, after ng script, movie night na kami, movie night. Tapos minsan, basketball, tsaka badminton.
Listen talaga. Anong pwede message si Ryzen Punks? Kay Perks, message ko, good luck, galing naman namin pareho. Pakita namin kung sino kami. Parehas pala standing, no? Kami na yan, bigay nyo muna. 2 strike kami, oh. May momentum sila. Hindi, nanalo sila sa RORA. Momentum. Analyst ka na kaya? Aray mo. Siguro message ko kay Ryzen, good luck, galingan namin pareho. Pakita namin kung ano yung namin. Siguro yung preparation namin yung usually na ginagawa lang namin everyday na practice tsaka script. Yun lang. Pangs, ano daw masasabi ko sa'yo? Ambassador ka daw ng clear. Bakit tama mo naman kami isang hawi? Ay, pati daw si Kel. Ay, pag nanalo daw, umawi daw kayo sa stage pagtapos. Umawi mo daw hindi sa buhok sa gilid. Kinukumal na ni Coach. Bakit kapalit ka kay Alden?
Guys, anong masasabi nyo kay Chakno ngayon? Bakit? Ano meron sa buhok niya? Bagong gupit ka?
Hindi, tagal na yan.
Anong tawag dyan sa gupit mo?
Gupit tipid. Hindi, pag pinagupit mo kasi ito, next gupit mo, next year na eh. Kaya ito yung gupit ko pag malungkot ako.
Malungkot ka?
Depende sa gupit.
Okay, anong favorite sound trip mo ngayon, Chakno? Sample na lang from your favorite song.
Favorite song ko? Depende.
Pag nanalo kayo, meron bang sample?
Pag nanalo kami, kakanta ko sa stage.
May baon ba kayo na bago?
Wala eh. Yung pa din, para ano lang, reverse psychology lang. Wala na, sinabi ko rin eh.
Wala na. Ang dami ko nakikitang edit sa'yo sa TikTok Anong reaction mo pag ine-edit nila yung mga montage mo?
Di na ako masyadong, wala na ganun yung FYP ko.
Alam mo kung bakit marami nakatutok? Marami pa rin nag-aabang sa ngiti mo. Abonjing o Edward Balboa? Ikaw may iniwasan ka ata. Ano nga hindi ko naman tinatanong kung sino Ano ang nagpapasay sa'yo ngayon?
Paglalaro.
Pinapawisan siya sa mga tanong.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Different shades, different moods. But somehow, we just click. We all move through life differently. Chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color?
Class, may new student tayo. Let's all welcome Savero! Okay, so meron tayong pop quiz. Please get 1/4 sheet of paper.
Ma'am! 1/4! Hindi ako ba? Pero sige,
Okay, unang tanong. Saan mas mahirap mag-adjust? Sa PH Meta or sa PH Trash Talk?
Parang both, ma'am. Paras namin yung pinagdaanan last season Savero raising his hands.
Yes, Meta, ma'am. Wow! Because we used to be best by Philippine.
Perfect! +5 ka! Mukhang madali kang just both? Last question, class. Sino ang mas pressured? Import or local king?
Parang local king, ma'am. Baka sa mukha eh.
Ma'am, I think import. Because this is the first time in MPL PH history.
It's okay, Savero. Just always remember the magic word.
Balak na to!
Okay, that's all, class.
Sino cleaners, ma'am?
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello, class. So, matanong ko lang, sa Scream, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Oh, shit!
Teka, class. Tama. Importante ang comms. Mapa in-game o relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo, guys. Tingnan nyo itong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku! Parang support ata yan, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. Ay, de para iwas crush!
Oh, shit!
Plus 5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
May bagong grading sa loob ng classroom. Sino kaya ang bagsak at sino ang may palag? Okay. May grado na ang lahat base sa inyong naging pinakamainit na katapat sa lane. Now, class, ano sa tingin nyo ang palag ni Demon Kite kay Carl T?
Ako! Si Cartesi Goat! Si Demon Kite, celebrity!
Okay. Pakinig. So, pag-usapan naman na natin yung iba't ibang uri ng rivalry, class. So, unang rivalry, yung team na palaging next season na lang versus yung team na palaging nag-champion.
Ma'am! Masakit naman yan!
Ma'am, parang may pinapatamaan ah.
Grade 91%. May angas, may storyline, pero minsan pag finals, bigla na lang nawawala. Parang signal sa probinsya.
Ma'am, di naman na kami yan, no?
That's all, class. Don't forget to study your rivals kasi next week ay graded reputation na sa stage.
Goodbye! Thank you, teacher!
What is up, MPL Superfans? This is your host, Denise, and now let's take the moment to get to know more about one of MPL's rising stars from Team Cavalry. We have Teddy, and joining us together with him is yung parents niya and of course, Tita. Hello po and welcome to the arena. Kwento mo naman sa amin, no, yung feeling na napanood mo mismo yung anak mo on stage.
Masaya. Iba talaga yung sa TV lang. Iba yung sa live.
Daddy Dave, kumusta ba siya Teddy bilang anak, outside player?
Okay naman po. Bait na bata. Talagang sabi ko sa kanya, at sa kanya naman din, hindi siya titigil pa hanggang sabi niya sa akin, hanggat hindi ako napapapasok sa MPL. Awa naman ng Diyos na punta sa MPL.
Actually, sobrang saya namin kasi alam namin ito talaga yung gusto niya. Ito yung dream niya talaga na mapapasok dito nga sa MPL. Pero kasi parang we had discussion last year na since close nga din naman kami. Tinatanong ko siya kung ano ba, ipupush mo ba yung pag-aaral or yung pag-pro. So sabi niya sa akin, pag hindi pa rin siya naging pro this year, magkukontinue siya sa pag-aaral. And luckily, nakamit niya this year. So 2026 is para kay Teddy talaga.
Gusto ko lang na pagpatuloy na lang niya yung ni Lord sa kanya. Kasi yun yung talaga ang niya gusto niya na mapasok siya sa MPL.
Sabihin ko lang kay Teddy, good luck and galingan mo pa.
Thank you so much, Steady Teddy with his mom, dad, tita. Balik muna namin sa inyo.
Dudurugin niya daw sex na ba guys? Sana pinaggandahan tayo ng AP Bren. Oo nga, para maganda yung laban, pre. Saan punta ng mga fans, pre? Good luck daw sa AP Bren, sabi ni Mingwin. Nag-iinit daw si Mingwin ngayon, guys. Good luck daw kayo Nova, guys, sabi ni Mingwin. Ganito pala ginagawa namin, guys, after ng ang banding namin, after na script, movie night na kami, movie night. Tapos minsan, basketball, tsaka badminton.
Listen talaga. Anong pwede message kay Ryzen Punks? Kay Perks, message ko, good luck, galing naman namin pareho. Pakita namin kung sino kami. Parehas pala yung standing, no? Kami na yan, bigay nyo muna. 2 strike kami, oh. May momentum sila. Hindi, nanalo sila sa RORA. Momentum. Analyst ka na kaya? Aray mo. Siguro message ko kay Ryzen, good luck, galingan namin pareho. Pakita namin yung kung ano yung namin. Siguro yung preparation namin yung usually na ginagawa lang namin everyday na practice tsaka script. Yun lang. Pangs, ano daw masasabi ko sa'yo? Ambassador ka daw ng clear. Bakit tama mo naman kami isang hawi? Ay, pati daw si Kel. Ay, pag nanalo daw, umawi daw kayo sa stage pagtapos. Hawi mo daw hindi sa boke, sa gilid. Kinukumal ka ni coach. Bakit kapalit ka kay Alden?
Guys, anong masasabi nyo kay Chakno ngayon? Bakit? Ano meron sa buhok niya? Bagong gupit ka?
Hindi, tagal na yan.
Anong tawag dyan sa gupit mo?
Gupit tipid. Hindi, pag pinagupit mo kasi ito, next gupit mo yung year na eh. Ito yung gupit ko pag malungkot ako.
Malungkot ka?
Depende sa gupit.
Okay, anong favorite sound trip mo ngayon, Chakno? Ano na lang, sample na lang from your favorite song.
Favorite song ko? Depende.
Pag nanalo kayo, meron bang sample?
Pag nanalo kami, kakanta ko sa stage.
May baon ba kayo na bago?
Wala eh. Yung pa din, para reverse psychology lang. Wala na. Sinabi ko rin eh.
Wala na. Ang dami ko nakikitang edit sa'yo sa TikTok Anong reaction mo pag ine-edit nila yung mga montage mo?
Di na ako masyadong, wala na ganun yung FYP ko.
Alam mo kung bakit marami nakatutok? Marami pa rin nag-aabang sa ngiti mo. Abonjing o Edward Balboa? Ikaw may iniwasan ka ata. Ano nga hindi ko naman tinatanong kung sino eh. Ano ang nagpapasay sa'yo ngayon?
Paglalaro.
Pinapawisan siya sa mga tanong.
GG bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Different shades, different moods. But somehow, we just click. We all move through life differently. Chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color?
so meron tayong pop quiz. Please get 1/4 sheet of paper.
Ma'am! 1/4! Ito, lima ako ba? Pero sige, ito.
Okay, unang tanong. Saan mas mahirap mag-adjust? Sa PH meta or sa PH trash talk?
Parang both, ma'am. Paras namin yung pinagdaanan last season eh. Sabi, raising his hands.
Yes, meta, ma'am. Wow! Because we used to be best by Philippines.
Perfect! +5 ka. Mukhang madali kang makakapag-adjust both. Last question, class. Sino ang mas pressured? Import or local king?
Parang local king, ma'am. Baka sa mukha eh.
Ma'am, I think import. Because this is the first time in MPL PH history.
It's okay, Savero. Just always remember the magic word.
Balak na to!
Okay, that's all, class.
Sino cleaners, ma'am?
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello, class. So, matanong ko lang, sa scrim, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Oh, shit!
Teka, class. Tama. Importante ang comms. Mapa in-game or relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo, guys. Tignan nyo itong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku, parang support ata yun, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. As de para iwas crash!
Oh, shit!
+5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow!
Oh, yeah.
May bagong grading sa loob ng classroom. Sino kaya ang bagsak at sino ang may palag? Okay. May grado na ang lahat base sa inyong naging pinakamainit na katapat sa lane. Now, class, ano sa tingin nyo ang palag ni Demon Kite kay Carl T?
Ako! Si Cartesi Goat! Si Demon Kite, celebrity!
Okay. Makinig. So, pag-usapan naman na natin yung iba't ibang uri ng rivalry, class. So, unang rivalry, yung team na palaging next season na lang versus yung team na palaging nag-champion.
Ma'am! Masakit naman yan!
Ma'am, parang may pinapatamaan na.
Grade 91%. May angas, may storyline, pero minsan pag finals, bigla na lang nawawala. Parang signal sa probinsya.
Ma'am, di naman na kami yan, no?
That's all, class. Don't forget to study your rivals kasi next week ay graded recitation na sa stage.
Goodbye! Thank you, teacher!
What is up, MPL Superfans? This is your host, Denise, and now let's take the moment to get to know more about one of MPL's rising stars from...
Matapos ang dalawang matinding bakbakan, magpapatuloy ang Superfan Saturday dito sa Victoria Sports Tower. This time for our last series, magtatapat ang Twisted Minds Philippines kontra Team Liquid. Currently undefeated at #1 sa ating liga. Mapuputol na nga ba ang kanilang undefeated streak o magpapatuloy na nga ba sila patungo sa ating playoffs? Napakaaga pa lang pero nando na tayo sa diskusyon na yon at kami ang makakasama ninyo umi pa rin with Prof B and Midnight. At para sa ating English panel, kamusta naman tayo dyan, Hans G?
Oh, good pa rin. Kasama ko, wala iba kundi si Leo and Wolf, and we will still be part of the English broadcast to finish off the day.
At alam mo, napaka-exciting ng ating labanan. It's Doll Day once again, and this is a very important match para sa Team Liquid Philippines. One step closer from the playoff spot.
And alam mo, ang hirap talaga i-break eh. So, sobrang lawak na ng takbo nila eh.
Oo, sa lahat ng season na nagdaan, lahat ng nag-win streak ng ganito ay sure nag-playoffs. And nakakapanibago. I mean, hindi naman pala nakakapanibago. Nakaka-refresh lang na may streak na naman dito sa MPL Philippines. And imagine mo, week 5 pa lang. Pag nanalo sila dito, secured na ang playoffs.
Oh my goodness, week 5, we already can have a playoff secured team. Hindi ko maalala kung ano yung pinakamaagang oras na nagkaroon tayo ng ganito. Kasi usually it happens somewhere around week 6 or maybe even week 7. But week 5, that just goes to show you how dominant TLPH has been.
And that is one step closer to defending their title. Is this tama? Again, let's not forget, even if they did fall in M7, it still could be a 3-peat.
Tama. Ang hirap kasi itago sa inyo, guys. Hindi ko na talaga kaya itago sa inyo, guys. Sige. Sobrang lakas at hindi na talaga naliligaw ngayon ang mga members ng Team Liquid. Nahanap na nila yung tamang direksyon kung saan pupunta. At ayun na nga, huwag kayong mag-alala. No matter what happens, professional pa rin. Kahit mag-playoffs pa rin sila ngayong araw na to, professional pa rin sila maglaro.
Yes.
Kahit may potential ng 3-peat. Kasi nakakatakot ngayon, pagkalaban mo yung Team Liquid Philippines, sila naman yung nanliligaw.
Oo.
Yeah.
Ito, Tutal, nakatutok na rin naman tayo kay Dol. Kitang-kita naman na napaka-professional pa rin niya. Mahirap nang magtago at mahirap nang itago yung napakaraming pangalan na meron ngayon si Idol.
Ben, isipin mo, iba-iba yung pangalan niya dyan, pero tinulay niya yon sa bawat panalo. In English, you just have to bridge it, right? I mean, at this point, you gotta understand the game, and that's the win streak na pinapagpatuloy ni Sanford sa lahat ng mga pangalan na yan.
That's true.
I'm speechless. Especially kasi nakita natin yung growth nitong si Sanford mula dun sa I think the longest streak niya yung as the Apex Predator, right?
Yeah,
I think he still is.
He still is.
Parang iba't ibang mode lang kapag na-activate niya. Like, siguro pag Urano siya, iba yung maalala mo. Pag napula po si Simeon, for example.
Pag may kalid sa laro, hindi siya. Basta may kalid, Raging Sanford.
Well, ang kanyang katapat ay walang iba kundi ang Admiral na si Lansu na binida din natin last week. Nakita natin kung gaano kalupit ang mga naging plays niya on his Arlot. At hindi lamang yun, siya din ang team captain ng Twisted Minds currently in the middle of the standings right now sa regular season.
Yeah, actually, napakaganda ng pinakita ni Lanzo. Even sa kanyang rookie debut, yung last season ng Twisted Minds, na parang nakitaan na natin siya ng potensyal, yung kakayahan niyang bumuhat sa game. And matter of fact, sa lahat ng panalo, I believe, ng Twisted Minds, siya ang match MVP. 3 beses na. Yung laban nila versus Smart Omega, yung laban versus APBR, and of course, yung laban versus TNC. And napakaganda rin ng stat line dito ni Lansu.
I mean, from the start, this was a guy na nanggaling na ng MPL before. Nandun man siya sa MDL, pero pagbalik niya, parang nag-evolve pa siya lalo.
Meron siyang isang bagay na wala si Raging Sanford.
Ano?
Okay.
MDL Championship.
Tama.
You know what? That's true. Actually, it's true.
Oo.
Totoo naman.
Yun din naman yung natin yung biro natin kay Daddy JP. Na kung tatanungin kung sino ang totoong may kumpletong trophy cabinet, ay ang sagot talaga dyan ay si Daddy JP.
talaga.
Considering na mayroon din po siyang MDL Championship. And tama nga ba na finals MVP din sa MDL?
Yeah.
Daddy JP?
Yes, kompleto.
So sobrang kompleto nga pala talaga ng tropeo dito ni Daddy JP. But overall, this is still a very systematic na laban makikita natin between two talented teams and currently undefeated ang TLPH. Pero nga bang pwede nating makita doon?
Ang gusto kong tignan is yung tapatan ng XP. Kasi for the longest time, Sanford has been sitting at the top. Kaya naman siya yung tinawag na Apex Predator. Pero may umuusbong may challenge dito sa postura ng ating Raging Sanford. Gusto ko i-highlight dito actually yung laruan ni Lanzo. Kasi kanina nabanggit ko na sa lahat ng naging performance ng Twisted Minds, lahat ng paraan nila, siya yung X factor and napakalala ng performance dito ni Lanzo in a good way kasi dito sa dito sa clip na to makikita nyo yung ginawa niyang set kanina, yung ginawa niyang tulay, bridge niya yung kanyang avenue towards the Hayabusa mula dito papunta dito para magamit niya yung vengeance, and nung nakuha niya na yung tulay, nag-flicker in pa siya dito sa spot na to and nahuli niya yung angulo para mahanap dito yung Hayabusa sa final slash para ma-pick off nila yung jungler dito ng TNC. This is some incredible high-level stuff from XP laners na nakikita natin dito sa Pilipinas. And because of that, they were able to snipe out the main core of TNC and nawalan ng Lord Contention ang kanilang kalaban. Now, in this clip, makikita din natin yung kanyang proficiency in terms of target selection dito sa dito sa angulo na to. Yung mga weird angles na pinanggagalingan ng mga Arlot. Typically, kapag nakakakita tayo ng Arlot gameplay, doon lang sila sa harap. Pero makikita natin dito parang may pinafocus na lang talagang target si Lanzo. May hinahabol siya sa likuran. And ito yung madalas nating nakikita sa mga magagaling na Arlot users. Hindi lang pang set yung final slash. It's more of a disruption sa backline. It's more of displacing the right target. And because of that, may ilang si Lanzo dito na lumapit. Dito sa spot na to, makikita nyo naman, yung Eve, may ilang siyang lumapit. So, hindi makakahanap ng magandang set dito yung TNC. And ito yung disruption na lagi nating binabanggit sa mga breakdown ng teamfight. And forced kagad siya gamitin yung real world manipulation. Even though mukhang maganda kasi na-lockdown dito yung Twisted Minds, parang hindi na ganun ka-potent yung teamfight dito for TNC because of the frontline defense ay nag-breakdown na mula sa Twisted Minds.
Ang lupit ng reposition na final slash nun
Yes.
Pag linagay mo yun sa perspective ng Twisted Minds, ang layo ng tinalo niya.
Yes. Kasi usually kapag ikaw yung may hawak ng Eve, di ba? Parang pag binox in mo na yung kalaban, pwede ka lumaban. Pero ang problema, na-box in sila, pagka final slash, yung nasa isip ng TNC, kailangan nilang magtakbuhan. Now, for this last clip, makikita natin yung capacity ni Lanzo na bumuhat hindi lang sa mga setting heroes but also on this Phobius game. Ito yung napakagandang factor dito about kay Lanzo. Alam niya yung responsibility niya in this game. He is gonna engage in the front line. And ito yung strength ng Phobius. Yung kaya mong makipag 1v3 technically. Hanggat walang burst, lalaban ka ng lalaban. So Lanzo went in the front line para ma-disrupt niya rito yung TNC. And after that, makakakuha siya ng triple dark wave sa kanilang mga heroes. And because of this, ito yung magbabuy time sa teamfight dito ng Twisted Minds, and it's gonna allow MP the King to reposition to find potential pick-up on the backside and also allow Twisted Minds to sort of negate yung answer na pwedeng gawin sana ng TNC.
What I noticed din dun sa clip na yun, I'm sorry Omi, kasi hindi siya na bait na pumunta dun sa carry. Kasi di ba pag Phobius ka, parang target mo na condition ka po, pupuntahan ko yung marksman ng kalaban.
Yes.
And you would go for that. But in that specific na clip, hindi niya ginamit yung flicker niya para pumunta dun sa carry. Making sure na nakontrol na yung nasa harapan. Kasi yung heroes ng Twisted doon ay pangharapan.
Yeah, parang ang concept dito is yung mga XP laners na hindi nag-overheat. Parang alam nila, hindi ko kailangan targetin yung backline, hindi ko kailangan puwersahin yung hindi naman dapat puwersahin. Basically, kapag may checklist, pinupunan lang ni Lanzo.
And what I'm getting from this is napakataas ng pressure for our XP laners to perform and not to overperform as well dito sa ating match na ito. And it's going to be a matchup of course kay Sanford and Lanzo upcoming sa ating TLPH versus Twisted Minds. At pupuntahan naman natin of course yung mga kailangan gawin na pares sa kupunan sa ating Infinix Keys to Victory. Ibabalik na uli natin ito sa ating panel discussion. Ano bang kailangan gawin na pares sa kupunan?
Well, for TLPH, kailangan maging aggressive. Weird na sabihin na maging aggressive yung TLPH kasi isa sila sa mga pinaka-aggressive na team sa buong mundo. But against Twisted Minds, ang dami kasing twist Ang daming twisted rotations na pwedeng ilabas mula kay Lanzo at pati na rin kay Sean. And make sure na yung mga teamfight conditions ay nami-meet nila kasi overheating is gonna be a thing here in TLPH. Now, also for silent pressure, yung dito makikita natin yung pag-force update, mag-force ng better set of heroes dito para kay Lanzo. Siguro kailangan lang tanggalin dito yung mga Arlot, yung mga Phobius is kasi dito talaga na-enable yung Twisted Minds, but also remove yung early game aggression na madalas natin nakikita sa Twisted Minds kapag nakakakuha sila ng magagandang game.
Yeah. Para naman sa Twisted Minds, wag silang magbibigay ng libreng heroes. We call it free because they don't have any counters in a way. We can see sometimes when the Claude, technically speaking, there are no heroes without counters. But if you've already banned the counters and it's no longer available, that's when you can say that the hero is free. You cannot give TLPH that kind of draft. And now, when it comes to the draft, I think it's also beneficial for Twisted Minds to focus on late game compositions, but still don't mess up the early game. For example, if they want to go for the Phobius with the Moskov on the sides, or maybe a Claude plus the Phobius, they have to make sure that their early game is still intact. So that means that they might have to sacrifice their mid lane duo and make sure that that will be good in the early stages. Just don't all in on one particular part of the game.
And yesterday, nakita nating natalo ng Onyx Philippines sa side ng Twisted Minds. At ngayon naman, susubukan ng Twisted Minds na matuto mula sa laban na yon up against an undefeated Team Liquid Philippines. Playoffs na ang nakasalalay dito para sa TL. Boys, how do we feel about this?
I mean, that's still crazy to think about, Prof.
Actually, iniisip ko yung kung paano mag-i-start. Second half pa lang, di ba? Pero tinutuldo ka mo agad yung, yung regular season. Yeah. Umpisa ng playoffs, pero tuldong agad ang gusto mong pumapapasok sa playoffs.
More time, I think more time for TL na magpahinga,
Celebrate.
Dinner.
I agree. Dinner.
Pero hindi ko na Twisted Minds to. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Pero it's on the internet. It's there.
Okay. Malalaman na natin kung magkakatotoo nga ba yan. Maraming salamat sa ating English panel. Magsisimula na po ang ating uling laban ng Superfan Saturday. Players, pasok.
To ensure the integrity of the game, let us welcome our marshals, Miko, Patrick, JD, and Joshua G.
Let's go, Lincoln! Let's go, Lincoln!
Unbound, unbroken, undefeated. They are the reigning, raging, defending MPL Philippine champions, Team Liquid Philippines. Led by the Admiral, hunting for a much-needed win. Minds, get loud for your Twisted Minds! And our head referee, sit. And the head coaches for TLPH, Coach Aeon, and for Twisted Minds, Coach Boncha. The perfect season meets a nearly impossible mission. This is Team Liquid Philippines versus Twisted Minds.
This early on, the playoffs is on the line. How will Team Liquid Philippines deliver?
Last night, we put a spotlight on the four horsemen. Tonight, I'd like to put a spotlight on Steady Teddy. I want to see him shine because if ever there was a time for him to prove that he belongs in the cavalry, that he is ready to punch his ticket, the San Juan Arena, then he better do it now.
That's a big crowd they're expecting, and it's a big crowd also backing Twisted Minds as they hope to shatter that playoff hope just yet.
It's still going to be Owl, although there was a time where Nosha actually played up against Teddy. I would have loved to see them fight again, but this time in the MPL. However, it seems like for Twisted Minds, they are going to rely on Owl. It has been clear for us that Lansu has been the focal point of Twisted Minds. I think it's up to the rest of the gang to also step up. And Twisted Minds needs every single one of them here up against a Titanic team, TLPH.
Okay, so you're saying Lansu is the anchor?
Yes!
Liquid has 4.
That's the thing though, Lansu has to outweigh that, or maybe for the others to actually step up. I feel like that would be the main concern here for Twisted Minds, because MP the King, sure, they get first blood and kill participation at their advantage, but that doesn't paint the entire picture of TLPH just turning things into their favor in the middle stages.
Yeah. historically speaking, Twisted Minds, even their members, 9 lives, they have...
Hold on. You know what? Let's go to the big test first.
JP, di ba ang tawag nila sa'yo ay Dad?
Yes po.
Bakit Dad ang tawag nila sa'yo?
Gusto lang daw po nila.
Kamusta naman yung teammates mo? How do you handle them?
Ayun po, makulit po lahat eh. Pasaway po lahat to.
I'm pretty sure may pinakamakulit tsaka pinakapasaway. Sino yun?
Sanji po, Sanji.
Anong kulit ni Sanji?
Pinapagalit, tapos lagi pinapagalitan ng coach namin.
Sino ang pinakamabait?
Si Sanji rin.
Si Sanji rin. Dahil?
Para may bawi ako kay Sanji.
Sanji, okay naman. Pinakamabait ka naman pala eh.
Di ba, G?
Guys, kung alam nyo lang ang ugali ni Sanji sa totoong buhay, sa ML, mukhang mabait yan. Pero pag totoong buhay, try namin i-break yung undefeated streak. Try lang may word na try dun
Kung green flag ka, yun ba yung dahilan ba't may nakikita ako nanonood dyan?
Syempre. Grabe kasi talaga ako magmahal.
Halima magmahal!
Halima magmahal!
Halima magmahal si Sean!
Siguro araw-araw princess treatment.
That was just Daddy JP and of course, Sean, the green flag for your smart 5G ping test. But let's go back to what you were talking about a while ago, Wolf. What were some of the points that you want to emphasize on?
Historically speaking, there wasn't a time where this squad of Twisted Minds, even when they were Onyx 9 lives, have been able to win against Team Liquid Philippines. However, what I say to that is, this is a team that has not been playing for a long time, but they were able to reach to the point where they can now challenge TLPH. In fact, I will always remember that historic game for Sean, the guy that we featured in the mic check, when he was able to outplay TLPH, score a savage.
It was against them.
It was against TLPH, against a Hayabusa, nonetheless,
on
of the GOAT Krautizi, on Akimi, securing what I feel like is the official highest kill score without any deaths. Of course, it's the second, but in my mind, it's the first.
In modern age.
In modern age. In the franchise era.
I wouldn't take those odds.
In the franchise era. Is that safe?
That's safe.
You know what? Yeah, I would count that under the franchise era. And for Twisted Minds, they also showcased potential yesterday. They were facing off against Onyx Philippines. They were unable to get a game off them, but they managed to, make Onyx Philippines sweat for that victory and going up against TLPH, who currently, as the season moves forward, is the strongest and is on top of the food chain. This might be the momentum that they need, but it heavily depends because TLPH has had momentum the entire season.
And it's scary that in their last game, you cannot see an actual pattern for the drafting of TLPH. They're not easily readable, if that is a word, but I don't know that it can be used like that.
Throughout weeks 2 and 3, maybe a little bit of 4, they've always at least, I noticed, given Teddy his hero in the first phase.
That's one.
That's at least one.
That's at least one. But then there are so many modes for them, and specifically with the new patch, they are hard to predict for now. But what I do understand is that they have a lot of focus on the Harris, and it will be banned by Twisted. Okay.
Zushin or Claude?
Or Claude.
Safe?
Honestly, if you're...
Or Baxia.
Yeah, I think among those three, Baxia might be the best. Yep. That is the best out of the three.
Yeah, this is one of the rare times that they didn't pick up a Teddy hero first blue one. So now if you're Twisted Minds, you have a chance to actually pivot here if you want to.
Those are the 3 modes you're talking about.
That's right.
Whether you build for the middle, you build for the Stampede if it's a Zushin, or you help Teddy.
There's the Zushin, probably.
Take both.
Claude, yep.
Twisted Minds.
They just got the rest, right? Yeah. But I think it makes a lot of sense here. You don't ever want to give these 2 heroes to the side of TLPH. But there is that Bruno that still is available for TLPH. And in that scenario, they might just go for high loss. And they go for carry instead. And I guess they want to go for the Valentina, making sure that there's no Sora option. Of course, an answer to the Jushin.
Yeah, so I think the limit for Teddy's hero pool is still going to be capped at 4, if I'm not mistaken, with the Hanif already present from yesterday. The Suyu is going to be wrapping up the first phase for Twisted Minds. It's still the same recipe for Coach Aeon and the Cavalry, as they still have Teddy's hero in the first phase. It's never gonna change.
Yeah. I think in this scenario for TLPH, it's tempting to still go for the Terizla for Sanford, but I feel like you want to go for damage. So I kind of feel like the Sora might be an option for them, if in case it will be opened up. I doubt it will be, but I think I'm thinking that's a better option now. Of course, they can just go back to the Terizla and have maybe a roamer that can also output the damage in that scenario, or switch it around. Go for a tag hero on JP, like the Claude. Sorry, like the high loss against the Claude. Then go for Alice at least.
And it might work for them in this scenario because again, Twisted Minds are removing heroes that have been, dealing some setups.
I think Alice is the fourth pick for Twisted Minds because they cannot give that to TLPH. I'm not sure though if it will be able to kind of complete the composition here for Twisted Minds. It kind of feels awkward because you still already have the Claude. But we did say during the Keys to Victory that they have to kind of arm themselves for the late game. Yeah.
So with that, Alice, will it be the choice for TLPH to actually take it out? Because again, just like what Wolf has mentioned, they can use it for themselves unless Twisted Minds have something up their sleeve to try and shake things up, given that the carry has already been revealed, so the CC is going to be taken out.
Yeah, that's a lot of Lanzu specials. Okay, confirmed Raging Sanford.
Oh.
Since the Khalid is in the map.
Yep, there will be a Raging Sanford. And in order for Sanford to be a Raging Sanford in this game, I think Alice is the best option for them. And then you go for really just the Hylos. I think it just makes no sense. There is that Kalea option for themselves. And then the Kalea plus the carry, that's a more offensive route, but you still have some sort of sustain courtesy of the natural kit of Kalea. So Kalea and Hylos are my options here.
But it's banned, sir.
Oh, it was banned.
Yeah.
First ban.
2-1.
Oh, yeah.
So Hylos gatot?
Yeah, and then Alice. Or Terizla and Cho for their last two picks.
Oh, again, there goes the Terizla. It's finally picked up, and the Leomar is going to be wrapped up.
Roam Baxia!
What a swerve!
Roam Baxia! Okay.
Just drifting the wheels using that, Baxia Shield Unity, and at the same time, the Uranus is going to be picked up by Lanzu. This is a sudden shift from what we saw from him yesterday.
Why would you do that?
Why would you go with the Baxia though?
There's a no, the Uranus. There's a carry.
Uranus, yeah.
There's a Baxia.
Yeah.
There's a Terizla.
It's too much.
I do understand, right? So, and this is so high level because...
Oh, Lord.
Because, yeah,
This is the most one-sided prediction we've had. You're saying?
Has it been? Yeah. So, okay. So they don't have a direct answer to the Claude that will come from the roam road. So they were forced into that spot where they will pick the Terizla as we prescribe, right? They could have gone Alice, but the Alice kind of suffers against the Claude in some regard, but the Terizla is just a solid option. So what happens now is you will not have your damage output from both the XP and the jungle, and you cannot rely solely on a single target carry. The Valentina is more of a trump card where it can scale, but not as much depending on what he will copy, right? So the reason why they pivoted into this Leomort is so that they will have turtle control and also damage output in an AoE basis.
Okay. I kind of see the vision now, because again, if you're looking at that carry, obviously, it's going to be a single target. Lanzu and Kaloy are going to have quite an easy time in the early game with those single target attacks.
Both junglers rocking the Marksman emblem.
Yeah.
And I think this is a change I support.
A change there.
I'm with it.
Yep.
I've been doing it for weeks now.
Yeah. And that will allow them to farm quicker. Of course, the turtle fights will be a lot more devious for both teams because of that.
Just looking at it again, it's Sanford and Lanzu. The spotlight has been theirs over the last few matches that they have had. Twisted Minds just holding on to basically 100, but Carl Peasy doing the damage on the other side, taking as much real estate as he could. Going up against MP the King, who is also still at level 3, but Teddy, the damage has been down or done. Owl has to go back, and he's going to be missing a cannon minion.
Teddy, that's a SEA Games gold medalist you're bullying. JP, bump trying on Sean. Sean answers back. Carltese helping clear that wave. We're about 20 seconds off a turtle.
And so much activity happening in just the first 2 minutes of this game as Twisted Minds, they're doing the same thing that TLPH has done to them, safely securing a bit more of those jungle creeps, but the turtle fight is about to arrive, and Lansu immediately giving out information to MP the King and the others, but he's taking too much damage.
Oh! Flicker repositioning that penalty zone. That Vengeance Strike will not be enough to take him down. Lansu's still alive. Carltese in the face of that damage from MP the King. Crimson Beacon. In comes Sanji. Sean taking a few hits. Kaloy gets taken down. First blood goes to the cavalry, but JP falls. Sanford might be up next, and MP the King gets a double. MP gets taken down. Finally, the revenge strike hits someone in a choke up. Lansu, consecration. Ionic Edge. Punished hard. Sanji with the rope-a-dope.
Twisted Minds biting off more than they can chew. TLPH leads by 1 kill.
Oh, they could have gotten away with murder, but they still stayed and they wanted to go for more. It was a very long-winded revenge strike coming out from Sanford, but eventually it was able to kill MP the King. Is it called the revenge strike?
It's the revenge
strike. It is the revenge strike. But TLPH still manages to win.
Phantom Steed, a drive-by, taking down Sean. Kaloy with a quick sand guard, able to hold his ground, but the damage has already been done. Liquid, go for the turtle.
Damn, did I just saw a motorcycle that had an assisted wheel on it? Because JP had another kill going on for him. Carltese just completely isolated. Team Liquid Philippines has managed to take it again.
Call it a tricycle.
A tricycle.
Okay, yeah. You know what? That makes a lot of sense.
Kaloy flickering back, plus a quick sand guard.
I think that was such an interesting combo from TLPH. I'm sure that it's not intended, but they managed to nail it. You can see if you use the Stampede, the Phantom Steed, for this.
Same thing.
It's the same thing for the Leomord.
Tomato.
It was able to nudge the target into the bump, into the Unite. So, wow, great job.
Yeah, I mean, for Lansu, on the other hand, we haven't really seen him make a big play because this is not the hero to do that. So a complete change of play style for the Admiral heading forward into the next few minutes of this game as Lansu is just completely given damage by Dol entering 5 minutes in this game as JP's just roaming around freely in the jungle.
That was my question 5 minutes ago. Like, what's this Uranus to do?
Oh, man. Well, there is a lot of impact when it comes to providing the vision, but when it comes to what are you gonna do up against Sanji 2-0 and 2?
Oh, another Phantom Steed looking for that drive by JP. Waiting in the wings. And a stolen Raging Sandstorm too.
Yeah, they can use it with the flicker as well. This is a 4-minute lightning truncheon, by the way, from Sanji.
Oh, he means business.
Oh, man.
Would not be surprised if they decide to put the Sky Piercer on him.
Not only that, it's also MP the King building up on a Sky Piercer, which makes it a little bit more risky for him. But as long as he gets the kills, then it may matter later on. But if he doesn't, then it's going to be mayhem immediately for Twisted.
Now that makes me excited about my Sky Piercer. There is love.
Ow! Force the flicker to the side. BMI through. Looking to trick Teddy and Carl, but not going to have it.
Oh, man. Ow.
Teddy Cakes duo in action.
Teddy Cakes.
Oh my goodness.
I love it.
A new variant. I mean...
What do you mean? That's the original, right?
Oh, yeah. You're right.
That's the original,
Actually,
right?
I mean, it is an original.
It is an original.
It is an original.
All right.
Okay, it does make a lot of sense now. Again, I apologize. I am not aware of your game, but now I do.
Second turtle up. Phantom Steed coming through. Carltese with a secure. The back line, it's Lancey compromising. Sanji forced to use that flicker. While in the front lines, it's Sanji still going for it. Sansan duo trying to take down the Admiral. No one fallen just yet, save for Kaloy.
Yeah.
And just like that, Liquid with a 4,000 gold lead. Oh my god.
The Stampede, man.
There's just no way for them to fight back.
Yeah. It's so difficult to fight back against TLPH when they get the lead because they're just so oppressive. The fact that Carltese managed to make sure that this Leomord is able to go to the backlines even before the Lord, just pressure MP the King. He wouldn't have done it with the Baksha though, because if you're playing the Baksha, you're still dependent on you landing the Unity onto the Suyo, which is difficult. But this time, with the Leomord, AoE damage a very large AoE. In fact, for a jungler, allow them to just be oppressive into the backlines. TLPH are on a roll.
Yeah, that in effect kind of shrinks the space that MP can play in. And they force him out, get the retribution through just for good measure. And again, Liquid can just keep repeating this. They can keep compromising MP.
No. Big props to MP actually dodging that one out. Such presence of mind. I think it just clicked the ultimate.
Yeah, that's just muscle memory.
He did. Queller back.
Queller back.
It's a backflip.
Just had to find a way to escape that, because if he didn't, then it would be at least a turret broken in mid for TLPH. But if it means that he's okay, then Twisted Minds, they still have a way to at least get or obtain that next turtle that is about to come up in maybe less than 40 seconds.
Isn't this the most dominant a team has ever been? Well, there is that 13-1 run that Onyx PH was able to do back in Season 14, which is as dominant as this one, but TLPH are just dismantling everyone that they are facing.
Oh god, goodness, the Terrifies coming in from Sanji. He's already having full confidence just facing off against the others.
Look at that.
And it even takes 3 just for him to get away from them.
Is that Sasuke cosplay?
Yeah, my goodness, poor Itachi and whoever else.
Yeah, God was there earlier. Oh, sorry, wrong anime. Oh.
But he was.
Yeah, he was.
Oh my god, Liquid are just taking down structures. Top lane just went like that. Oh! Kaloy jumping on Sanji. The Unite finds Kaloy. And I think Twisted Minds are just stopping Daddy JP from pushing forward. Top lane, man-to-man defense. Lansu versus Dole. Caldezi calls in. Phantom Steed. Oh! Stolen Raging Sandbird! Blazing Duet defensively used by Owl. But it's all too late as the Liquid Stampede can't be stopped. They find one in Lansu. Sanji gets a killing spree.
Oh my goodness, it took just one ultimate to stun them all and take 2 turrets away from Twisted.
Was that a Raging Sanji?
That is a Raging Sanji. A Raging Sanji. Man, TLPH are just out of this world. There definitely are the 4 horsemen that's about to rain apocalypse on anyone that they face.
And Teddy.
And Teddy. Oh my god, we have to see the Flicker, Raging Sanji.
Okay, I get it now why it was so confusing. They did unite into the Raging Sanji.
Exactly, they did it as simultaneously.
My brain just froze.
And of course that flicker, the sideways flicker coming out from Sanji.
Uh-oh.
Don't tell me he gets
he does! Survives via Raging. Backwards 40! Finds a 3-man penalty zone. JP, they unite on the Sean. Then he takes down Lansu. The fight continues as they push back Sean. Sanford finds Sean. And they're done with that. 2 for none.
Penalty, Sanford. Zoneford.
Dude, I'm telling you, that's a penalty doll.
I'll allow it.
That's the penalty doll coming into full fruition.
7 out of 10.
Twisted Minds, they literally had to find a way to pick off. You see Kaloy using the Raging Sandstorm time and time again. The desperation from Twisted, you start to feel it now.
Oh man, Phantom Steed just a zone now Twisted. Just like that, Liquid takes that inhibitor in mid.
And it's still just 10 minutes in.
10-16, level 15.
That
might be the fastest right now. I mean, Season 17.
Yep, and in addition, they already lead by 1,000 gold per minute.
Wow.
TLPH just raining on Twisted Minds' parade.
Almost to the second Hans.
So, my
1,000 per minute.
Oh
okay, so there's no Hunter Strike. Endless battle second item for Caldezi. That's probably why he is very sustainable out of the region, for sure. And then Brute Force Breastplate to be able to tank up. And Sanji just copies Kaloy's ultimate time and time again. I think he's liking this Raging Sanji mode.
Okay, is it just me or did... No, I don't think Rapid Boots got updated in the new patch, Decisive Moment. Because teams just keep building it now.
You got the regen. That adds a lot of value. And of course, getting into position as fast as you could. And that's always valuable in many cases.
They're putting bodies in front right now. If you are Twisted, looking to defend the last 2 inhibitors, but TLPH, they lead by so much. The Lord is on their side and it's marching right at the mid lane, hoping that they could finish this.
Oh, there's a conceal by Daddy JP. Phantom Steed They collapse onto Lansu. Lansu uses that consecration. Lansu just barely alive. They let him go. They let him retreat. The base has already been targeted here. Top inhibitor. 3-man penalty doll. And Shun Fus. Kaloy 2. Plays him into the back line. MP the King finds Sanji. But Tele takes 2. And the base is up next. Liquid stampede through. Taking game 1.
Now that is a stampede if you ever saw one. My goodness, TLPH just outclassing Twisted Minds.
I can feel it.
Unapologetic, oppressive, no hesitation. I'm running out of adjectives to describe how strong this stampede is. TLPH, it's just, you know, it's just art at this point because they are so fluid with their motions. Everybody is pulling their own weight.
It's nature.
It's just the nature. Yeah, you're right. Everybody from TLPH is just playing so well. That combo. And if you're just looking at the cameras, it feels like nobody is really talking, or at least they're not really just shot calling the exact shot call that they needed to do. But when they combine together, look at this. Sanji already knew that he will be able to hit that ultimate, the Raging Sandstorm, or Raging Sanji that he's able to copy. And then everybody's just there, like 8 minutes in, they're already in tier 2 mid of their opponents.
Just so much pressure from Team Liquid Philippines, created of course by the swerve of JP towards that draft. I mean, we initially thought that it was going to be the Baksha from the start, but Carl Teasy adding 2 more wheels to make it a tricycle, increasing the speed, but the Lone Stallion was just too much for Twisted to handle. Sanji's the MVP of game 1.
He cooked. The chef cooked.
81% kill participation, a lot of good outplays, rapid boots, as we've mentioned. But I think what's really notable here is at 4 minutes and what, 6 seconds?
He built the trunch.
The truncheon already. And that is impactful because that means that during their push, when they were getting all of those out of turret energy shields and they were moving around the turtle, nobody can stay in front of this Valentina. Not only does it have a lot of damage, it also has that Terrify that eventually took out Kaloy. You can see that he's also holding on to the ultimate, waiting for the most opportune moment to pop it. And the way that he is manhandling Twisted Minds, look at him dodge a lot of the spells eventually, then flicker. Goes in for that last one, but I don't think that hit actually. It might just be the turret.
It was a turret.
And you can see that Ducati setting up for the Baxter Shield Unity. Teddy and Carl Teasy. Teddy making sure that he goes back. He already knew that Al will go back, or if Al does not come back, he will be killed by Carl Teasy. And that dodge, by the way, from Carl Teasy. Underrated for sure. And then eventually Sanford and Sanji just combining together for a lot of initiations for the team. An explosive match from TLPH. It's as if they are just going back to their Echo Express days or their Stampede days, you know?
Yeah,
that's the day.
Yeah,
that's the day.
That is today indeed. I mean, Team Liquid Philippines, you start to feel them synergizing even more, because that's some of the points that we were talking about when Teddy was inserted into this lineup, but it seemed like they didn't even change the player. It's just that there was so much good communication between the Sansan duo, creating so much, and the copies of the IMU coming out from Sanji just gave so much room for TLPH to not only escape, to not only set up plays, but for Twisted Minds to wonder, how can we even approach a team fight that they always start?
How even? I think it always starts with a draft, but I feel like for Twisted Minds, if they go for a Uranus with a Claude and Suyo, I think it makes sense, but maybe they just have to change their roamer. I feel like you have to have a high impact isolation type of hero with this one, or maybe have their mage as the burst. If they want to go for the Khalid, they should not pair it with the Zushin. Maybe Khalid and Valentina, for example, Khalid and Farsa. And if they do want to stick with the Jushin, maybe go for somewhere along the lines of or even a Cho, or unfortunately the Kalea was banned. So I mean, those are just band-aid fixes for this one. I think it's still the gameplay, and I think it's just that TLPH are just too good. They're just too good.
Honestly, I know it's just week 5, but I feel like Team Liquid Philippines is playoffs ready. I don't know if that's, you know, a long shot, but hey, they've shown that in this game. They've shown that in a dozen more over the first leg, and just a masterclass from the Cavalry.
They are a game away from punching their ticket to the Philippines, to the San Juan Arena. That's it. Just one more game.
And it's just week 5.
Yeah, it's just week 5. I'm still wondering, like, what was the fastest time a team has managed to make it into the playoffs?
That's funny because our league operations staff, they calculate if a team is about to fall off.
Yeah.
But we don't count how fast teams can qualify.
Right?
Yeah. So that's homework.
It's always the last ticket. It's never the first ticket and the earliest one to get in there. But now you're looking at Teddy featured in our smart power post. All you have to do is to copy him for you to win. In-game
Open that mouth, sir. Open that mouth.
Yeah, unfortunately, he can't hear us. Tell him to open his mouth, please.
You see how wide open Teddy's mouth is?
Oh, there you go.
Okay,
there
okay.
You go. Okay.
Oh, there you go. Much better.
You're officially a candidate, sir.
Oh,
okay. We see it. We see the vision. She understands it. And she gets the prize. Congratulations to one of our lovely audiences. You are the winner of our smart power post, Teddy, who looks like a keychain in my perspective because he's just he's a breath of fresh air for this Team Liquid Philippines squad.
I mean, I understand the smile on his face. Would you not be that happy if you were teamed up with the 4 Horsemen?
I mean,
is this Kirk?
Yeah. Oh.
I honestly thought it was
You just thought it was Kirk.
I thought it was Kirk, but this is the cooldown effect with Clear. Ben, 99.9% of scalp removed right away. This may not be Kirk, this is Kurt. This is Kurt. This is
with
Kurt.
the eye.
Yeah, you know, every time I see a Clear Man photo or a Clear Man segment, I always wonder what the haircut is called.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder what that is.
I think that's a wolf cut.
It's a long wolf cut.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you can rock a wolf cut that's like right about here, but that one just goes all the way to the back.
Would Wolf ever consider a wolf cut?
Do you have the prerequisites to do so, sir?
Yeah.
Does your hair grow that way? Because I know I can't. My
I mean, it's
genes.
wavy. It might be.
You know what? 100,000 likes.
100,000. If I get to 100K subscribers.
You know what? Okay, clip it again. Wolf, I need you to say that again.
Say it.
Yeah, if I get 100,000 subs, I will attempt a wolf cut.
Boo.
No, I mean, I will. I mean, I cannot. I don't know if I can pull it off. I will grow it. I will grow it to that length.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if it will look good.
Oh man, I trust that you can pull it off.
I mean, I will try. Okay. I will do it.
Okay.
I will do it.
Okay.
Guys,
he's a man of his word.
Make sure to get him to 100K.
He's honorable.
Okay.
I am.
But hey, let's listen in on this.
I'm Superfan Arumpak from Iligan City.
Hi everyone, I am Superfan Ainol from Iligan City.
Experience namin dito sa MPL Arena mismo is exciting siya at saka mas ramdam mo yung kaba lalo na pag nandito ka na parang double times yung kaba na nararamdaman mo para sa team na sinusuportahan mo.
Sobrang exciting kasi I'm watching with my cavalries also, and then super exciting kasi iba pa rin yung kaba kapag sila yung naglalaro tapos against Onyx pa din, which is both super team in this match.
For Carl TZ, keep up the good work and palagi pa rin galingan sa retrihan.
Good luck and then see you sa grand finals. Lilipat na kami pabalik dito to see you and to watch you sa finals and also sa MSC.
Palagi po kayong pinapanood sa live. At saka galingan pa rin po at saka see you sa sa finals. We will make sure na pupunta kami.
For me, maraming salamat po and talagang ginagalingan namin whenever na may mga fans talaga na nag-effort na pumunta dito and we're just lucky to have you guys. Thank you so much po.
Same lang din po sa akin, sobrang nakakatuwa kapag may mga ganitong fans na galing pa po kayo sa malayo and sobrang na-appreciate namin ngayon. Thank you po.
I'm already calling it top 5 human interactions in MPL Philippines. We should do that more often.
I agree.
It felt like I was watching a local show here in the Philippines where it's either Charo Santos or Jessica Soho. Shout out to those two ladies.
Yep. You know what kind of interaction I'm excited to see recorded on camera?
What?
Tita May and Naisu.
You know what? Okay. Or Womi and Carla.
Womi and Carla.
Pretty sure that would not be broadcast friendly.
But never. Anyway, we're just listing things down just so we can hope. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But TWIS needs to make it happen in game number 2, or else TLPH will be the first team that will swiftly make their way to the playoffs 5 weeks in.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you where to start with that game 1. It's not a single pick. It's not a single
I don't think it's
rotation.
the draft. I don't think it's really the draft.
Okay,
and it's not just the draft.
Okay, enlighten us, guys, because I feel like we have a lot of time still.
Okay, as much as I would, I think it's just a masterclass for sure. It's just an outclass, I mean, from TL versus Twisted Minds, right? However, there was one specific moment when they were winning and they overshot in the top lane.
In the first turtle.
In the first turtle, because they could have just run away after taking down Kaltizi, but they didn't. So maybe, if there's one thing that I can pinpoint, maybe that. Because after that, it seems like TLPH have just seen their weakness, seen that they are wounded in one specific spot, and they just kept on punching that wound over and over until such time where Twisted Minds are just broken.
You know what? That's what's scary about Liquid. It seems like they're both elemental and cerebral at the same time. It's like, imagine if horses, actual horses, had the intelligence of a human being. That would not be fair genetics.
That is, yeah, absolutely.
If they had the same propensity to communicate and to fabricate schemes, the food chain would be upside down.
Like BoJack Horseman.
BoJack Horseman.
Not the best example.
But happy. No, because there were successful horsemen in BoJack Horseman.
Sure, horse people.
They're horse people.
There's successful horse people.
Yeah, actually.
But not
BoJack himself, but
Horseman.
the other horses in BoJack Horseman.
Who is the king of Narnia?
Aslan.
Aslan.
Yeah, it's a lion.
That is what Liquid is to MPL PH.
Okay.
You know what? BoJack Horseman to Aslan.
No, I have the perfect horse for this.
Give
And
me
his
the
name
horse.
is Shadowfax from Lord of the Rings. The Lord of Four Horses.
Okay. See how Shadowfax just reigns over his domain?
Yes. Absolutely.
Liquid.
Would you give My Little Pony a chance?
Makibao is better.
Okay. Let's go to game 2 then. My feelings were hurt. Anyways, moving forward. This is again the same routine at least, except for TLPH still batting out the Kalea and the Freya. It was almost the same as they were on the blue side before.
Yeah. So with this one, do you still pick up the... I think it's guaranteed that they will get the Claude, right? And the TLPH will open up Zushin as well as Harith. And if I think they should have banned the Claude. Okay, like Twisted Minds, but Harley's equally as oppressive. So now TLPH, I think they will open up both Claude and Harith. They will probably just ban Freya.
Harith's banned already.
Yeah.
So Carrie and Claude are the next
Carrie
like,
and Claude,
threats.
that's right.
And then Bruno if it comes down to it.
Yeah. I remember their second pick. There was a time where they prioritized the Yi Shin, which is super interesting, especially if they know that the Claude eventually will be picked up by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but all throughout the day we haven't seen a Yisun.
Not in the jungle. Not in the gold nor
Not in the
jungle.
gold,
yeah.
not in the jungle.
Yesterday we saw it. Now
Yeah.
Jushin, will it be the pick or will it be the Claude for Twisted Minds?
It's gonna be the choice that Twisted will have to make here. It's a sudden shift. They could pick up one and let go of the other. It's again
I don't like this at
another
all.
Uranus pickup.
I'm pretty sure that's not Uranus.
That's not Uranus.
What is
You open
it
up
then?
Jushin and Claude for TL.
Yeah, this is
I think that's a mispick.
honestly.
Yeah, oh my god.
Honestly, this is pretty tough. I wonder if they're continuing because when you're looking at it,
It's like playing dead when you meet a wild lion. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work like that.
and that is bad trade to give if you're Twisted.
Yeah.
Getting the Leomore that Carl TZ used in game number 1 and then getting the Zushin as banned from before.
Okay, at least Twisted Minds will get access to the Claude with this one, but they will not have the Suyo. Kimi, alright, I understand the Kimi. Actually, you know what? The 2 picks from Twisted Minds makes a lot of sense.
But not the one.
Not the first one. But also, not in this order, I feel like. But I understand though.
Hey,
I think
they're twisting your mind, dude.
they're twisting our minds. I think this is a flex Uranus pick. And remember, when I thought that the Uranus will be jungle hero for Twisted Minds, I recommended the Kimi as their pick, so that it is at least, you know, as flexible as it could be.
Okay.
So I think this is good. I think it's good for Twisted Minds.
Okay.
Not that bad. Not that bad. TLPH, now they still have access to the Claude. My pick it. Claude and Leomort go together really well.
And then you just ban out the carry in the second phase.
That's the
Except they're going to be the ones taking the carry for themselves. Maybe ban the Claude in the next one.
Or the Granger.
You know what I like about this is if they picked up the Claude, they might be required to ban the carry. But because they already picked the carry, they're not required to ban any gold laner now. So I think that they will just focus on maybe a jungler, so that they can force the Uranus as the jungler for Twisted Minds.
I feel like they're also hoping to chunk down the Uranus as fast as possible. And there you go, the Suyu.
You go ban
immediately taken out.
You ban Suyo, ban...
You no. Dairoth, alright, makes sense. And do you ban the Rizzler? I don't think so.
Crazy how this hand gesture now means something else.
Yeah, like
it used to be too small.
Yeah, it used to be too small. It just used to be a letter C. Yue even uses it.
Or
as
just a
part of
little,
his-
you know, like just a little.
Just a little. Now it means so much more.
Yeah.
You know, used to be little, now so much more. And I'm happy that the community
Oh, is that a baby friend?
is
Oh my god.
is updated with the patch notes.
Orange. It's that bad. It's that bad. Liquid has such a free draft that they can afford to ban a Nolan.
Yeah.
My goodness.
That's why, that's why the carry third pick makes a lot of sense for TLPH. Now, Twisted Minds, they will ban the Dairoth. Okay, so that is Alice. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. The TLPH.
Because they can't deal with it.
Yep. Immediate high loss pickup. This means that they can go Fovios last pick, in case.
Yeah, just put the Uranus at the jungle if you're MP.
I think Twisted Minds, I think interested in picking up the Nathan or something like really hardcore late game that can carry them to finish the game. What? Maybe Obsidia and then damage for Lanzo. Maybe Obsidia and Arlet.
Arlet is open.
Yeah.
So is the Fovius, actually.
The pick of the YSS finally is open. And with that come the Fovius as well. So I think...
So are we reverting back? Is this a normal... Wait, no, this is a jungle.
Yeah, that's a Uranus jungle.
Uranus.
Yeah, and now it's going to be using that YSS. So Terizla picked up once more. That's total of 3 heroes, or maybe even, 3 heroes that TLPH has used in their first draft that they'll be bringing on to game 2.
I thought you were talking about 3 heroes that mess up that Uranus.
Oh, could be the same thing.
Because, yes.
Because of carry, right?
The carry, the Zushin to, stop the Uranus from running you over.
Oh, yeah.
And the Terizla.
Honestly, this is not a bad draft. I mean, at least it comes out for Twisted Minds. I don't think it's enough to win against TLPH, per se.
But it's not hot trash.
Yep, absolutely. No, you know what? It's enough to win. It's enough to win. Can they execute? That's the problem.
It's very high concept.
Very high concept. It is dependent on Sean and Owl popping off. And I don't mind that, actually. I think with the Fovius on Lanzu, this makes a lot of sense. The only problem that they have is the carry, I feel like. So if they eliminate that threat, I think this is a doable draft for Twisted Minds.
Gentlemen, remember today earlier before the broadcast, we all lost a star collectively because of a carry.
Yeah, that is true. We can't find a way to chunk it down, find it towards the back lines, but maybe Twisted Minds actually have a way of figuring something out. Just because they have a YSS, they know where to approach as soon as the Mountain Shocker is going to be unlocked. And this is what we were looking for from Lansu in game number 1. A hero that can create some impact using those Infernal Pursuits are finally available for the Admiral.
Yeah. I guess in hindsight, this series that was expected for TLPH, but I think it makes sense against versus Sean and then eventually Owl. Of course, the body of Smith is always going to be dependent on physical damage, but if you pick up the Radiant Armor, you really can stand in front of a Kimi.
That continues yet again, both just standing right in front of each other as they are simply clearing waves at the moment. Twisted Minds is just holding on to a 152 gold lead, not really much, but Kaloy and JP looking to force each other to use those battle spells. Owl's going to be up next. The damage from Carl TZ has already been done, and he's going to be looking to obtain that coin crab, which he was able to do before the start of the turtle spawn down bot.
Gentlemen, I just rechecked. The tooltip for Body of Smith actually is just sheer damage reduction.
Okay.
So even magic damage, he can kind of shrug off.
Which is perfect against Kimi, who is, you know, dealing damage over time.
Sky Piercers, though, that's a different thing entirely. Oh my god, they dunk on JP now. Force use the early revitalize. Carl TZ with a secure, and the Phantom Steed running through. Twisted Minds, but MP the King draws first blood. Man-to-man defense 40, and Lansu. Sanji gets a double as MP and Kaloy fall.
That's a turtle taken by Liquid. Twisted want to fight back with a kill, but TLPH gets one up even more.
Sanji woke up today and told his teammates, I'm going to take MVP for this week.
He just chose violence, dude.
Just chose violence. Even if you recall his game before, yesterday, I mean, he's also phenomenal.
Makes it so difficult again for Lansu.
Yep.
Just right there.
Okay.
Even a retribution coming in from Carl TZ. The Phantom Steed is already there, but sometimes I wonder.
Oh my god! JP and Sanji! Bully 3! They actually take down Sean! Why couldn't have Sean just
flickered?
Oh, here's Sanji coming in with the Crimson Beacon looking for the choke down. JP drops the Glorious Pathway, but Sanji missed it a little too long! Flickers to the side! No! Kaloy! Kaloy can't take him down! The chef cook! Serving up a kill to Carl TZ! Sanji, are you even human?
Sanji just refuses to die. Doesn't have immortality, doesn't need it. He's immortal anyway.
Oh my goodness. Sanji with the footwork, going in for the flicker, and then eventually outplaying Twisted Minds, surviving long enough. And just as we said that he woke up today wanting to be the MVP, showing it.
Teddy got 2 on him! And he just dodges on out of there. 2 horses coming your way! What do you do? Sean dies again!
My goodness!
That's
a total of 8 legs! You can't outrun that!
Hylos and Leomord, the Liquid Stampede. Thank you so much.
Oh no, Teddy flickers back.
Oh, the touch again.
Refusal to get caught. Saved by the Revitalize. The horses take down the Khalid in pursuit. What?
Bro, how do you even explain this?
Expanding rivers during that moment. Not helping Kaloy in that scenario, helping Teddy, in fact, to get away. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 3.4k from TLPH.
I think it happened again. I think Twisted overshot.
Yes.
If you can't really see
what
the bottom lane currently just collects a kill.
Off cam and another one. Teddy might get punished here by Kaloy. Sandwalker looking for the jump down. And okay, there's the one for Twisted. But it took 3 dudes.
Yeah, but they had to take one at least. The damage has been felt by Twisted Minds for the entirety of this game, and it's just 5 minutes. So much has already happened. 8 kills going to the side of Liquid, and they don't plan to stop there as MP the King using this Uranus. He may have gotten a kill, but the rest of objectives has gone to the GOAT.
A 2,900 gold lead at just 5 minutes of action.
Oh, Crimson Beacon by Sanji, plus the flicker.
Okay.
Sanford can't save you. Sanji taken down. 4 members of Twisted on to CC Immune. Sanford wailing away. Body Smith keeps him alive, but not long enough as the Admiral finds 2.
That is a win. The Twisted Minds will be taking any time of day. They managed to bring down the Sansan duo. They may have lost the turret up top, but as long as the kills go to Lansu and maybe even Sean, they have a fighting chance in this.
Yeah. Much needed W for Twisted Minds, and it's a big one at that double kill for the Admiral. And they also push down the bottom lane, or keeping their mid lane intact as well.
Kaloy, he's not surviving this. Oh, he is though.
Can't escape the GOAT, especially on his horse.
And Sean might get knocked up here. Today, going out light wheels, takes down Sean. 2 for free, might be 3, as Lanzu here tries to dodge JP and Sanji's zoning. Lanzu's fine.
Yeah.
Bro, the peel is crazy from Team Liquid.
That's right. Teddy able to get a kill. Look at Cartesi just literally walking towards Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds, all they had to do was to respect the GOAT, get out away from there, because they know that anybody from TLPH could have connected with Cartesi if they stayed. And now the turtle is free once again for TLPH.
Bro, for Team Liquid Philippines, the aura has been farmed.
Yeah.
And now the aura is felt by Twisted Minds as they're desperately looking for a pick-off here, but they have managed to find JP, and with MP using the Uranus,
they pushed.
That's just a distraction for the reality that's happening up top.
Oh my god. All that Mountain Shocker is becoming is an early warning device. Lansu and MP the King collapse on a Tede and a Sanford. Sean here blasting away. Sanford flickers back. Can he survive? That's a little too long for him to do so, but he at least gets taken down.
Oh my
Raging
God,
Sandstorm
no.
misses the mark. Tede flickers through the wall.
What is going on? Just a while ago it was Sanford, Sanji, and now even Teddy. Maybe you could call it the 5 Horsemen.
At this rate, yeah.
Uh-oh. Glorious Pathway, the answer to the forward momentum of Twisted Minds. Might make it denied here as MP the King gets taken down by Teddy. Lansu in the middle of 3. Holding down the front line. Alone is JP and he survives. In comes Cartesi running through Sean.
Okay.
3 down. Could they get another? Kaloy gets taken down. Might be a wipeout. Sanji, even after the flicker, gets taken down by the turret.
They are just smiling as that happens. Might be a dive, but this time it's not just a dive. It will be able to secure them a turret down the bottom lane. And mind you, that is a turret with a little more armor. And the bonus after taking down a tier 1. It's 7,000 for TLPH to work with over Twisted Minds. And they're not stopping. You can see they are taking away the green camps from Twisted Minds. This Uranus in the jungle is not working in the favor of Twisted Minds. They're just corralled in their base. Sean could not farm. Even with this Sky Piercer, is not able to get the stacks.
It's an involuntary calorie deficit.
Yeah. Like, unfortunately, he's kind of doing cardio even if it doesn't want to. And the last time that I saw TLPH this aggressive was when they were still called Echo Express, which was, in a lot of people's dictionaries, was the best version of a team that Cartesi was ever part of. And we're seeing glimpses of that now, entering enemy territory, dishing out damage, running down on their opponents. That is what TLPH is all about.
Oh, hey, word on the street is this is Cartesi Prime. He might be reaching a new peak, and I'm gonna tend to agree. Calls in the Phantom Steed, zones out 3 members alone.
Oh my god. He just the threat of him having the Phantom Steed, even when they have the turret shields, even when it's just 9 minutes, Cartesi with 5-0 and 5 has been oppressive just by literally being in front of Twisted Minds.
Oppressive is an understatement.
Yeah.
Because they are going to be stuck inside their base, hoping that they could be able to defend this, while Team Liquid Philippines are just simultaneously working on their lanes for it to all be together once they break into the base of Twisted.
Lord up top, Mid lane, bottom lane, all have waves. Glorious pathway by JP. In comes the rest of Twisted Minds. They embrace the attack. They push back Teddy. Lansu repositions, flickers forward. And look at this. Ow, it's taking up a Goldie inside the base. Kaloy follows through. Sanford runs through. Exits through the middle. And Lansu falls as well. They're gonna lose this mid lane inhibitor. And Liquid have made it in. No casualties just yet. In record time, under 11 minutes, Liquid might now just punch their ticket to the San Juan Arena, calling in the final Phantom Steed. Ladies and gentlemen, Liquid Philippines, the defending champions of MPL Philippines, are sweeping Twisted Minds.
This game tells you that you should never question greatness. Team Liquid, Cavalry, playoff secured.
From being called a top 8 secure team before the start of this season, from getting so many downers because of their off-season decisions, now there will be the first team to get into the playoffs with an 8-0 run. And a 9-0 at that, actually.
What better way to say this is our house?
It's indeed their house.
And to whoever says top 8 who, I guess the joke's on you, brother. This is literally another version, just like what Leo has mentioned, another level of peak that Carl TZ is still showcasing ever since he's played in MPL Philippines in Season 2. This is a new variant. If Sanford has a bunch of other names onto his titles, maybe Carl TZ is the same. And Teddy is slowly coming up. He's even adapting some of the things that his teammates have been doing.
Look at this. The only disappointment that TLPH is giving their fans right now is how fast they're ending the games.
Yeah, I agree.
Valid crash out. If you bought tickets and flew out from, like, you know, Iligan City or something, and you watch a match that lasts like a collective 25 minutes,
you know, at least they were able to see Sanford and Carl TZ in person, and they actually had a conversation with
okay,
them.
that couple, yes, but what
Right?
about
But
the
what
other?
about the others?
What about the other Iliganons, dude?
What about the others, like whoever is from Iligan?
How about the QC people?
Yeah, the QC people. You!
Invalid.
Invalid.
You took 10 minutes to get here.
QC people, Pasig people, Mandaluyong people have witnessed Team Liquid Philippines win. Let's take a look at them on stage.
We're just in the week 5 and they've already secured the playoffs.
Of course, sa inyong team. Ano ba ang pakiramdam mo ngayon na after how many weeks lamang ay nakuha niyo na ang first playoff spot?
How do you feel after securing the playoff spot after just 5 weeks?
Kasi even with those wins pa, first kami nakapag-playoff secured. Dami pa rin po kami mga bagay na kailangan ngayon.
They still have to fix a lot of stuff even when they are first to the playoffs. So they're not satisfied yet. We've talked about how Sanford has many names. Out of all of his names, there is a timeline of his achievements. What is your favorite after among all of the nicknames that you have? His current is favorite. The current one is Doll, and that's his favorite. Raging Sanford, apparently. Doll is his favorite.
Congratulations, Sanford, and keeping it steady for Team Liquid Philippines. It's Teddy. Hello, Teddy. Alright, so officially, no, natalo mo na lahat ng gold laners in
Teddy QT has officially defeated all of the gold laners in the Philippines.
those gold laners.
If you were to rank yourself, where would you put yourself?
Kasi hindi ko naman po na-compare sarili ko sa ibang mga
I don't compare to myself to other gold laners. For our team, of course, we are top 1, but I don't know where I would put myself. We want to ask someone else? Teddy's not pressured. Teddy's not pressured by other gold laners, but he's pressured by Krautizi.
How would you rank Teddy Cutie amongst all of the gold laners? Top 8. Carl TZ says that Teddy is ranked top 8. He's just kidding. He's just kidding, and he said that they haven't proven anything yet. They will wait for the playoffs.
Last time na-mention mo, no? Ang goal nyo,
Carl TZ last time mentioned that they go 2-0 for all teams. And they are remaining undefeated. They're showing that they're still dominant. Who is the team that they are looking forward to facing? Maybe Falcon, because they're also very strong. How do you say that Falcons is strong? Falcons is also very dominating. And they are well matched. We are waiting for that clash for sure. Zero sweep. They have won everything for Sanji. What is his message to all the supporters? Thank you for coming to their match. They will always give their best. And a big shout out to his girlfriend and his family. Happy birthday to Kram from TLPH's MDL team.
take your walk of victory.
What a stampede for Team Liquid Philippines. They are just proving na kayang-kaya pa rin nila ngayong season.
Well, Odin, kakapanalo lang nila kahapon and another win today. If anything, they're just too hot to handle. But of course, too hot to handle din ang ating casters. Casters, what do you think?
Well, honestly, if you're looking at it, it's what the hosts have mentioned. TLPH is just too hot to handle, sizzling. Man, I gotta figure out a way to like stop the heat because they're picking it up and it's summer, so it really goes along with it. And Carl DZ, what version of Carl DZ are we seeing right now?
What's better than a goat? Or the goat?
Yeah, it's the goat version.
I don't know.
Right?
There is no one that can compare to how good Carl TZ is playing as a Mobile Legends player, and he's playing right now. And I think the closest that we can get might even be his teammates. That's how crazy it is. The only thing that might be able to out-goat the GOAT is JP when it comes to achievements, Sanford when it comes to gameplay, and Sanji as well. There's really no one that can match how good TLPH is right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
crazy.
for you to out-goat the GOAT, you either have to transfer to a different team or the GOAT has to retire, which I don't want to see anytime soon.
No, he's not retiring anytime soon for sure. You can see Teddy. Everybody's just outplaying everyone. I think this is the Sanji. Oh, this is not the Sanji Hesi. That was a different one. But we can see everybody from TLPH just outplaying their opponents. And I think the mastery of TLPH when it comes to Mobile Legends is unmatched. And I don't want to spoil my interview with the members of TLPH, but I did have an interview with them. And you know what they said? There are two keys on why they are winning right now. First is the GOAT, Carl TZ, and there's no other way for them to get to this level if not for Carl TZ. And second is their coaching staff. Apparently, there's a lot that they've learned from Aeon as well as Snap.
Yeah.
And they, quote-unquote, were lucky to have them.
Yeah, I also got a bit of that idea coming in from very reliable sources that Coach Aeon and Coach Snap are just very methodical coaches in terms of approaching this game. They just control the entire draft and whoever they're going up against. It's a smart way that for TLPH, they've even said it during the interviews that all they have to do is press some buttons and worry about the end game.
That's right. And the members of TLPH will not mince their words when they want to say something that's not good about their coaches. Even Carl TZ, right?
Yeah.
Even the coaches, the ex-coaches of TLPH says that Carl TZ is not going to mince his own
Very
words.
blunt or frank.
Very frank about it. But in this version of TLPH, probably the only time that they said that They don't have to do anything but to press buttons. This is a scary team to face. I honestly do not know how you can defeat TLPH.
Was another record broken? Did Carl TZ reach level 15 at 9 minutes?
I think the post-patch, post-EXP adjustments, I don't know how to say it, but yeah, there was a patch. Project Next, right? Post-Project Next, that is the fastest probably.
So yeah, this is the fastest 9 minutes.
I think so.
9:10, 9:15, something like that?
I think
It's
so.
ridiculous.
Goodness, it's still, crazy to think that this is the type of Carl TZ that we're seeing in spite of him playing almost 15 seasons, 7.5 years in MPL Philippines. It's still the same kind of performance. GOAT things, the world already knows it, but now let's take a look at the Infinix mic check.
Pangat mo, Fabius. Nag-rocket na rin. Start ka, Carl. Nice. Wait lang ha. Sige. Team nga, team nga. Sige, kaya pa to. Yura G. Mangalaw, Khalid. Nice, G. Buhay ako. Okay lang, ako lang namatay. Nice na. Dito. Bangka na. Yeah, atras pa lang. May Khalid dyan ah. Patara. Flicker Khalid. Lalim ko. Yan. Basag. Sige. Puta ka na. Okay lang. Okay lang. Focus. Akin. Sikat. Tama na. Dito. Chain skill ka. Yura muna. Harapan ko lang kaya ka. Yes. Sa gilid siya. Fabius, mabot yung Fabius. Fabius, wala flicker. Shut down. Nice. 2-3. Nice. Tara, labang kayo Fabius ba? Uy, soyong. Ayun na. Kapit ka na sa akin. Pyramid. Gameplay nila pre, di na nila alam gagawin. Kahit ano na lang pala. Ingat kayo. Nalalaban pala kayo eh. Low round ba eh. Kakainin mo na lang. Tayo na lang. To, lakad. Nice. Pyramid. Patayin natin to. Yeah. Patayin natin to. Sira kay Daniel. Kaya pa sa Pero lang. Angat mo dito yan. Okay na pala. Nice, boys.
And again, compared to some of the mic checks that we saw all throughout the day, this was completely different. There weren't even words needed to be said, just actions and buttons needed to be pressed.
There was a point where they said, it's already cooked, you just have to eat it. It's already been served, you just have to eat it.
By the chef.
By the chef, Sanji.
Was it him who said that?
I think it was Sanji. I'm pretty sure it was Sanji.
And for who was the meal? For Carl?
It was for Carl. It was for the GOAT.
For the GOAT.
Man, this is crazy.
Wow.
I have to call on the super fans. Stay updated on all things MPL PH and connect with the most passionate community in esports. Join in the MPL Philippines official Facebook group, the Superfan channel, and the MLBB official Discord.
Get your all-access pass exclusive content, the latest news and community discussions, lead the conversation, and have a chance to be featured as our Superfan of the Month.
Be part of the MPL PH family. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join the conversation. See you there.
I am going to be expecting a lot of statements because the cavalry is alive once again in this current season. And if you think you have what it takes to run the show with E-Project, Esports for Everyone, we're giving you the power to bring the MPL energy to your own local community.
That's right. Participants get exclusive access to tournament modes, free in-game items, and even diamonds. Just head on over to ph-mpl.com/e-project to start your application.
It's time to turn that passion into action. Visit our website to know more.
In fact, there are a lot of players that started their careers from community tournaments, and who knows, maybe you get discovered by the teams that you participated in the tournaments. And speaking of our teams, we're going to be looking at our standings in just a bit. Finally, or just as quickly, we're seeing a green shade in a specific row as TLPH's playoff secured.
Green shade is what's encroaching on Liquid's territory because talk of the town, especially on online forums, is Falcons might be the next best thing who could take down Liquid. That's, I guess, everybody's guess.
That is exciting for sure.
Them or Omega.
Interestingly, we just did a podcast and I said Omega. I said Omega.
If anyone could do it, it's Omega.
If anyone can do it.
Nets had to understand it though. You gotta put your trust on Nets. We also saw a while ago Omega, and if I remember correctly, Twisted Minds moving up. I can't remember. Oh, that's TNC. Which, by the way, for Week 5 Day 2 standings of the Fansik Laban has been struggling. Phoenix Army is at 7. Same for their MPL team, but the Cavalry is up there at 3rd.
Good to see that at least in Fansik Laban, the Auroras are having it good.
Yeah.
Because our M7 World Champions have, again, I said, seen better days. And that's putting it very lightly.
Yeah. I mean, for Aurora, it's going to be back to the drawing board for this team. They're going to have to find a way because this was not the week that they had in mind. They haven't won a single game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And yeah, they just struggled from here. But on the flip side, we see teams finally getting their groove together. TNC. Omega.
Yeah. It's an exciting times for the teams in the lower part of our standings, and I hope that they recover as well.
Well, that's it for us. That's Wolf over there. This is Leo, and my name is Hans Galleria. We're gonna toss it over to our hosts.
And that wraps up an absolutely electrifying Superfan Saturday.
Electrifying indeed, Odin. Pinayanig ng MPL Superfans ang arena today.
Well, 3 matches ba naman ang kanilang nasaksihan? I'm sure meron silang favorite na nangyari ngayong araw. But how about you, Denise? Anong highlight mo of the day?
Well, the highlight of the day, breaking news. Pasok na sa playoffs ang Team Liquid Philippines. What could go better than that, Odin? What's yours?
Yes, of course. Ako naman, it's the Burning Phoenix of TNC Pro Team against Aurora Gaming. I'm sure maraming nakaabang na bumalik ang kamandag ng isang Chak Mamba. Pero alam kong nabitin din ang ating mga super fans kahit 3 matches ang kanilang nasaksihan ngayong araw. Kaya naman bukas ay meron pa tayong aabangan for the second half of the regular season to end our Week 5.
Yes, kaya naman super fans, ihanda ulit ang inyong sarili para bukas. Ako si Denise.
And this is your very own Odin. Magkita-kita tayo muli bukas, dito lamang sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas.
Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 17. Palag na to!
17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner. The power behind every Madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 17 live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPL PH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid! Team Liquid! Let's go, Liquid! They're gonna debate. Crown the king, he seals the fate. They counted us out. Now we shut them down. Now Team Liquid. Let's go Liquid. Sanford on the front line, never fall. Signed you in the place, ice cold. Teddy lock it down, hold the line. JP coming through every time. To ever do